reaction to his astounding observation. Before Mark could scold me again for the lack of reaction to his astounding observation, we were interrupted by a knocking on the door. We looked over to see one of the three guys Mark had worked with when he first arrived. Through the window of my door, we could see him frantically beating on the wood, looking over his shoulder. Mark! Mark had attacked the van! Holy shit, Jack! Jack is dead and Philip's hurt bad! Come help me carry him, please! Mark started to jump up, then caught himself. Cole. This thing's good. It almost got me a second time. Shit. It almost got me with a fucking help me technique as well. I started to smile. At least Mark wasn't a complete dumbass. I watched Skinny as he began that stupid grin he always did when he got figured out. Then he darted off. Not much has happened over the past few days. I'm starting to get used to my new roommate. I'll still keep y'all posted though. Something wild is bound to happen sooner or later. Especially with the patrols Mark keeps making us go on. It's Cole, signing off. For now. In the last post I said something wild was bound to happen sooner or later, and I wasn't disappointed. Mark's been living here for about a week now, and he finally got what he was looking for. Action. Wasn't really in his favor, though. I mentioned the patrols he keeps taking me on last post, but I didn't really go into detail. He calls them patrols, but it's honestly more of a scavenger hunt. He even gave me a damn list, like a little kid or something. On the list were specific signs and objects that are indicative of tangible activity. Tangible is fancy talk for monsters. Now I asked him what an intangible was as a joke, and he nonchalantly said ghosts and other shit that you can't touch. After I realized that he was serious, I popped the question. Why not just say monsters and ghosts and shit? He thought for a moment. Because the people who name this stuff are nerds. It's fair enough, I guess. I'm off on a tangent again. Back to the scavenger hunt. The list he gave me had a lot of stuff on it, and I was walking through the woods for the second time that day. One thing on the list kept catching my eye. Stairs. But what the fuck would stairs even be on the list? That's not paranormal at all. Also, if there had been stairs in these woods, I would have already found them. That's not something you miss. I mean, I thought this whole search around for stuff idea was stupid from the beginning anyway, and I never searched for the hell spawn on this property. It always found me by itself. The only reason I even participated in Mark's patrols were to humor him so that he wouldn't be as crabby. And because I like to get outside anyway. Even so, stairs? I was looking at the list, eyeing down the word stairs for the millionth time, when it suddenly got dark. Now confused, I looked up to see that it hadn't actually gotten dark. I was just in a shadow. A shadow that was cast by a tall, skinny wooden wall. I had been at this exact spot a few days earlier, and there had been no such object. The wall was about 5 feet wide, 10 feet tall, and I somehow almost walked directly into it without realizing. I began to walk around it and quickly realized it wasn't a wall. Yeah, you probably already guessed. It was the back of a fucking flight of stairs. I was honestly fucking shook. It was like I had summoned them after thinking about them too much, and I immediately called Mark on the radio that he'd given me for situations like this, and yelled, "Dude, I actually found stairs, like real friggin' stairs out here!" I hadn't been this excited about something in a long time, and I had no idea why I was excited now. I think it had something to do with thinking the stairs were such a stupid thing to look for, only to end up finding some when I never expected to. Either way, I barely heard Mark respond with, "Okay, just stay put for a minute. I'll be there soon. And please, stop screaming. You're scaring away all the things out here." He said something else, but I wasn't listening. I was far too engrossed in these stairs. I had to go up them. wasn't like they were calling to me or anything. It was more like the fact that I was pretty sure that I would be able to see my house from the top. So with Mark still saying unintelligible commands on the radio, I began to ascend. As I walked up the stairs, the woods around me started to quiet down, which is weird in retrospect, but I really didn't pay any attention to that. Another thing I noticed was that there wasn't any leaves or dirt or anything on the steps. Anyone who had experience in the woods knows that it only takes a few hours for Mother Nature to spread her shit all over any given object that's left in her care. The real anomaly happened when I hit the top step, though. You see, the second my heel hit the top step, I heard Mark let out a, "What in the son of a bitch?" I froze. I started weighing my options. See, if I let whatever was out there kill Mark, I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. I also told myself that I wasn't going to kill people anymore. Does it really count as killing him if I just let him die, though? And they'll probably just replace him anyway. I guess I'll go help. And with that thought, I went to go help him. I honestly expected there to be a pail clamped onto his foot, or for him to have fallen into one of those camo traps, but alas, all I found was Mark, without shoes on, just socks, clenching the toes of each of his feet in his hands. Before I could even ask him what was going on, he stuttered, You went on the damn stairs, didn't you?" "Yeah? And why does that matter?" "I'm telling you, if looks could castrate..." "Bad shit happens when you go up the stairs, you dick. I told you over the radio not to go up them." Must have missed that part. What happened to you anyway? Okay, now this part is kinda nasty. Mark let go of one of the ends of his socks to reveal that the toe area was covered in blood. He then removed the sock, and I shit you not, all of his toenails were gone. Damn! How'd you manage that? Are you daft, Cole? You did this when you went up those stairs. Yeah, it sounds stupid, I know, but I kind of believe him, because I know for a fact those stairs weren't normal. I'm kind of certain of this, because when I went back to where they were to show Mark, who was limping something awful, they weren't there anymore. Just disappeared. Mark wasn't surprised by this either. And in case you were wondering, I could not see my house from the top, which was a bummer. And that's about it for the stairs, but something else did happen yesterday. The day after the stair incident, I actually met a brand new monster. At least, new to me anyway. I think Mark knew what it was, but he wouldn't tell me. I gave him the spooks, though. As you may have already gathered, it happened on one of Mark's patrols. He was actually adjusting to life without toenails pretty good. I'll give him that. The night before, he took a large amount of bandages and some rubbing alcohol from my bathroom. I guess he did a good job on himself because he was walking pretty close to normal now. But I did hear a lot of groaning and heavy breathing that night in my living room, and I was hoping it was him patching himself up and not him, having fun on his laptop, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, we were walking through an area of the woods that stays somewhat dark during the day due to the dense tree covering blocking out most of the sun. Other than the lack of light, everything seems pretty docile. That was until Mark started complaining about a noise.
"Cole, you hear that? I think it's like static or something."
No, what? I didn't hear it. That Mark put his hand on my chest, stopping me mid-sentence. I looked over to him to see what's up, and he's staring at me with extremely wide eyes.
"We need to get to the house, now!"
Never seen him get so flustered, so I knew things were serious. I nodded, and we both turned to run to the house, but the tall man was already blocking the way. When I say tall man, I meant really, really tall man. I'm also fairly certain that he wasn't a man. Tall man just makes up for a good name. He was between 10 and 12 feet tall and was wearing clothes made out of what looked to be like a dirty brown and tan rags that were stitched together. The rags covered his whole body, including his hands, feet, and face. He's also thin. Something deep in my gut told me that he had some kind of unnatural strength. As his image sank into my brain, I heard Mark whisper,
"Holy shit, it's really one of them."
Off to my left. There was complete silence for a while, not actually sure how long. The only thing that I could hear was a slight static, buzzing sound. No one moved in the silence, not Mark, not me, not the pail that was about to bite into Mark's leg while he was distracted. Oh, wait. Holy shit! Mark, look out! Pail on your right! With surprising speed, Mark pulled his Glock out and fired 2 shots into the pail's head. It didn't move after that, but the pale man did. The sudden scuffle seemed to set the tall bastard into a rage, and the once subtle static sound grew into a roar. It was like no sound that I'd ever heard before, maybe something like the sound of metal being ground up by other metal. However, the sound was the least of our worries. It started sprinting at us. It was originally about 30 yards away, but it seemed to cover the distance in the blink of an eye. He was on us before we could react. He went for Mark first, reaching out for him with one of those long, skinny arms. His fingers seemed to stretch out just so they could reach all the way around Mark's torso. As Mark was lifted off the ground, kicking and yelling, he emptied the rest of his clip into the tall man's head. It did nothing. That's about the time when the big black tentacles ruptured out from the creature's back, 6 new weapons now ripping holes into the rags. This thing must be terrible at making its own clothes. Like, how hard would it be to just make tentacle holes so you don't end up ripping your clothes? Anyhow, I really didn't want this big fella ripping out Mark, so I had to figure something out. Before it managed to obliterate old Marky, I drew my gun and emptied my own clip into the various parts of the monster in an effort to find a weak spot. No luck. In fact, the bullets bounced off him. One of them whizzed right past my ear. It was like under those rags he was made of steel, but I'm no quitter. See, I now had his attention, and I'm pretty sure Mark was going, unconscious at this point because he couldn't breathe due to the thing's death grip. I drew my brand new Bear Grylls survival knife, and I lunged at him with all of my strength at its legs, but I didn't stab it. See, if bullets couldn't really make it through this thing's skin, my knife didn't really have a chance. But I had a plan. I got behind it, only to get snatched into the air by one of its tentacles. I was immediately faced to, rags with this thing. Its tentacles were wrapped tightly around my stomach. It now had Mark and I both exactly where it wanted. I swear that I could hear a deep, demonic laughter within the still roaring static that filled my brain, but it stopped laughing when I started. I began scream laughing, not really sure why. Sometimes I think that I might actually be insane. The tall man cocked his head to the side as if to say, "You do know you lost, right?" The only thing I was able to say before the last of my air was squeezed out of my lungs was, "I really hope this fucking works." And with that, I took the knife that was still in my hands, and I sliced at the tentacle as hard as I could. My hope was that since the tentacle could move so fluidly, the skin would have had to be much softer and weaker, otherwise it would be stiff and not flexible. Oh, how right that theory was. I was met with a spray of hot black liquid, and the static sound morphed into the sound of nails on a chalkboard. I fell like 7 or 8 feet to the ground and landed flat on my back. That shit hurt, but adrenaline is a hell of a chemical, so I was back on my feet almost instantly. 2 things I noticed off the bat. It was holding a now unconscious Mark, and my attack hadn't quite managed to slice through the entire tentacle, but I was close. The thing seemed to be deciding on whether or not to retreat, or to try to kill me again. I took advantage of his slight hesitation, and I leapt on the now limp tentacle. I grabbed it and yanked with all the force I could muster. Now, it completely severed itself from the beast. Suddenly, all the sounds in my head stopped, and I heard Mark hit the ground off to my right. I looked up only to see the tall man's covered head aimed at its now disconnected appendage. Then at me. Then at the woods behind me. Then at me. Then at his tentacle. Something tells me that he's never been injured before. And after he finished looking at stuff, he bolted backwards just as fast as he approached us. Yeah, he sprinted off. Backwards. What's with monsters and running backwards? Seems silly to me. And dangerous. Anyways, I ended up having to carry old Mark over my shoulder back to the house, and he could stand to lose a few pounds. He woke up a few hours later and interrogated me on how I managed to scare the thing off after he passed out. Told him I just ripped off my clothes and started running at the thing until it ran off. Mark said he won't let me see the thing's file until I tell him what really happened. But I really want to sell the naked story. Maybe I'll tell him what really happened later and let y'all know what the real name of the creature is, or maybe I'll just keep trying to convince Mark that while he's a monster hunter, I'm a monster predator. That's it. I'll post again soon, and in case you were wondering, I haven't seen Skinny in a few days. Still haven't heard from the lady in the tree in a while. But life goes on, right? Be sure to check out the other parts of the series. I'll have the link below. Until next time, this is Cole, signing off. So, Mike got possessed. It's a new experience for me, honestly. Also, I think that we're going to have to deal with Skinny soon. So he destroyed a van the other day that was carrying supplies out to us, and I'll get to that later on, though. I actually learned a lot from the spirit that possessed Mark before it left. Yes, it left. I didn't have to banish it or anything. Let me just tell you this story before I end up spoiling something. The day after the tall man incident, referring to part 6 for more information on that, Mark started acting funny. But like in a good way, in my opinion. He was much less commanding and hostile, like he had no energy. This meant that he didn't want to keep checking around the property for monsters constantly, and I was able to do what I wanted again without him complaining. Once I noticed the change in his behavior, I thought of 2 reasons that could be causing Mark to act this way. 1, he was sick. 2, he was being a little scaredy prick after almost being killed by the tall man. Turns out, I was wrong on both accounts. See, after 2 days of Mark being reserved and borderline unresponsive on my couch, I knew something was up. As much as I don't want to admit it, Mark is a badass in his own right. He isn't the kind of person to crumble after a traumatic event. He's a fighter. I was aware of his unnaturally aggressive fight-over-flight response when he first encountered Skinny and almost rushed out to certain death just to show Skinny that he wasn't here to play games. And on top of that, he didn't show any real signs of sickness. He was tired and slow to respond, yeah, but he wasn't sensitive to light like a concussion. He wasn't hot or cold, no runny nose, no terrible breathing, etc. It was on the 3rd day of this strange behavior, yesterday, when I confronted him and got an answer. So, Mark, any idea why you're so tired and lazy and shit? And just as I finished asking this, Mark shot up in a sitting position on the couch and whipped his head around to face me. In a voice much higher than his regular voice, he exclaimed,
I thought you would never ask. I finally finished taking over this body a few days ago and was waiting for the right moment to reveal myself. You see, Mark is on vacation right now, and I'm taking his place.
Oh. Nice. When will he be back? His wide smile quickly found itself upside down.
You know what, Cole? This is why I really hate you. You are literally no fun whatsoever.
Well, I mean, if you aren't Mark, I don't know you, and how would you know that I'm no fun? Don't you know it's wrong to judge a book by its cover? No. The replacement Mark's voice was starting to sound irritated.
I'm a ghost, dipshit. I've been here for months trying to fuck with you. I even tried to possess you. But unfortunately for me, you are incompatible, and no matter how hard I try to get your attention or scare you, I was always met with you just brushing it off. I worked really, really hard too. Like that time I moved the TV while you were watching. Or the time I put holes in all your socks to make your big toe pop out.
Oh, well, I was finally starting to catch on to what was happening at this point. Oh, I thought the TV was just, the holy shit, you're the one who put holes in my socks? You piece of cock meat, you made me think I had sandpaper toes. He chuckled a bit.
At least that one worked. Anyway, as you probably already know, being a ghost has its limits. It's extremely difficult to have any effect on the physical world, and we can't affect living tissue in any kind of direct way whatsoever. So now that I have a vessel, I can finally kill you.
Oh, well shit, that escalated quickly. As I processed the new information I had just received, Fake Mark speaks up again.
One thing I bet you didn't know is that as a ghost, when I take over a body, I can't see all the host's memories, but the body still retains any natural reflexes and skills that the host has acquired through his or her lifetime. And this guy has some seriously badass skills.
Fake Mark then sprang to his feet and did a roundhouse kick that shattered a nearby lamp into a million pieces, then turned to my wall, punched as hard as he could. Pretty sure he expected to punch right through, but only ended up leaving some bloody knuckle prints. Yeah, that's there's a stud there, I said as Fake Mark doubled over holding his damaged hand.
I now realize that, thank you,
he wheezed out before standing back up straight again.
Even so, this guy is plenty skilled enough to end your sorry ass,
Fake Mark shouted with a wicked grin. You must have been out the first night he got here, but okay. He cocked his head a little after this comment, then quickly brushed it off and lunged at me. Now I'll try to explain what happened next as best as I can. As he rushed me, he threw a right-handed jab at my head. I countered this by hooking my arm over the inside of his shoulder with my left arm as I ducked the punch, and put my right between his legs so that I could lift him off the ground, and then did a fireman throw, which basically means that I tossed him into the air and subsequently slammed him back onto the ground by exploding back up into a standing position and releasing my hold on his legs while still keeping a strong grip on his shoulder. This made Fake Mark fly over my head and still slam into the ground at my feet. I wanted to explain how this happened so people don't just accuse me of bullshitting. And for the record, I don't think this would have worked on real Mark. I'm pretty sure that he would have seen it coming. Anyway. This should have knocked the breath out of him, so I wasn't ready when he punched the back of my knee and dead-legged me so perfectly I went straight to my ass. Middle school me would have taken notes on perfect execution of this move. Fake Mark ended up getting back up to his feet before me. Unfortunately, jumped onto me and pulled me flat on my back. Fake Mark then reeled his fist back for a final blow, and as his fist flew towards my face, I managed to move my head to the side at the last second, and his fist connected with the hardwood floor at a respectable speed. He may have been able to recover from this quickly if it hadn't been the same hand he'd already smashed into the wall a few moments before. As Fake Mark winced at the pain, I threw my leg into the air and proceeded to connect with his no-no square. It was more effective than the slam from earlier, that's for sure. I stood up slowly while Mark tried to decide if he should use his remaining good hand to grab his crotch or his shattered knuckles. Before he could decide, I grabbed his Glock that was sitting on the coffee table and took aim. It didn't take Fake Mark long to look up and realize that I now had complete control over the situation. He stood up, but he didn't make any further advances at me. He instead opted to put on a pouty face and plop down into the recliner in defeat. Then it hit me. Hey, why are you afraid of dying? This isn't even your body. You can't die again. Can you? Fake Mark snapped back into a still somewhat aggressive tone.
If this body dies while I'm in it, I get sent back. I don't think I'll be able to escape again if that happens.
Why are people always so vague when I ask any questions? Escape from where? That's an important detail. I fully expected Fake Mark to snap back again, but all he did was look at me in the eyes and mumble, "Hell." The absolute terror on his face seemed genuine. Usually I try to stay respectful and patient with someone in an emotional state like that. Unfortunately for Fake Mark, he wasn't a person, he was a ghost that was possessing my, acquaintance? And I didn't really appreciate that very much, so I continued with my questioning. How did you escape the hell for the first time? Fake Mark was surprisingly cooperative now.
I found a gateway and walked through it, ended up in this land. I think there is some sort of portal to hell around here. It seems that most ancient creatures that come through instead of regular spirits, only thing I can figure is that they were banished to hell only to be let back out into this location.
Oh. Damn, I was expecting like a badass story about a battle with the devil, not an actual plausible cause for all the crazy shit that's going on. Alright, well, you seem to know your shit. Why do I get the idea that you know more about hell and monsters than the average lost soul?
I was a preacher in life.
What? Then why were you in hell?
Because I studied the occult in my spare time and skimmed out of the donation bowl.
Oh, that makes sense. Guess God is cheeky like that. But what makes you think that all the weirdos in those woods come from a portal to hell? Fake Mark then started speaking in a more relaxed and confident manner.
Not all beasts out there come from the portal. Actually, most of them don't. Just some of the particularly nasty ones. You met one the other day. I think you called him the Tall Man. He is a recent immigrant. I think he got banished in the 70s by some monster hunting group. He was one of the more average ones, but you already know the most powerful one, don't you?
At this, Fake Mark started grinning. He was right. I knew exactly who he was talking about.
It's that Chuck Hulu guy that the Chosen worship, isn't it?
Fake Mark's grin transformed into a grimace.
Holy hell, Cole, I seriously fucking despise you. It's that thing you call Skinny. Cthulhu is a cosmic entity from another plane of existence, separated from hell. Skinny, on the other hand, is absolutely a product of hell.
Oh. So he's a demon then?
No, not a demon, but an amalgamation of at least a few other creatures that I'm pretty sure old Lucifer created himself. If I had to guess, Lucy's planning to take over the mortal plane and is throwing some creatures out here to test waters before his final assault.
Shit. Well, that isn't good. I might be on his bad side since I keep mooning Skinny. Also, did you know what Skinny is?
No, but I do know that he doesn't seem to be able to enter a home without being invited in. And when he takes the appearance of something, whether it be a sumo wrestler or a baby rabbit, he maintains the same weight and strength as his regular form.
Huh. And do you know how he stays the same weight?
Because I once saw him spying on a squirrel, only to snap the giant branch that he was perched on under his weight, then proceed to shred the trunk of the tree with his tiny squirrel claws until it fell out of frustration.
I remember that tree. I thought it had been attacked by a family of six-legged beavers. The ones that lived down by the creek, but I guess that was wrong. Alright, it's beginning to seem like Fake Mark was a serious asset when it came down to knowing about the stuff around here. Also, I'm curious about what different monsters make up Skinny. If any of you have any ideas, feel free to comment, because I'm pretty clueless as of right now. The invitation thing is from vampires though, isn't it? I don't know if that sounds too cliche to be true. Anyway, anything else you want to get off your chest, Preacher Man? Guess I hit a nerve with that question.
Fuck you. I am a woman. I am tired of you being so damn clueless.
What? I didn't know that women preachers were a thing. Again, poor choice of words, Cole.
That's it. I'm leaving.
They're practically screaming at each other at this point, which is, in hindsight, is really unnecessary. Okay, but to be fair, you don't look or sound like a girl in Mark's body, and all I ask is that you answer one more question. Fine. I had to be wondering about this since the beginning of the conversation, so I was ecstatic to get one more chance at it.
You said I was incompatible for you to possess me. Why is that?
At this, Fake Mark took on a serious expression.
It means you are either a descendant of some saint, or some godly power favors you. Or maybe. No, that couldn't be.
And with that, Fake Mark seemed to pass out. Guess it was the spirit leaving his body. Soon after, real Mark started to wake up and ask where he was. I told him that it was a long story, but he should probably get some fresh air before I told him. When he grabbed my outstretched hand so that I could help him up, I squeezed. While he yelled in pain, I calmly told him, "You owe me a new lamp." And that's all for Mark's possession. See, he actually took the news pretty well. I think he's been possessed before or something. I kept the part about me being incompatible to myself, not really sure why. It just didn't seem like something that I should share at the time. Things are heating up around here. Something big's gonna happen soon, and when the information that we got of the spirit preacher lady, it's starting to look like me and Mark can't do this on our own. I think he called in backup, but he won't actually tell me for sure. He just keeps looking out the window a lot. I'll update again soon. This is Cole. Signing off. Guys, I've got a good bit of explaining to do. I've lied to all of you on a few occasions now. I haven't lied about the creatures, ghosts, or people, though, so don't worry about that, but I have lied about how I acquired some of my possessions. As you all should know by now, I didn't purchase my .45 caliber handgun. It was gifted to me, somewhat indirectly by a good friend. What I have not explicitly stated yet was that I didn't exactly buy my house or property either. I'm sure many of you already figured that out, though. What I'm getting at is I was placed here. 3 years ago, I was approached by an organization while I was hiding out in a bar in Mexico. I have no fucking idea how they found me, because even though I had been shit-faced for about 2 solid weeks, I know for sure no one in the area spoke English, so don't think they could have ratted me out, or that I could have ratted myself out. I fucking tried to find someone, honestly. Also, the people I was hiding from are not paranormal in any way. And there's a story I'm not certain I want to share right now, but I may share later. Also, the people I'm hiding from are not paranormal in any way. That's a story I'm not certain that I want to share right now, but I may share later on. Anyway, this group approached me and made me an offer. Again, I had been shit-faced for like 2 straight weeks, so my memory is a bit spotty. From what I can remember, though, they said something about helping me escape the problems I had created with that group. Normally, I would have immediately suspected that they were the enemy in disguise, but again, drunk-ass me thought that this was the greatest fucking thing that could have ever happened. I mean, they were offering me a free place to stay, with a limited amount of monthly allowance to purchase food and whatever else I needed. I just assumed it was government funding. Then again, the government thinks I died 12-ish years ago, I think. None of that matters now, though. See, I pretty much figured out what really happened behind the scenes with some help from Mark. We've been sharing a hospital room for the last week, so we've had plenty of time to think. I'll get to how we got here soon. I think this is going to be a long post. So as much as Mark and I can figure, the organization that was offering me witness protection type services was actually a fake front that was run by the monster hunting group that Mark works for. Their goal was to find someone with above average survival skills to see how long a human could last in an area with a high concentration of fucked up things roaming around. Let me emphasize that the assholes that planned this experiment probably didn't expect me to survive my first encounter, let alone live there for 3 years. Then, when the Keelet showed up, they got giddy. According to Mark, they'd never been able to observe a dead Keelet before. Well, before the one that I killed. He sure knows how to make me feel special. And that's when Mark and his crew got sent out, and old Mark has been here with me ever since. I think that was 4-ish weeks ago. But enough about the theory shit, let me tell you about the clusterfuck that put me and Mark in the hospital. That ghost preacher bitch that possessed Mark a while back only got about half of her facts right. I found this out when Mark and I decided to go to the home base of the local cult that lives in the back of my property. They call themselves the Chosen. I don't know what they were chosen for, but I know for sure that no one in that ragtag group of dipshits shouldn't be chosen for anything but extermination. They've tried to sacrifice me 3 different times now. The last attempt, they went as far as attempting to try and burn down my house, but I caught them in the act and convinced their leader, a short Latino man named Hector, to not bother me anymore. I really didn't want anything to do with them because they're awkward. But Mark was certain that they probably had some information about why more deadly creatures seemed to be popping up at a higher rate, or maybe at least have some knowledge about Skinny. I tried to convince him that I knew more than the Chosen when it came down to Skinny, but he insisted that I was about as observant as Helen Keller, whoever the fuck that is. So there we are, standing in front of their little shanty town they call the Ponderosa. It's mostly made up of metal sheds and parts of mobile homes. Yes, parts. And people living inside with whole walls missing. Keep in mind that these people aren't poor. Almost all the members have nice cars and trucks parked outside their homes. A new Chevy Silverado, nice Ford Mustang, many others that I don't know the names of off the top of my head. I don't really understand what philosophy leads them to living happily in a shithole like this. Each their own, I guess. We found Hector pretty quickly. He was in the middle of the squalor, preaching about something or another. He noticed me and Mark almost immediately due to the fact that neither of us is wearing dark robes like the rest of the cultists. Mark was wearing black combat pants and a great long-sleeve shirt that made him look like he meant business. I, on the other hand, was wearing blue jeans and a Twizzlers t-shirt. Hector began somewhat solemnly, "I guess we have guests now," and proceeded to step down off of his upside-down 5-gallon bucket. As he approached, Mark whispered just loud enough for me to hear, "They're surrounding us." And sure enough, he was right. I look around to see not only Hector approaching us, but about 60 different cultists approaching from different directions. They were closing in, and both Mark and I prepared to draw our weapons to defend ourselves when Hector called out, "Children, calm down. Don't you see he's got a gun now? Let's please try not to get on his nerves now." I could see Mark start smirking out the corner of his eye, but I didn't have the heart to tell him that they weren't talking about him. "Look, Mr. Hector, right? We were just wondering if you had any idea about where some of the paranormal creatures in this area are coming from." The question seemed to make Hector uncomfortable. "We haven't seen anything like that around here, so..." Just then, one of the black-robed cultists came bursting through the surrounding crowd. "Grand Bishop Hector! The baby doll spider came back!" At this revelation, Hector knew that we knew that he knew what we wanted to know. All we could do was look back and forth from his distraught follower and us. He finally just decided to awkwardly smile at us. As much as Mark wanted to continue questioning, we both noticed that the cultist that came back was missing large chunks of his robe and, his flesh. While the man stood there hyperventilating in front of his leader, Mark pointed something out to me. "Cole, he's wearing a severed head," he whispered. We didn't want anyone to overhear us while all the focus was on Hector trying to console the hysterical man. I pointed to Mark's observation with, "Look, if that thing is coming, we might have to put the Skinny hunt on hold. Much as these people are a nuisance, I really don't want to see a community get slaughtered." Mark shot a confused look at me. "I agree. We aren't prepared to fight with something like that." While we were talking, I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Sonia, Hector's second in command. I hadn't seen her since the last time I was in their little neighborhood, and I hadn't really left on a good note. Now she looked deadly serious. "Cole, we have all the information you want and some that you probably don't. But before I tell you, we need your help. This thing is going to tear us to shreds, but I have a way to get rid of it. Sonia was the only member of the Chosen that struck me as a somewhat smart person. I think she was raised into the cult, and that was the reason why she hadn't left. In some twisted way, it's her only family. Before Mark could protest, I answered. We're in. So what do we... I was interrupted before I could finish my sentence by a loud screeching. The sound was beyond unnatural. I could describe it as a young woman screaming in terror, but the tone kept changing instantly, like a shitty auto-tune from hell. Mark and I looked to each other. Fuck. Fuck indeed, Mark. Fuck indeed. I looked back to ask Sonia what she planned on doing, but when I looked in her direction, she was already sprinting off. I really hoped that she was grabbing some sort of secret weapon and not just being a coward. I didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts, though.
There's the beast, cresting the hill,
Mark said as he jerked my attention back to the situation at hand. Sure enough, as I looked through the trees that led upward, I could see a mass of tan, white, and dark red charging down the hill. As it charged closer, the cultists started running around wildly, some pulling out their spears and knives, but they looked like they were trying to use chopsticks for the first time. They weren't going to be much help. I was starting to make out some details on the thing as it approached. The main defining feature of the baby doll spider was that it was in fact made out of what looked to be baby dolls. Not just dolls, though. Mannequins, cosmetic practice heads. It seemed like all the different objects were held together by some magic stickiness. I disagree with calling it a spider, too. It had 4 legs and 2 arms. It was shaped more like a centaur. Another odd detail was that each part of its body was made up of that specific body part. Where the head should be were a massive mannequin doll and other forms of heads that were just crammed together. Same rule follows for legs and arms, torso, and so on. Mark, what the hell is that thing?
I don't know. Usually if you see a doll or something moving around, that's a possession. That lady you were talking to better have a good idea.
The abomination was now closing in and had reached one of the outermost sheds that dotted the Chosen's headquarters and began tearing it to pieces.
I don't think guns are gonna work on this thing. I bet it doesn't have internal organs that bullets could damage. And I doubt that it would respond to nat rounds since it doesn't look Native American. We're gonna need to use stuff that'll break it,
Mark said as he grabbed a spear from a nearby cultist and slung it at least 40 yards to hit the thing on the torso. What the fuck? Mark can throw spears now? Even though it was a solid hit, the monster didn't reel back at all. It just looked in our direction and let out another screech before charging at us at full tilt. It was at this point that I realized that the beast was not colored red anywhere on its body. All of the deep red that I had seen was just blood that was caked onto the baby doll centaur. Oh, damn it! Doll spider does sound better. As I got closer, Mark yelled,
"Get its attention, I got an idea!"
I nodded and pulled out my .45 pistol, knowing that it wouldn't kill it, but it could at least distract it. I now realize that I'm actually starting to trust Mark with my life. Something I hadn't done in a long time. I started hitting center mass as the creature neared 10 yards from Mark. He now stopped and turned towards me. Mark took advantage of this brief pause and sprinted at the creature. I was confused by this. Until I saw the round thing in his hand, a grenade. I kept firing and Mark slid under the belly of the beast and plunged his hand in between the parts that made up the creature's torso, then continued his slide out from the other side. As he got back to his feet, he yelled, "Cover!" and dove behind a nearby Cadillac. All the creature had time to do was start looking over at Mark's direction before it was obliterated by a teeth-rattling explosion. Hundreds of body parts rained down everywhere. That may have been the most badass thing I've ever seen. It really was. It's really a good thing that Mark still carried grenades with him everywhere since the tall man incident. Cheering began erupting from all around the compound, but the celebration was short-lived. As I jogged over to check on Mark, I noticed that the body parts were still moving. Not only that, but they were all moving towards the same central point. The yells of joy started dying down as more people began to realize that the thing was just putting itself back together. And just as Mark started to grab another grenade concealed somewhere on his body, I heard a familiar voice of Sonia screaming my name. "Cole, take this! The woman that lived in the trees said that you would know what to do with it." With that, she tossed me what looked like an oversized minnow catching net. It didn't make sense. There's no way in hell that this thing would be afraid of a net. Like the pails were, even if it was bigger. All my doubts melted away when I caught the net, though. Sonia was right, I knew exactly what to do. A wave of, something came over me when my fingers made contact with the net. It was like an absolute certainty of something, but I wasn't sure of what exactly I was certain of. I looked down at the net and realized where the weights were on a normal minnow net, this one had medium-sized rocks. On these rocks were symbols or runes of some sort that I didn't recognize. They would have been hard to see on the rocks if they weren't glowing a bright blue color. Mark looked at me with a stare of confusion, then snapped back to reality and commanded, "Get your ass in gear and use that thing!" I bolted in the direction of the now half-formed doll spider, and I slung the net over the wriggling mass of body parts. Nothing happened. The body parts kept moving in place, and the net didn't seem to faze the thing. "Oh, shit," I could hear Mark say to himself from behind me. And then it hit me. It was like I remembered something that I had never learned before. Before I knew what I was doing, the word Rakulscha erupted, escaping my mouth. All at once, blue runes changed into a deep red and smoke started rising from the net. The beast managed to get one more half of a screech in before it... Well, I guess it just kind of stopped existing. While the cheering started to erupt again amongst the cultists, I immediately approached Sonia. Something she had said when she first approached me was hanging heavily on my mind. "So, do you mind explaining why you called her the lady who lived in the trees and not the lady who lives in the trees?" I said, with more force than probably was necessary. "Look, Cole, I know what you need to know. She came to me and she explained everything. Yeah, it's our fault that some of these beasts exist, but the shapeshifter needs to be dealt with now, and you're ready to take on that task. Hector doesn't even know. She was certain that you'd be able to fix this. Please, just listen." The somber tone of the young woman's voice told me that my suspicions were true. The lady in the trees hadn't been hiding, or avoiding me this whole time. And that was really hard to swallow. This was just the beginning of a path to a dark place that I hadn't visited in years. I just hope that Mark is willing to come with me. There's more to this story. This entry is getting long, so I'm going to cut it off here and post the rest of the story at a later date. Till then, this is Cole, signing off. I just found out the one person on this godforsaken plot of land that I had considered to be on my side before Mark showed up is dead. That's right, folks. The lady in the tree wasn't mad at me, she wasn't ignoring me, she had been deceased for almost a year now. She's the one who really proved to me a means of survival over the past 3 years. She gave me a gun with magic bullets. She gave me hearing in an ear that had been destroyed. She gave me antidotes, alcohol. I'm pretty sure she even did my laundry once. I also can't help but think that she had something to do with the fact that the spirit preacher couldn't possess me. The most important thing she gave me, though, was her trust. Based on the few times she had directly communicated with me through letters, she had always alluded to the fact that I was supposed to be the one to help cleanse this land of the supposed darkness. Like I was the chosen one or some shit. Whether I'm actually special or not, though, she trusted me absolutely and failed. In her mind, I was battling these monsters and scaring them away from here. I was the hero that she had been waiting on. She couldn't fight the creatures directly due to some sort of oath. In reality, all I've done for the past 3 years was dick around and get lucky. I've never gone out looking to solve the monster problems around here. Even when I set the trap for Camo, that was purely selfish in reasoning. I was just annoyed by his constant attempts at trapping me. I didn't do it for the greater good. Looking at my life, I've really never done much to serve anyone else but myself. Even stuff I did after my dad was killed. I wasn't avenging him, I was getting revenge for me. I don't know why she ever decided that I was the one that would make things right. What instincts had told her that I was the man that could finally change something? I really wish she'd never decided on me in the first place, because that fact alone is why I typed this in my hospital bed. My throat is hurting, my lip is trembling. Actually, that might be the hospital food's fault. Not really sure at this point. Enough sad monologuing, though. Time to get back to what happened. Sonia had some explaining to do, and I fully expected to get every ounce of useful information from her. First question I needed answered was, what the hell happened to the lady in the tree? Sonia, what happened to her? She looked at the ground. It was obvious that she was dreading having to explain this to me. She snuck into what was left of my shelter in the middle of the night, after Skinny attacked the Ponderosa. She told me... At this, Mark, who seemed to materialize out of nowhere, cut her off. I understand you want to get right to the part where the tree lady died. But first, there's some other questions that need answering. Why did Skinny attack in the first place? Do you know where he came from? Do you know how to stop him? I turned to argue with Mark because I was the one who wanted to get to the part where she died, but unfortunately, Mark was right. Yeah, as much as I want to hear about what became of the lady in the tree, we need to start from the beginning. Now, what was that you were saying about some of these monsters popping up that was your fault? I guess Mark hadn't heard that part of the previous conversation because now he looked at me with surprise etched into his face. Sonia was even slower to answer this time. Well, Cole, it wasn't my fault per se. You know how stubborn and persistent Hector can be. I didn't really like where this was going, but I had a pretty good idea. Yeah, I mean, he tried to kill me. What, 6 times, I think? Without thinking, Sonia replied, 9, but that's not what's important. What's important is that Hector has been trying to summon Cthulhu for years now. But in the last year, he's finally started having progress, somewhat. Mark chimed in. What exactly does this progress consist of? The young cultist paused for a moment, deep in thought. Well, that attempts at summoning rituals started working, just not as we planned. Things were coming through the portals we created, and things weren't what we meant to summon, though. So far, we've summoned a 15-foot-tall cloaked tentacle man that has been kidnapping our brothers and sisters on a regular basis, until recently the baby doll monster that you both saw, and the spirit that keeps creating minor inconveniences like broken plates and shoelaces being stolen from their respective shoes. But this last thing we summoned is by far the most vicious. It was the Shapeshifter. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So let me get this straight. You people are responsible for the tall man, the ghost preacher bitch, the baby doll abomination, and Skinny. Was there even a point where you thought, damn, these rituals aren't really helping us out very much. Maybe we should stop? Sonia shrugged as she looked at me. This is Hector we're talking about. Well, she had a point. Hector didn't know when to quit. Mark decided to pipe up again. And what finally happened to convince you that these rituals were a bad idea? When the Shapeshifter killed half of us and only stopped after saying that he was going to take a nap and come back for the rest of us later. Yeah, well, that's pretty solid reasoning, I said after considering what she said. So, was it during Skinny's nap that the lady in the tree came to talk to you? I asked. Yeah. It was a few hours after the attack. The community was absolute chaos while Hector tried to calm everyone down. I was in my shed, trying to figure out what I absolutely needed to take with me. When I fled. And that's when I hear a woman whispering, "Hey," to me. It was her. I immediately knew she wasn't one of us because, well, she doesn't wear much in the way of clothes, and we're very strict about our dress code here. What did she want? This time Sonia took a deep breath and closed her eyes before answering. She said that she had a way to save us from the Shapeshifter, but she had a message and a few things that she needed to leave with me. After telling me this, she went back outside for a moment, and when she came back, she was carrying 3 large nets. She explained that the nets were for the man who lived up on the hill, you, and that I was to give them to you as soon as possible. She also said that she thought of a way to keep the Shapeshifter from attacking anyone again until you had a chance to deal with him. The revelation puzzled me. I knew for a fact that the lady in the tree couldn't directly attack or harm any creature as part of an oath. Mark stayed silent, deep in thought. I, on the other hand, kept on pressing Sonia for answers. So why the fuck didn't you tell me any of this sooner? This information would have been I don't know, like a year ago? Sonia flinched as I finished my sentence. Honestly, Cole, I was just scared that if you saw me, you'd want to kick the shit out of me. I guess I couldn't blame her for that one. I did kick the shit out of Hector, right in front of her a couple years ago. Okay. Did she tell you how she planned on doing this? She never got the chance. Before she could explain any further, we heard screaming along with the sound of ripping metal outside. We rushed out to see a 9-foot-tall Ronald McDonald ripping someone in half while laughing like a madman. The Native American woman looked at me one last time and said, "Make sure to tell Cole that he alone can send these beasts back using those nets. He may not know it yet, He will know what to do when the time comes. The elder spirits will guide and protect him. With that, the Indian woman took off towards the shapeshifter, which was now a giant werewolf. As she got closer, she started screaming some words I didn't understand. She also started glowing blue, which was odd. She finally got to the shapeshifter. Just call him Skinny, it's catchier. Sonia seemed kind of annoyed that I interrupted her, but she continued all the same. She got Skinny's attention when she stopped 5 feet in front of him. She was lit up like a blue glow stick at that point. She had stopped chanting at this point and was just standing in front of Skinny, trying to catch her breath when Skinny said, "Well, aren't you different? I've never killed a glowing one before," and proceeded to casually swipe at her with a clawed hand. The Indian woman didn't even flinch. When the first claw made contact with her, there was a deafening boom, accompanied by an explosion of what looked to be a red mist.
"Well, Skinny can vaporize people?"
I blurted out, now a little more wary of my plans to attack the entity. Sonia was quick to set me straight, though. No, she did something to herself with those incantations. Before that point, all Skinny had done was shred people into smaller portions of people. Mark muttered in response. Probably some curse that she set on herself as a trap so Skinny attacking her would trigger it. To bypass her rule of not being able to cause direct harm to any other creature, since in a way, Skinny cursed himself by attacking her of his own will. Did anything change about Skinny's behavior after Lady in the Trees? Mark slid his thumb across his throat in a slicing motion as he finished. He glanced over at me with what looked like pity in his eyes. What's your name? His look of pity quickly turned to a look of annoyance. Mark, the expert said with a growl. Yeah, Mark. His behavior did change. See, after the Indian woman disappeared, it only took a few seconds for Skinny to regain his composure. He almost immediately started laughing, then said, "What the hell was that? A suicide bomber attempt? Pathetic." However, as he lunged to grab yet another person, one of my sisters, he fell to the ground in writhing agony. He got up and tried again and again, but each time he attempted to attack someone, he was met with paralyzing pain. So the curse makes it so that Skinny can't hurt anyone, I said, apprehensively. Because 6 months ago, Skinny smacked the dog shit out of me and I almost died. Not quite. See, the curse has one catch. We found that out when Martin, Cthulhu bless his soul, tried to take advantage of his inability to attack and launched an assault of his own. But when the baseball bat made contact with the creature, he was immediately struck down by a clawed hand. He slapped the palm against my forehead. That makes sense. So he can only attack you if you attack first. That's why he tried to get us pissed at him. He made it seem like he was trying to lure us outside to disguise the fact that he was actually luring us into attacking him. Both Sonia and Mark looked at me, somewhat startled for a moment, before Mark spoke up. Cole, pardon me, but I'm honestly only used to you saying stupid shit. But I think you're actually right this time. I started to argue, but I quickly realized he was right. Yeah, fuck you, Mark. So do I kill or banish Skinny by tossing one of those nets on him and yelling whatever magic word comes into my head? Wait, how the actual fuck do I know what magic word to use? Sonia answered my question with, yeah, I don't really understand that either. But let's just roll with it. Just then I heard Mark say, "What the fuck?" behind me. This was odd since Mark had been standing in front of me for a few minutes now. I turned around and sure enough, there was a second Mark behind me. This meant that either Skinny just walked up pretending to be Mark, or even worse, he had been talking to us the whole time and now knew everything that we knew. Sonia and I both backed away from the Marks as they stared at each other in confusion, and then back at me. The Mark on the left yelled, "Throw the net on it now, and now's your chance to end him." The other fired back, "No, he's trying to trick you. Throw it on him, fast." After a moment of thought, I said, "Okay, so I think I have a way to figure this out. Whichever one of you is the real Mark just has to punch the other Mark to prove that you can attack first." Both Marks shouted, "But then he'll kill me!" This Sonia whispered in my ear, "Damn, he's good." But I had already knew what my next move was. "Sonia, give me one of those nets." As she handed me one of the nets that was laying on the ground next to her, I started walking towards the Marks until I was right in front of them. A wicked grin spread across my face as I said, "All right. Here's a question only the real Mark would know the answer to. How did I get the tall man to run away?" The Mark on the left quickly responded, "You cut off a tentacle. Couldn't Skinny have seen that?" I now looked to the Mark on the right to see how he planned to respond to the situation. All he did was squint his eyes and sigh. Then, in a defeated tone, he said,
"You took off your clothes and you ran at him naked until he fled."
Satisfied by his answer, I slung the net over the top of the leftmost Mark's head and yelled out the new magic word, Eklahacha. Not really sure why the magic words that came out of my mouth were different from the ones that came out when I got rid of the baby doll monster, but like Sonya said, I guess we could just roll with it. As the runes that were carved into the rock that outlined the net started to glow red, and Skinny was swallowed up by smoke, I heard him utter,
"No fucking way,"
in a deep voice. Then, as the smoke that swallowed him was blown away by a breeze, he was gone. Pretty anticlimactic, right? I was honestly kind of hoping for some badass battle where we fought to the death and got to stab him with a magic wooden spear that was like a final gift from the lady in the tree or something while saying something cool. But in the end, Skinny was defeated by an immature inside joke. That's it. I mean, yeah, the tall man's still out there somewhere. Skinny's done, and the lady in the tree got her wish. That's really all I could hope to accomplish. Mark was pretty pissed off at me for putting him, on the line and risking sending him to another dimension on the basis of him remembering an inside joke. In response to his anger, I just told him that I had faith. And in the end, that's all that mattered. All he said in return was, "Fuck you, I need a beer." I didn't tell him how I had really figured out who was the real one when they both said, "But then he'll kill me," in unison. See, the new Mark that had just walked up shouldn't have known the real rules of the curse, since he hadn't been there to hear about them. All I can figure is that Skinny had probably been listening in, disguised as a cultist, and decided to end the conversation and stop us before we came up with a plan to kill him. I really just wanted Mark to believe that I was dumb enough to put his life on the line for something that Skinny could have easily heard. It had been eavesdropping by at the right time. That serves him right for basically calling me a dumbass earlier. After Skinny was dealt with, Mark and I shared an uncomfortable couple of goodbyes with the cultists, most of whom hadn't even noticed what had happened, including Hector, much less appreciated the fact that we just got rid of the single most vile creature that had ever inhabited this land, but I was okay with it. The fact the lady in the tree's killer was gone for good was enough for me. And some of you are probably asking, wait, if that's all that happened, then why were they both in the hospital? Well, that actually happened when the headquarters of the monster hunting organization that Mark works for summoned both of us to be interrogated after the events that led to the destruction of Skinny, who they knew to be an extremely high-level threat. After all the paperwork and questioning was over with, Mark offered to take me out for a drink. I accepted. Long story short, don't drink and drive, kids. They even took up our electronics for the first week we were here, claimed that it was so they could scan them, but I knew it was just punishment for damaging a company armored SUV. Anyway, that's pretty much it for now. I'll try to keep posting, but now that Skinny's gone, the land seems a lot more relaxed. I hope you all enjoyed the tale of how I finally killed Skinny. And this is Cole, signing off. Hey there, kids, and happy October. It's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I just wanted to tell you a couple things that are happening this October that haven't ever happened before. First off, if you take a look at the channel, you'll notice that I'm currently live. Sonya was even slower to answer this time. Well,
Out of the donation bowl.
Oh, that makes Sonia was even slower to answer this time. Well,
Out of the donation bowl.
Oh, that makes Sonia. It's a long story, but one you've never heard before. This story is about a place that dwells on the mountain, a place where bad things happen. And you may think you know about the bad things. You may decide you have it all figured out, but you don't. Because the truth is worse than monsters or men. At first, I was upset when they told me we were moving to some little town out in the Ozarks. I remember staring at my dinner plate while I listened to my sister throw a temper tantrum unbefitting of a 14-year-old honor student. She cried, she pleaded, and then she cursed at my parents. She threw a bowl at my dad and told him it was all his fault. Mom told Whitney to calm down. But she stormed off, slamming every door in the house on the way to her room. I secretly blamed my dad as well. I heard the whispers too. My dad had done something wrong, something bad, and the sheriff's department had reassigned him to some little out-of-the-way county to save face. My parents didn't want me to know that, but I did. I was 9, so it didn't take me too long to warm up to the idea of a change. It was like an adventure. New house, new school, new friends. Whitney, of course, felt the opposite. Moving to a new school at her age is hard. Moving away from her new boyfriend, however, was even harder. While the rest of us packed up our things and said our goodbyes, Whitney sulked and cried and threatened to run away from home. But a month later, when we pulled up to our new house in Drisking, Missouri, she was sitting right next to me, texting viciously on her phone. Thankfully, we moved over the summer, and I had months of free time to explore the town. When Dad started his new job at the sheriff's office, Mom drove us around the city, commenting on this and that. The city was much, much smaller than St. Louis, but also a lot nicer. There was no bad areas, and the entire town looked like something that you'd see on a postcard. Drisking was built in a mountain valley, surrounded by healthy forest land, with walking trails and crystal clear lakes. I was 9. It was summer, and this was in heaven. We'd only been living in Drisking a week or so when our new next-door neighbor came to introduce themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Landy, and their 10-year-old son Kyle. While our parents talked and drank mimosas, I watched the Landys' lanky, red-headed son hang out in the doorway, shyly eyeing the PS2 in the living room. Do you play? I asked. He shrugged. Not really. Do you wanna? I just got Tekken 4. Kyle glanced at his mom, who had just been handed her third mimosa. Yeah, sure. And that afternoon, with the ease and simplicity of our age, Kyle and I became best friends. We spent that cool summer morning outside exploring the Ozarks and the hot afternoons in my living room playing the PS2. He introduced me to the only other kid in the neighborhood our age, a skinny, quiet girl named Kimber DeStaro. She was shy, but friendly, and always up for anything. Kimber kept up with us so well that she quickly became the third wheel to our tricycle. With my dad at work all the time, my mom consumed with her new friendships, and my sister locked in her room all day, the summer was ours to take, and take it we did. Kyle and Kimber showed me where all the best hiking trails were, which lakes were the best, and most accessible by bike, and where the best stores were in town. By the time the first day of school rolled around in September, I knew I was home. On the last Saturday before school started, Kyle and Kimber told me that they were going to take me somewhere special, somewhere we hadn't been yet. The Triple Tree. What's the Triple Tree? I asked. It's totally awesome. Totally huge treehouse out in the woods, Kyle said excitedly. Pfft. Whatever, Kyle. Come on, you guys. If there's a friggin' treehouse, you would have showed it to me already. Duh, we wouldn't have. Kyle shook his head. There's a ceremony for first-timers and everything. Kimber nodded eagerly in agreement. Her dark orange curls bounced off of her tiny shoulders. Yep, it's true, Sam. If you enter the treehouse without the proper ceremony, you'll disappear and then you'll die. My face fell. Now I knew they were making fun of me. That's a lie. You guys are lying to me.
No, we're not, Kimber insisted. Yeah, we'll show you. We just have to get a knife for the ceremony and we'll go. What? Why do you need a knife? Is it a blood ceremony? I whispered. No way, Kimber promised. You just gotta say some words and carve your name into the triple tree. Yup, it takes like 1 minute, Kyle agreed. And it's a really cool treehouse? I asked. Oh yeah, Kyle promised. Okay, I guess I'll do it then. Kyle insisted on using the same knife he used during his own ceremony, but we paid a price to get it. Mrs. Landy just happened to be home with her youngest son, Parker, and despite Kyle's many objections, his mother insisted that he take his 6-year-old brother with him. Mom, we're going to the treehouse. It's only for older kids. Parker can't go. I don't care if you're going to see an Exorcist movie marathon. You're taking your brother with you. I need a break, Kyle. Can't you understand that? And I'm sure your friends won't mind. She flashed Kimber and me a challenging look. Right? No, not at all, Kimber said, and I nodded in agreement. Kyle made a loud, dramatic sigh and called his brother. Parker, put on your shoes. We're leaving now. I met the youngest Landy several times before and found that he was unlike his older brother in looks and in disposition. Where Kyle was a wild, excitable fireball with hair to match, I found Parker to be an anxious, fidgety boy with small eyes and dark brown hair. We got on our bikes and made our way to a lesser-known hiking trail a few miles away. I had asked before where the trail led when we'd ridden across it several weeks before, and Kyle had given me the underwhelming answer of nowhere interesting. We pulled up to the trailhead and leaned our bikes against the wooden signpost which read, West Rim Prescott Ore Trail. Why are so many trails around here named Prescott? I asked. Is this Prescott Mountain or something? Kimber laughed. No, dummy, it's because of the Prescotts. You know, the family that lives in the mansion up on Fairmont? Mr. Prescott and his son Jimmy, who own like half the businesses in town? More than half, Kyle agreed. Which ones? Does he own the GameStop? Ceremony. I didn't say I wanted to go. I said I had to go, Kimber said. It's only 2 o'clock and it's Sunday. I know, but my parents have been fighting a lot lately. And I struggled to stay calm and breathe as I dragged him out of the building. Cleary and Prescott watched me, taking drags off their cigarettes and saying nothing.
Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, or a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town. There's always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who still proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and spiders, and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by those stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of these claims, simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with the changing times. And the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for the most terrifying stories, and whatever area of the country I was living in at the time, made up and I spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, or my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. I just took guts in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I always told them the same way. And surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. And I like to think that I have had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northeastern states. I moved around a lot, There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the hills to school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice, or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood was what led me to my current predicament, which I will recount in full for the internet to take from it what they will. I've laid this little introduction out as a sort of disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I've been like the boy who cried wolf for years. But I ask you, with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have, that this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it's probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. See, neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, I was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I'd ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular was slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social studies teachers back in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no end for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like one of us. He made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore even a little bit. That was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. But my memory of Mr. Mays mostly stems from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays was the kind of teacher that would do those typical decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns, black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the mind of the egotistical high school students. However, on the 31st of Halloween, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. So we walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting in a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk. He just watched the students come into the class, take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood, and he took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said, in this monotonous voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in this quiet cheer, and Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays had told the class that day, and the way in which he told the story that rendered the horror junkies speechless and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask about the paper was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it. a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. See, the specifics slip my mind now, and they aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after they had graduated college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from New Jersey, down the coast of Florida, New Orleans, California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, and then back home to New York. Now, this concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Now, being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go. And eventually, they found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were in either Nebraska or Kansas, and they decided to pool their extra cash and stay in a hotel for the night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of, when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. They wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured that it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in, feed them without a moment of hesitation. So the group set out with an hour of sunlight and seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas, or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that can guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to go up a couple miles to the corn and take a right down on a dirt road, one to the other corn, and there should be some wheat on your right, so as is most cases in scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves in a wooded road Mr. Mays' friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. And Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanation of the trees that almost tried to grab the car and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked in at least most of the class. Everyone was terrified, so the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights on. It seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guy's grandpa lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled his hopes. They pulled up the car near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be the kind of place where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured that they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime. They couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced he'd seen someone as they pulled up. So they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Or why else would they have this huge place lit up like this? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant, empty hall. So the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo, and as they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. Now, at this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary, foreign place. He said that approaching the door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave the class early. Though several students quickly gathered their things and walked out the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to go smoke behind the school before the next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. And like I said, I am a sucker for this kind of stuff. And Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by a single bulb spaced sporadically along the ceiling for a long hallway. No one ever spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting similar to the roofing on farms. The hallway itself was crooked. The ceilings constantly lowered and rose like a tunnel that had been hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys had almost crouched in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you're that focused on something, or if you're that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest that they had driven through when they found the door. He couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it had belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belonged to the entrance to a nice house, not one that was sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friends walked towards the door, moving carefully because the flashlights and the bulbs, increasingly uncertain about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and he attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. Mays' friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times. Quietly uttered, "Anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to his friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head onto his shoulders and immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead in this attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. He was confused about this, and he was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something about the lines of the lights, and they had to go. When Mr. Mays took notice, "You know when you turn off a light," he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black except the light of the bulb dying, cooling down. It was like that. There was so many of them. These 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying. But that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them. And though it was weak, it lit the room just enough to see the 10 people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. Mays' friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Now let me interrupt this at this point to say that Mr. Mays was a generally playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. You know, basically he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." And that's a ridiculous statement, but it gets to the point across. You know, he was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been like a campfire story. Yeah, the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, were noticeable. Yeah, at this point in his tale, I could recall the change completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, it was really a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children. At least 20 of them in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them. They didn't appear to have seen a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring. Most of them visible from the faint light reflecting off their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. It spurred the group to life, and just as the children began to step forward, his friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him up out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against it, ended up finding a handle. Then he pulled hard. Never losing his vision on the children, he bolted for the door right as he noticed what he had grabbed onto, a shower head protruding from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There was now children stammering towards him as he animal cried in the distance, and his friends were seriously injured. He left the room, and he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single dim light bulb. "This is why I call them the showers," Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. I slammed the door right behind me, he said, and I ran through the hallway faster than I could have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car. We drove out of there like a bat out of hell, and a couple of students snickered at the use of the word hell. So when you're trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you're headed, and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many houses here, but you're all smart kids. Except Jerry. The class laughed, and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on, reminding them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the story that they had just heard. I bet it's some kind of crazy Nazi hideout, said one girl. I think it's all ghost babies that were killed by a dog, said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told the story and the detail that he included in it, it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple days later, staying after class and asking him about how it really ended and what happened to his friends, he laughed, said that his friend was fine, that it was, honestly, he whispered this part probably due to some of the drugs that they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, don't tell anybody about the drugs bit, kid. And I smiled and I left. I lived in that town for another couple of months, and then we rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Twisted the story around and told it around the campfire as I got older, and it was always a hit. But I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reason associated with the story. College was fun. I continued being the same ham that I'd always been. It wasn't until sometime around junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arms at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table, and that I'd join them in a second. Then I walked over to a man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said. And the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath. His cheeks were flushed, and the look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets into the wind. I had no idea who I was. "Hey, Mr. Mays, it's me, Jack. I was a student of yours a couple semesters, about 6 or so years ago." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, he smiled, he said, "How have you been, Jack?" We talked probably a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I'd been doing for the last several years. He told me, and apparently he was still teaching at the same school, doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked him if everything was alright. He said they were as good as they were ever gonna be, and as good as they were ever been. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I'd been in the student-teacher relationship, and now I was a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left. I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce, his kids, things that I never would have cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just some idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey, signaled for another, and then he turned to me and he got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year." His words were slurred and my hearing was messed up, but we both were sufficiently blitzed at this point. That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people it, to come up with a way to get to grips with it or some shit. He took a big swig from his drink. "It's your therapist," he said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and he looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but I smiled nonetheless. Things had gotten very strange. "But I mean, you said that you were on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right?" He got almost cartoonish with sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. "Tim, fucking, he didn't make it, Jack," he laughed. His laugh turned suddenly to tears. "Fucking took him, he did. I don't even know. Cops told us that we were just drunk. That he wandered off, got taken by wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack." I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friends disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they'd found his body, though. Then we could have shown them, he sighed. "It's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place." He carried on for a few minutes with his friend, the fun that they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. "Oh, sweetheart," he spoke into the phone. I'll be out in a few seconds. Gag. Love you, baby. The person on the other end of the phone hung up, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You got a good head on your shoulders. Make sure you use it. I began to walk out of the bar, and Mr. Mays! I yelled after him. Yeah, Jack. He didn't back towards me. Where'd you say all that showers business took place? Where? Hell, didn't I mention it? It's somewhere outside of Broken Bow, Nebraska. It's fucking hell on earth, if you ask me. Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would ever see him. I'd never been able to tell him the impact that he had on my life. Or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation. Almost mimicking the one that he and his friends had made. He'd never know that the things he saw at that place were real. You know why? I mean, he died. About a month later, his liver failed on him. It's all right, though. Because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him. And that's all I can ask for from a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. It's where my story turns. The following is a story of how I came to find the showers. And why I'll never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska ever again. I'll finish the story when I'm sober. In memory It's clear enough. I'm awake now. Semi-sober and ready to finish this up for you guys. The internet and whoever else cares, I guess. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly... wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate job after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with a college buddy, Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived in Littleton, Colorado when I was younger and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Now, sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that, but we had just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early, and they were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they had headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key and ultimately very inconsequential to the story. However, the important thing about it was that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't very much of a ham, as I was in my younger years, but with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple of the stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. Mays' story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I had spiced it up a little bit, but out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed my stories, for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite amongst the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin about maybe 5 in the morning, and he asked me about the story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays and the class and my love for everything horror-related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find the place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at that point, but a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Mays. The guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. We left Colorado and we made a long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or hell on earth, as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town, we hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day. I remember that Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye-rolling when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an elderly woman who worked at this gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful, generally interested in what anybody had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes. At which point we brought up a hunt for this place known as The Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells, which made sense seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it the name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details, ones I remembered from the story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very, very terse and deliberate with her words from that point on. People don't deal with anything related to that sort of business around here anymore, she told us. That was all a long time ago. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom, wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. Now, we were driving back to the hotel before Steve said anything. I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or anything like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it, he said. I mean, eventually, you just get tired of people asking about it, and so you just try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you? I agreed with Steve, and I kept driving. The whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. This was some sort of well-known legend in the area. Why didn't no one else in the town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us were scared of finding the showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectation, and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to find the showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar, we spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off the main road for as much of the day as we could. I knew that was no way that this place was going to be off the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. Mays' story, so we went looking for those. This is a fairly futile effort. See, most of Nebraska is just dirt roads. It was 7 a.m. when we came upon a small but thick forest. I use this term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of its insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of those random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. It wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point. So we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, I'm like, a dirt path in Nebraska would be no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless. When the sun finished setting, it was pretty dark in this place during the day. When the night came, that was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it. So we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look as if the tree's branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he made up that part about the animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature in the woods that we saw was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. It didn't have any obvious signs of death. It just looked like it simply laid down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several smaller clusters of branches out of the way before... But right in front of our exit was a giant, dead monster of a tree. There's no way that we're moving this one. So we got out, turned on the bright headlights in hopes of maybe illuminating the area in front of us. Now there was this feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what laid 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights of the car and a little bit of light from the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns that I had seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but this was definitely the closest that we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all the growth seemed to stop. Now, I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So you're just gonna run off to the place in the dark?" he laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight with my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit, but there was no way I was doing this by myself. Steve came up behind me and set his flashlight on the ground. He grabbed the door and said, 1, 2, 3! We pulled at the door with all we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back onto its track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud echoing thud when it completely opened. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There weren't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow up here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believed Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. So disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of darkness. As I was running over the details of the stories in my mind, something stuck with me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. Mays' story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because at the very least it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was ever a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere, but despite my hopes, there was nothing. There was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side. Brush, dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. "Even if I could just find a shower head or a pipe," he said, "then we'd know that it was true. Just keep looking with me." I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yeah, and it's out of place, oddly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit before I called him over. "This was probably as close as we're going to get, man," I said, "but this isn't it. Remember the silo?" His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted on his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. "This was pretty cool, though. I mean, you'd still tell people we found it." I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. "Yeah, man, I guess we could. It's definitely creepy, though. We should get some pictures as proof, you know?" I agreed with him. "I'm gonna grab the camera real quick," he said as he bolted out the entrance of the building. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet. When I was alone in there, I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the brush into the car, but once he was far enough away, eventually, everything was quiet. I remember not even hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scraping against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stomped one more time, realizing the floor that I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked through the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps, and as far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat atop, so I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back to the brush, and I shouted, "Steve, come over here! It's a hole." As I was trying to say the word hollow, I hopped a bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he'd be able to hear it upon entering the door, and the second that my feet made contact with the floor, it gave way beneath me. The memory of the fall is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen into a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I awoke, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I thought about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack. How do you know? Wow, you do know how to fuck up. My self-depreciation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. Jesus, Jack. Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up. Please wake up, he screamed. I managed to lift my head off the ground just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee, oh God, it was so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight and sat up and reassured Steve, I'm okay. It just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard. Thank fuck, man, I thought you were dead. Imagine that though, dying in fucking Nebraska. That'd be awful. His words made me laugh a little, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy. I guess a rope? Steve? What? I asked quietly. Should I get a rope to get you out of here, or do you see a ladder? I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There's no way that I was climbing out of here. Yeah, get a rope, I told him. It's buried under all of our stuff, I think. It might be in the red climbing bag, but I'm not sure. Steve nodded, telling me to hang on there and that he'd be back in a little bit. Then he ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded, I was unable to hear the buzzing that occurs in total silence intertwined with a pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer. So I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice, even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. A moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant when I heard what I could only identify as breathing. Breathing somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that if it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments until my mind decided to rapidly replay Mr. Maze's story. When I had first heard it in the classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in this dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left. The direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall. It was too far away, but I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick. I can't be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without me noticing, but I thought that I heard scraping sounds, not 10 feet from me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you're walking across a dirt-covered floor. And before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spider web in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something was next to me, and it was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will still make sounds up to fill the gap, to make you think that you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure of what it was. But I heard the accompanying sound of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action was, at this point, it was to turn off the flashlight, assuming that if it couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me. Whatever they might be. I turned off my flashlight, and I was left in complete total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded and cooled as I put it in my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my foot. I found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on the injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but I heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for that rope. There had to be a ladder. There had to be a ladder or something somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it and the weight off of my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be maybe 10 feet, and my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have been amplifying the pain because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but I couldn't find one. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand. I braced against the wall with the other, turned it on, and pointed it into the darkness where I was just lying. And there the floor was wet. The dirt had mottled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard the drip noise again. I saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew even then exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe. A pipe that protruded at least a foot out of the cement wall. The metal was rusted, cracked. Little bits of liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head, aimed down towards the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? I think mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. I got it all over my shoe, but that wasn't the least bit important at the time. I ignored the pain in my knee and I shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I couldn't be sure if it was just the sound of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Even now, then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour some more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remember immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and I put it over my nose. I tucked onward. It didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell onto some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins, the pain still managing to break through. My flashlight still in my hand. I aimed it and I examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though. It looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, doorknob, a knocker, and it looked like a snarling demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off, falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. And I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and ceiling were lined with metal, kind you see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that, possibly cutting myself on the metal or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in, so I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to the hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This again, in hindsight, I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself there was nothing behind me. But I swore I heard feet scraping only inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me, and even now I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might be the light from the car's headlights because besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door. I threw my shoulder into it. It budged, but it didn't open. I began to scream, my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here. I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard noise that was without question something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged along the floor. It would move, pause for a second, move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up. I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly, trying to steady my hand enough to focus on the flashlight in the tunnel. What I saw, I still cannot rationalize. I know what I saw. I can't convince myself it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself it was just a hallucination. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark, brown, and occasionally splashes of deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, bright, reflecting the light of the flashlight in between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy and the girl, or I'm not even entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. He wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. The eye that was only visible because it reflected my flashlight. But even in that glint, I could feel anger, deep hatred, something like it. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right words to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm, whether it was a hallucination or not. The thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Jack," whispered the voice. It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I'm sure it sounded just like a garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything that I had, and finally, breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. "What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I remember hearing a reply along the lines of, "Just look at it. Tell me what you see." And my own screams of frustration drowned that out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me calmly, "Rest for a second, I'll get it." The statement took me a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. "Steve, just do it, please, please, just open it, please," I whimpered. "Just get me out of here." My voice was beginning to get louder. "Steve, goddammit, open the fucking wooden door!" I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing. Nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face, a smile glint out of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut. I screamed with every ounce of energy I had, "Open the fucking door!" The door behind me gave way, and I fell onto the dirt, taking in a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. And once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes, and I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knees were at the very least dislocated, but despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, I buried my head in my hands, and I said, "Steve, why didn't you just fucking open the door?" I waited for a response, but none came. "Steve, seriously," it began. "I was fucking clawing, I was screaming for my life," I said. I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out at me at this point because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry. "Steve, this isn't the fucking time! Come out of the fucking bushes!" I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from in front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point, because when I stood up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet, began to walk me to the car, and as we walked, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside of the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks that I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked me about it. We didn't bother to stay in contact much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways. We just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and we went our separate ways. I've never been able to fully understand what happened that night. So many things I can explain away as being hallucinations. There's still so many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there. They were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door was locked. It was locked. And then suddenly it wasn't. I'm still skeptical as I've ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or social retard because of it. I drink a lot, but I'm still functional. I'll never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it. Really, there's no typical ending of my story. I was changed by my experience, yeah, but there was no way to change anything about it or to fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that it wasn't just me seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was no way to find any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of the whole story. I want people to know firsthand what this place is like. Maybe it's a drunk's rationale, or the kid inside me wanting to spread these kinds of stories again. I don't know. I don't care, but it's out there now. For people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, it's out of my head. It's getting late. I'm getting another drink. Cheers. My name is Jack. and some of you may have read or heard a story about me, by me, a few years back. I'm writing this from the same shitty laptop that I used to drunkenly post the showers on Reddit a little over 5 years ago. It spent the better part of 2 years at the bottom of a box in my bedroom closet. I haven't had much use for it recently, and honestly, it isn't in the best of shape. The damn thing takes about 20 minutes to start up properly and dies the instant it's unplugged from its charger. Some of the keys are missing, some of them stick. I spent a good amount of time clumsily cleaning sugary soft drinks cut with whiskey out of every nook and cranny, but a thing can only take so much abuse before it just goes. Night, I got lucky. She managed to boot just for me. I think she has one more decent story left in her. For better or for worse. I don't really remember writing or posting either part of the showers. I do, however, remember feeling simultaneously listless and restless around that time period. I was tremendously unproductive, not working in my chosen field, and I had too much free time to spend thinking about those facts. I had told the story to some friends at the bar one night and shaken some memories loose, which led to that post. So I woke up one evening and hopped on my laptop to find that the story thread was left open. I had typed it directly into the submission box, not leaving myself anything to edit. I just forced it out of me over a couple of long, drunken nights and threw it up on the internet for everyone to see. I tried to read it, but even outside of the memories that I would have rather avoided, each spelling and grammatical error made me want to shoot whiskey or chug bleach. I went with the former, and as far as I could remember, never made it through the whole story as it was written. It seems pointless to go back and read it even now. I've lived through this all enough times in my head. I don't need to do it to myself. I did read the comments, though. I may have hated myself, but seeing a bit of interest in my work gave my ego a boost, if only for a moment. I went back every now and then to check on them, but for the most part, I was forced to continue with my stagnant life while the story spread quietly around the web. I worked as a bartender. At the time, I split my free hours between sleeping and drinking. These occasionally overlapped or synced up with work. It was a vicious little loop that I had carved for myself. I wasn't a writer, like I had hoped to be at that point in my life, so getting to play the part on the internet for a few minutes, even now, every now and then, helped to break up the monotony of reality. Over the course of the next several months, I received several emails and friend requests from other old classmates or strangers who had taken an interest in my story. My former classmates' messages generally consisted of their memories of Mr. Mays and his story, asking nothing in return. I had guessed that most of them were either married or lost and needed a dose of nostalgia as a pick-me-up. Who could blame them? Though some of them actually wanted to meet up and grab drinks and really get into the past. I lived half a continent away from the town where I had attended Mr. Mays' class at this point, but that didn't stop me from making empty offers of company to several different people, if our paths ever were to actually cross. Now, I did wind up grabbing a beer with one guy who was just passing through on a summer night in Denver, but it wasn't what I was expecting. I'm 99% sure that he had never met Mr. Mays or myself. He dodged specifics when I asked him questions and repeated a lot of my statements back to me in agreement. I remember him nodding his head a lot and saying, "Yeah, that's right," over and over again. He was picking up the tab, so I didn't notice a lot of this until the next afternoon. That was also the last time I met up with anyone from the internet. I also got a surprising number of requests for the specific coordinates of the showers, from a wide variety of personalities. There were people offering money, transport, even what was essentially militia support if I would take them there, like it was some sort of guided tour. I turned them down, but would be lying if I didn't consider accepting some cash in exchange for the coordinates of a random barn that I could pull up on Google Maps. I didn't, though. As foreign and as surreal as the whole thing was, I did take pretty immediate notice of the power it gave me over people. It felt like I was back around a campfire with a group of friends hanging out and them listening to my every word with a much larger audience. It all started innocently enough. I'd be out with a friend looking for some decent conversation or a better lay, and my friend would bring up the showers and ask me to tell the story, and I would fight him on it for a bit before caving, ordering another round, launching into some variation of the bit. It did work like a charm. It seemed like every time I went out, I ended up with a new friend or a new notch on my belt. I hardly had to try. I was just drunkenly wandering down memory lane, and after a while, I had narrowed my sights, only bringing out the story for certain people for very specific ends. I used it to get laid. It's as simple as that. I would talk to a girl for a little while, get to know her just enough, take a guess at some of her fears, and work them into the climax of the story. I faced down ghosts, encountered demons, even had spiders rain down on me from the shower heads, but I made it out intact every time. If ever so slightly worse for wear. I was just damaged enough from the experience that a pretty girl might feel some sympathy for me, which I would thank her for while reaching out for her hand or maybe grabbing her leg. All roads lead to the same place. Hers. I would stumble back into my barren apartment every afternoon, throw on some different clothes, head back out to the bar. Whether it was for work or play didn't really matter. Like I said, all roads, right? I don't know how long I spent in this piece of shit phase, but I do know that Karen broke me out of it. Initially, she was just the next in a long line of women that I had yet to woo. We met at a bar, where I told her a story which led her to my place, but instead of her passing out after sex, we stayed up and we talked. It didn't feel like needless bullshit either. I felt like she understood me. And I her. In reality, I think we both just liked getting really messed up and swapping stories about our shitty childhoods and mental ailments with someone else so that we wouldn't have to make excuses for being alone. We actually did have the mental stuff in common, though. 2 different kinds of bipolar disorder. We thought that in some strange way it meant that we were perfect for each other. I don't need to be told how stupid that sounds. Karen also had a degree in political science from Rutgers, a wicked right hook, and one of the most persuasive and charismatic personalities that I have ever encountered. I worry that sort of thing isn't going to come across here because of what this is all ultimately leading to. I just don't want to do her a disservice. We didn't end up together for a year and a half because we were awful for each other. At that point in my life, I was both lost and an asshole, and I had turned her into a concept or an archetype in my head. She was the Nancy to my Sid, the Bonnie to my Clyde, and we were probably headed down the same path as both couples. I guess looking back, I had fit her into that awful, manic, pixie dream girl trope in my head. I was a lost guy looking for a girl with hair the color of a mood ring to solve the complex problems that was me. And any given day, she was the love of my life and my partner in crime. And the next day, she was my antagonist, an obstacle to overcome. It was all part of this story that I had seen play out in the movies and books so many times before, but in the end, it was me trying to fit a square peg in a non-existent hole. She made me feel good about myself, though, and I'm pretty sure I loved her. It's just that I was simultaneously loving and using her without realizing it. This wasn't to say that she didn't get use out of me. She started coming over to my place after we had spent a couple of nights together, and she never really left. Items of her clothing and her toiletries started showing up around the apartment, and I just kind of went with it. There was one night where I brought up how we had never actually talked about living together before it had already happened, and that night somehow ended with both of us blacking out in tears. But by the time happy hour rolled around the next evening, we were as good as new. It wasn't an issue at the time. We just sort of fell in together. Though I know this probably sounds unhealthy, and I mean, it was. We got off track. Karen took a great interest in my stories. The showers, particularly, interest her because she had come across a reading of it on a podcast or a YouTube channel and knew about it before she had ever met me. She thought I was messing with her at a bar, trying to take credit for a story someone else had lived, but I was able to convince her, and she didn't let it go after that. After long nights, we would lay in bed together, and she would ask me to tell her the story again, like some sort of morbid bedtime story, and each time I told it to her, I would embellish a little more, shake loose a new memory, pulled from deep within my imagination. I don't know if she actually believed it, or if she just wanted to. But it became our thing. But of course, the story eventually wasn't enough. She wanted to live it. Can we go there? Let's go to the showers. She wanted us to go together and face them down like some sort of boss fight. She consistently told me that it would be good for me to go back there and get perspective. She was convinced it would help me pick up writing again. Karen always told me that I had such good ideas, but that something held me back from letting them loose. She genuinely wanted to help, but I couldn't see how this would do that. Now, it seemed obvious. I think another aspect of her interest in the showers was just honest fixation. We both had a tendency to key in on a particular subject and dig deep into it until there was nothing of interest left to uncover. This meant that her attention genuinely burned intensely before quickly fizzling out. My refusal to indulge her one last wish and take her there, well, that just kept her going. She would strategically pick out moments where I was just drunk enough to loosen my lips, but not so drunk that I was off in my own world to ask about the place. Occasionally, she would bring up a piece of information that I had told her about the showers while blacked out that would resonate with me enough to put my arm hair on edge. Even if I couldn't conjure the memory while sober, my body recognized it. I knew she was getting closer to a something in me that I didn't want to address, but I never stopped her outright. I don't know if I even believed my own story anymore. I just felt a bit sick when I thought about it. She persisted, using every method in the book to try to convince me to take her there. Every new detail, real or otherwise, would motivate her to push me harder on the subject. It was the middle of winter when I caved. We were living in Fort Collins, Colorado. At this time, which was only a short drive from Broken Bow, Nebraska, I had still maintained my ground when it came to making a trip there, claiming that I didn't remember that we didn't have the time, that I had forgotten exactly how to get to the farmhouse, which are both partially true. But like I said, she knew when she could get the best of me. We were sitting on the couch, following a long night of bar hopping and friend drama. Luckily, we had found ourselves on the same side of this particular situation, which meant that night was going to close quietly. We were snuggled together under a blanket and watching the Coen brothers, that 2013 flick Inside Llewyn Davis. Karen was watching while I split my time between nodding off and attempting to read a screenplay that a friend of mine had sent to me. I had seen the film a half dozen times at this point. In it, a struggling folk singer loses his way after his partner commits suicide. Well, spoilers. Karen and I shared a mutual fascination with the subject of suicide, so it was only a matter of time before one of us said something. "I would hate to jump off a bridge, I think," she said. "There's a chance you live when you're hitting the water and you'll wind up, paralyzed or something? I guess I'd feel like an even bigger waste of space if I couldn't kill myself properly." I wasn't sure if she was actually wanting to get into it or not, but I bit. "I couldn't jump," I said, pulling her closely and closing my eyes. "That's way too much buildup and pressure. Too much time to regret it when you're falling, you know?" It wasn't a taboo subject with us. It was difficult to explain to those unfamiliar with us lifelong suicidal ideation, but discussing it in blunt and honest terms is comforting. When faced with it every single day, familiarizing oneself with something typically viewed as morbid, we shined a light on it. Know your enemy and whatnot. Even if it was concrete or lava below me, I couldn't do it. I don't want anything flashy, honestly. Give me a benzo and a couple of pints of tequila. I'll go gentle. Maybe I would jump, Karen thought out loud. But I would do it from a plane. I just want that one last rush of adrenaline. You could stay alive and get a lot more of that, I replied. Not with those kinds of stakes. She had a point. I just want to be quiet. Let me drink myself to death with a book or some relaxing music to play me out, you know? Probably some Bright Eyes. Karen was quiet for a while. The character in the film overdosed in a bathroom stall and she spoke up. "I just don't want to go like that. At the very least, I'd want to be around friends or even family if no one else is available." I was nodding off. "Kind of like your teacher." I stirred. She hadn't brought up the story in a while, and when she did, she never led into it with Mr. Mays. "I guess," I said. "If I fell asleep, she'd be forced to leave it for the night." "Let's go, bub," she said. "Go where?" "No." I knew. "Liquor store's closed," I grumbled. "Nebraska! It's late. Next week. I'll take off work. I'll get someone to drive us." Why would anyone want to drive us to Nebraska? Brian seems interested. In Nebraska? In your story. You could write about it. It's been a while since you've written. I could bring my camera. From the way you describe it, I'm sure that I could get some good pictures. I was getting uncomfortable, but I was offset by my exhaustion. "I don't want to go. I didn't put up much of a fight. Please, for me. I never go anywhere. And the apartment gets stuffy, and it's my birthday next month." "Okay, all right," I said, trying to appease her so that I could drift off. "What about the cat?" The next thing I knew, we were packed up and leaving the comforts of home for Nebraska. I'd said yes to the trip, then fallen asleep. And by the time I woke up the following afternoon, Karen had already secured one of our friends as our chauffeur and was requesting time off of work. It fit with my schedule. She was so happy, and I was on quite a bit of Xanax, but but I wanted to keep the good times rolling. With our schedules and switching moods, happy was something that was hard to come by, so I thought about that as we packed up my car. I was asleep before we made it out of town. I woke up in another dimension. The view out of my window was an icy tundra that hurt my eyes. I hadn't seen that much sun in months, and the ice amplified it. Our friend Brian was behind the wheel of my shitty 2005 Ford Escape as we flew down the interstate towards Broken Bow. Everyone called him the responsible one in our group of friends, because he wouldn't get behind the wheel after drinking any booze at all. What only Karen and I knew was that he would be high as a kite while driving us all home and telling us how he was the only one of us not destined for a DUI. But he hadn't been in an accident yet, so we didn't say a word. Karen sat shotgun with a Sonic cup in her lap. If I knew her, which I did, she had poured out 3/4 of her drink and filled the rest of the cup with vodka. She noticed after a minute that I had woken up. "Hey, bub, sleep well?" she asked, turning around in her seat to face me. A vapor of vodka and a hint of cherry limeade flooded my nostrils and burned my eyes. Karen refused to travel long distances without what she affectionately called a roadie. She had adopted the term from her late father, who killed himself when she was 14. He opened his wrists over the sink in the bathroom while Karen was doing homework in her upstairs bedroom. And Karen's mom was doing an intern in her office at work. Her preoccupation with suicide at least came from somewhere logical. She had always idolized Randy, her dad, and hadn't spoken to her mother in a decade. She told me this story often, frequently reinforcing the idea that any of her idiosyncrasies, bad habits that related to Randy were exempt from criticism. I made my only sensible move in this situation. "Extra cup is for you, my dear. Half and half." She winked and handed me the styrofoam cup of Cure-All. I needed it. My jaw throbbed. I've always had a problem with grinding my teeth in my sleep. It was so bad growing up that my canines actually grew outward like vampire teeth. It hadn't been an issue in some time. I figured that the previous night of partying alongside the anxiety about the road trip had just taken a toll. I took a sip of the drink and winced. About 1/4 limeade, 3/4 cheap vodka. "Burn it," I groaned. "I guess it fits the scenery," Karen laughed. Nothing except the frost-covered remains of last season's harvest and frozen dirt surrounded us for miles. I stared out over the miles of repetitious backdrops for a couple of hours. Barren earth occasionally gave way to tufts of shown trees that reached futilely towards the gray heavens above, seemingly ignored. They now resembled petrified roots that had aggressively snuffed out any hint of life that had once inhabited the numbers. Every now and then I was able to spot the rusted remnants of a vehicle or a crumbling shed hidden amongst the branches, surely soon to be overtaken by the vindictive woodland. The three of us passed the time by fiddling with a barely functioning tape-to-auxiliary cord converter that we had been able to play music off of our phones with. But unfortunately, even when we had gotten it to work, it was still a crapshoot, thanks to a spotty G4 connection on the planes. Karen and I chain-smoked Camel menthol cigarettes, much to Brian's dismay. He smoked too, but would only touch the baby blue packs of American Spirits, which were all natural and burned for an eternity. Smoking anything else, he believed, was just asking for cancer. The drive was familiar. It had me wandering through foggy memories of my last trip to Broken Bow. I was frustrated, getting a bit uncomfortable because of the haze, so I had to drink about it. My own head was keeping me in the dark. Brian and Karen, despite having heard the story of the showers tens of times by this point, they prodded me for new details once we had crossed the state line into Nebraska. I managed to dodge their inquisitions by telling them how it was a violation of tradition to listen to a band while on the way to the concert. This eased the pressure a bit, but my teeth were grinding and my jaw was aching, and this place was bringing something out in me, leaving me anxious and reflexively defensive. Brian had grown up in New Jersey, and despite the relative emptiness of that 2-lane highway, he was driving like he was still there. I have no problem with sweeping across lanes without a signal, speeding, or rapidly jerking left and right to exit the interstate on any regular day. As uncomfortable as it might have been to avoid the eye contact of an angry truck driver that Brian had cut off, we always got to our destinations significantly faster than the GPS estimated. However, today, his highway practices were making me queasy. The honking of several angry passers-by got to be too much for me, and I threw in my headphones and pulled my beanie over my eyes in an attempt to give me sensory deprivation. I ended up drifting off after a bit. I had a dream that felt vaguely familiar, but I hadn't remembered my dreams in years, so I couldn't be sure. I was back at the bar, frequented during college, the same place where I had last met Mr. Mays a decade ago. The voices of the faceless patrons around the two of us were muted. I sat next to my deceased former teacher, who was sporting a sweater that read, "I'm the birthday boy." Mr. Mays looked up at me from a drink, eyes bloodshot from holding his booze and holding back tears. He didn't say anything, but I slowly recalled the conversation between the two of us from years ago, which rang through my head loud enough to fill the silence. I remembered his friend, the one they had lost. Mr. Mays looked away from me and into his drink. He didn't look back. I heard a noise like dripping water that echoed around the bar. Looking in front of me, I found a highball glass that was filled to the brim with what I had guessed to be whiskey. Without a second thought, I threw it back. It didn't sit well. I pursed my lips. I sat back on the table as the lights around the bar began to dim from the outside. And I rubbed my eyes and I breathed deep to quell the nausea, but it wasn't working. The room continued to dim as the dripping noise rang out around me once again, and I looked at the glass before me to find it filled again, the liquid still rippling from the recent pour. Another drop fell from above, breaking the surface tension and spilling the drink all over the bar top. I looked up to see a shower head hanging just beyond the light, dripping liquid. The sound of violently shaking pipes echoed around me, and the shower head began to shake. It began to erupt, just as I was pulling back to reality with a jolt. I panicked and I thrashed about for a moment. My knee and arm cracked as I moved about, adjusting once again to the real world. "Oh, Bubs, easy now," said Karen with a chuckle. We had parked at a rest stop. Brian must have pulled in too quickly and hit the curb, which was what had woken me up. I tasted cherry limeade crawling up the back of my throat, and I felt my stomach rumble. We're outside of Hastings. "Don't know how far. Use the restroom now, or forever hold your peas," said Karen. I opened the door, and the icy wind pushed it up against me, slamming my foot in the door. I pushed my back and rushed against the lot to the surprisingly bustling area. I did my business, washed my hands, attempted to ignore the leaking shower heads in the stalls at the back of the room, and I felt every drop in my chest. I hadn't had anxiety like this in ages. The nausea had come with me from the dream, and I gagged slightly at the sink. Closed my eyes and breathed deeply. I pulled a flask from my jacket pocket and looked around me to gauge the judgment that I was about to receive. The truckers around me didn't take a second look. But a father who was changing his infant at the station next to the door, he shot me a look. And maybe he didn't. I'm not sure why I cared. It wasn't going to stop me. One of the showers in the back turned on full blast. I took a pull from the flask, and unlike my dream, my stomach relaxed, and the gagging ceased. Cleared my throat of whatever had built up prior to the nip of whiskey, and I spit in the sink. It was a bright shade of red. I didn't panic. I just needed to eat at some point. I pushed back through the line of people that had gathered at the restroom door and jogged out back to the car. Karen was sitting inside with the window cracked, holding a dying cigarette halfway out the window. When she saw me, she flicked it out, rolled the window up, gestured for me to hurry up. I hopped inside, and we were back on the interstate within seconds. "And don't fall asleep on us again, bub. We're gonna need you to steer us from here, I think," Karen said. "Just get us to Broken Bow," I said, staring out over some of the harvested fields that looked like they had been burnt. "I'll guide us from there." I guess I did do tours. We continued down the interstate for a while Brian and Karen sung songs and I sat in the back seat working, trying to ground myself. We're gonna need some gas if we're gonna be hunting for this place out in the boonies, said Brian. He broke my concentration. Well, there's only about 10 gas stations around the entire state, so exit where you can, I said. I caught the tail end of a sign that read Broken Bow, but I didn't catch the other information. Within minutes, Brian was exiting the highway and pulling into what appeared to be a gas station. It had the pumps out front, and a small convenience store, but behind it was a rickety, single-story house. The design was Victorian, but it was faded and chipped, all to hell. Some of the windows appeared to be busted in, the holes stuffed with assorted cloths and rags. I felt a sense of recognition as I stepped out of the car and began to pump gas. Karen was running inside to grab snacks as Brian shouted after her. "Hey, get me sunflower seeds!" he yelled. She was already inside. Brian looked at me. "Jack, sunflower seeds? Please and thanks, man." He closed the door behind him. Before I was able to tell him that I wasn't going inside, I grumbled as I walked into the old station. Brian was driving us, so I couldn't get too upset with him barking orders. I was just irritable and all over the place. The building had a familiar musty smell to it, much to my surprise, starting to help clear away some of the fog that had been bugging me. I was pretty sure that I had been to this particular gas station before. I figured that was pretty likely considering where we were and the aforementioned lack of stops in the area. It was a neat coincidence. At least that's what I told myself. Karen was up at the counter, cheerily chatting with a young girl who couldn't have been much older than 18 about something or other. The girl was talking to Karen, but stared daggers at me the entire time. She wasn't even subtle about it. I figured I looked nervous and sweaty, so I didn't blame her for keeping an eye on me, but it still made me uncomfortable, and I found myself grinding my teeth. I was attempting to work the pain out of my jaw muscles with my knuckle while aimlessly wandering the aisles. Well, Karen asked the young lady at the counter, point blank, "Do you know about the showers?" The woman didn't miss a beat. "People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore," she said. My legs locked up, and I turned my head towards her. She was staring directly at me, despite Karen being directly in front of her. That was all a long time ago. Her eyes remained locked on mine. I felt the pain in my jaw pulse and my stomach lurch. This was not possible. Consciously and unconsciously, I was rejecting the overwhelming feeling of deja vu. I raced for the small hallway in the back of the store. I held my stomach and refused to look up at the woman, but I could feel her gaze on me still as Karen pressed her unsuccessfully for more information. I managed to get through the door and locked it behind me before falling to my knees and onto the toilet that sat only a few feet in front of me. I could feel my stomach clenching tightly over and over again, but nothing was coming out. I was violently dry heaving and struggling to breathe. With the pressure behind my eyes and skull building, I forced a finger down my throat. I thought that if I could get whatever this was out of me, I would feel so much better. I was choking on my own finger and seeing stars, eyes on the verge of bursting before I gave up. I didn't need to pass out in the gas station bathroom. That sounded too close to rock bottom for comfort. I sat back, my body lightly glazed with sweat, and concentrated hard on a number of deep breaths in an effort to get my vision stabilized. It was the half-assed version of a grounding technique for anxiety that I had picked up at some point. I could feel the pressure release as I wiped away the torrent of tears that had wet my face. My eyes finally focused on a green picture frame next to the mirror above the sink. The picture frame read, "You can't choose them. You just gotta love them," and featured what appeared to be 3 generations of women laughing while posing outside of a large green farmhouse. The youngest of the 3 I recognized as the woman at the counter just outside. Next to her was what I guessed to be her mother. Next to the mother was someone familiar. It was a sweet old woman in a sundress. The same dress that she had been wearing when I had ventured into this shop with my friend Steve many years ago. The 3 of us had a nice conversation about the town and our post-college trip until our motives for staying in Broken Bow were made clear. When she found out that we were in search of the showers, her demeanor changed. She had given us a very stern, measured answer. People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business anymore around here. That was all a long time ago. I got to my feet, my head spinning and splashing some water on my face. I had burst a capillary in my right eye. It was blood red and diluted, and raining tears. It looked like a mess, but I didn't care. After spitting up a bit of red into the sink, I walked out into the hallway, shooting one last glance at the picture just to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind. It was still the same old woman. I was definitely losing my mind. I quickly made my way towards the front door, knocking bags of sunflower seeds and sticks of jerky onto the floor. Karen was still talking with the girl at the counter. The girl was no longer looking at me. Was she ever? If I didn't know Karen, I would have assumed that she was hitting on the girl. That's just how she was. She had a way with people. You feel okay? Karen looked me up and down with a concentrated look on her face. The girl at the counter stared at her. Did you get sick? I looked at Karen, the girl, Karen again, out towards the car, and back at Karen. Must have eaten something bad, I said. Glanced up at her, bad stomach, medications. She looked at me and calmly nodded, understanding. She seemed to sense that something else was going on, but I didn't care. Thanks, have a good day, I said, bolted out the door. And the bell above me rang. I could feel it in my jaw. Karen followed after giving the girl some sort of excuse for my behavior. Hey! Karen caught up with me before I got to the car. What's up with you? I'm just tired, I said. She saw through it. I took a nip that went down the wrong pipe, got a little sick. It happens, just wanted to avoid her judgy eyes. I gestured back towards the door. I mean, this is Jesus country. I feel like she would try to walk me through a pamphlet or something. Karen appeared to buy it and continued towards the car. I'm not looking to get saved anytime soon. Who needs Jesus when you have me as your guardian angel? Karen said with an exaggerated smile and a wink. I faked a gag. You're gonna make me sick again, I said. She kissed me on the cheek. Hopped in the passenger seat of the car, and Brian had put on a Dandy Warhol album and was jamming by himself. Let's bounce, said Karen, putting her sunglasses on and lighting a cigarette. I tried not to look back as we drove away from the gas station. We spent another hour and a half aimlessly driving around the outskirts of Broken Bow. I was giving directions to nowhere in particular, lost in thought about the girl from the gas station. It was entirely possible the whole thing was in my imagination, getting away from me. My mind was filling in gaps in my memory with the worst possible reality. Deep down, I knew it was the truth. I saw the little oasis on the horizon before Karen and Brian. My stomach went into a free fall and my vision became a tunnel. It must have steered us there without knowing it. And that had to be it. Maybe you had to get lost to find the place. Maybe it sought me out. It didn't really matter. I get quiet, feeling lightheaded. If I said nothing, we could just drive right by it and let it fade from our lives forever. Brian turned the wheel towards the trees without a word of guidance from me. This was the first point where I realized how desperately I didn't want to return to that place. I was sweating through layers of clothing and trying to keep my composure. Hey, maybe we just call it a night and try again some other time, I managed to say. Words fell out of my mouth, slurred and robotic sounding. That was the best I could do. I'm gonna try that ominous-looking patch of trees over there, but then I'm down for whatever you guys want to do, said Brian. I fixed in on the tree line as we slowly worked our way across the undisturbed field. I could feel the pull of a farmhouse and the tunnels, their weight dragging us toward them. The trees appeared to shimmer in the setting sunlight. The branches extended outward as if they were reaching for the car, beckoning us. Shit, bub. That is pretty awful looking, Karen said. Ring any bells? That's the place. The words went through my mind and out of my mouth in less than a second. I hardly even tried to stop them. Karen and Brian celebrated. I chewed at my fingernails. I told myself countless times that I would never step foot near Broken Bow, but here I was. I'd be lying if I said I never imagined it, though, running to the scene of my personal horror show to somehow get some answers or cast a light on what exactly the showers were. I spent a long time forming my own personal theories about the place, but eventually the effort seemed pointless. The truth behind them didn't matter in the end anyway. Part of them exists only within the confines of my story. But I posted on the internet and choose to show the world. To be anything to anyone with just the account. From a meeting place to a violent ritualistic cult to a site for experiments performed by the KKK or deeply rooted Nazis post-World War II. But I'm not dense. I know that the real fear lies in the unknown. Horror was my bread and butter. I believe that was why the story connected with some people and left others disappointed. The showers in my story are filled mostly with whatever you bring to them. For me, the showers were more complex. They existed outside of rational thought and comprehension because my experience with them robbed me of those attributes in part. As we pushed through the brush, tree branches reached out and scraped against the car's exterior, forging new grooves and playing the metal like a warped record. The sharp grinding noises split my already aching head in two. I put in my earbuds to mute the noise. No music. I think Brian apologized about the car while Karen looked at our surroundings like a kid who just stepped foot into an amusement park. That place meant something to me that I hadn't considered prior to that moment and still hadn't pieced together in its entirety. I just knew that as we begun to near the clearing, I felt that I had never had a choice in making this trip. I was always going to end up back here, one way or another. Every time I told my story, or Mr. Maze's story, I dug the hole a little deeper. Every drink I took to forget them, every girl I slept with to distract from them, and every fake fact I made up to distract myself from the real story just further solidified the fact that one day I would return. I was free to leave, go home, have all the booze and non-committal sex my body could handle. I could do these things because the showers are patient. They have time. All of my actions were simply futile attempts at prolonging the inevitable. I know how it sounds, but I'm looking back on it now and telling you the simple truth. I was always going to return to the showers because they were waiting for me. Brian stopped the car just short of the clearing in front of a tree that had fallen in the path before us. I could probably get us over this, but I've already scratched the shit out of your car, and this might do a number on our undercarriage, he said. We can walk, Karen said, putting on her coat. You guys can walk. I have some smoking to do, said Brian. We came all this way, and you're not going to even look around with us? Karen wasn't happy. Brian didn't seem to care. It's the journey, not the destination, Karen, he said. Besides, somebody has to keep the car warm. Neither of them moved for a few silent seconds. Brian grabbed his Ziploc-wrapped grinder from the center console without another word. Karen had been more upset with him about less before. He knew it would pass. Make good decisions, he laughed, turning up the music and turning on the headlights. Karen exited the car without another word. I gathered myself, and I followed, shooting an annoyed but understanding look at Brian as I went. Karen was already up the path in front of me. I was staving off a panic attack, but I ran forward to keep up. So, what do you think? I asked, trying to get her talking but not dwelling on Brian. She looked up and around, pulling a small bottle of vodka from her jacket. We're not even on the ride yet, she grinned half-heartedly. She took a long pull from the bottle. The setting sun caught the plastic just right, and a ray of light momentarily blinded me. My head was still throbbing. She put the bottle down, and I was able to see the clearing behind her. There it was. Or rather, wasn't. The massive farmhouse that had once occupied the clearing was nowhere to be found. There was nothing there but the same untouched dirt that made up the fields around us. Karen took notice as we stepped out from the trees. Seems a bit empty, she said, disappointed. Are you sure this is the place? I was sure. My brain was still trying to tackle the absent structure. Yeah, definitely, I stuttered. This is what happened to me last time. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, sipping from my flask. My eyes were drawn to the empty space where I was certain that a massive farmhouse had once stood. It shouldn't have been strange in hindsight. Old buildings get torn down all the time, but who had done it? When? Did this mean it wasn't abandoned when I had been there before? I couldn't wrap my mind around the situation. At the very least, there should have been some remnant of the farmhouse or evidence that the tunnels had been filled. There should have been a path in the trees carved out for the equipment they would have undoubtedly needed to clear the structure out, but everything looked undisturbed. It looked too clean. But this was the place. I was sure of that. I could feel it. The glow of the frosted ground was just a front. It was putting on a nice face to hide itself from me. I took another sip. There were no bugs, no rodents, no birds, no deer, and not as much as a spider across the tree line. It was winter, but surely there should have been something living in that space. There was no tracks or scat, just undisturbed land. It would have been picturesque. It wasn't so oppressively ominous. I felt like I was losing my mind. So, where's the giant X? Asked Karen. Not here, I guess. I responded with a fake sigh of disappointment. I wanted to get out of there before it could reveal itself. I felt like the pressure in the clearing was building, like I was standing in front of a giant jack-in-the-box. I don't know, it's been over a decade. Come on! There has to be something here if the place was as big as you said. There has to be something left around, said Karen. You would think. I'm not sure how big it actually was. Thinking back on it, I said, kind of like when you go back to your old elementary school after years and you could touch the ceiling. I was working my way towards the car at this point. Directly across the clearing, Karen circled me broadly, running around and kicking at the ground with her eyes peeled wide. The tunnels, though, she said. The cellar door. It's a big space, I shrugged my shoulders. Trees could have overgrown it, or they could have been filled. They weren't the most stable things in the first place. Karen nodded where I was heading. Where you going, Bob? I'm gonna go get warm, I told her. If it's gone, it's gone. It's probably for the best anyway. Oh, come on! We've come all this way. We aren't leaving after 10 minutes, she pleaded. It was a nice little road trip, but I'm tired and it's getting late, babe. I put my hands on my coat and continued towards the car, where Brian sat. He was ripping a bong in the back seat. Well, that's some bullshit, he said from behind me. I turned around to face her. She was powering through the vodka that she had opened only minutes ago. With a flourish, she finished the bottle and whipped it over my head into the trees. I didn't hear it hit. The growing pain in my gut flared. It was surely just something to do with the stress, but you can't breathe your way through an ulcer. I fell down to a knee. The ice on the ground had thinned beneath me. It was just frost and hardened earth. My chest tightened. I think we should go. I think I need to go to an urgent care. Fucking convenient, she said. You're not getting your way, and so suddenly you pull the trump card. Okay, Jack, I'll take you to an urgent care in the middle of Kansas. Nebraska, I said. She shot me a look like a bullet. Her body language shifted dramatically. Oh, I'm sorry, she said sarcastically, moving towards me. It's just that your story changes so fucking often that I don't know what the truth is and what you're bullshitting. She picked up a rock and whipped it into the trees. It wasn't thrown at me, but it was close enough that I considered it. I didn't hear it land. My jaw popped. Let's go to urgent care, Jack. They can give you something and tell you it's a panic attack again. But then we're coming back here. She was flipping. When you're in a relationship with someone with rapid mood fluctuations, you learn the signs and how to respond calmly to make the whole situation easier for everyone involved. I knew her inside and out. You're a fucking dick, dude, I said. You also learn which buttons to push. The pain was getting to me. She stepped towards me with purpose. What the fuck did you just... There was a dull, hollow thump beneath her boot. She froze. I froze. We both looked down to find a large set of wooden cellar doors that had been hidden by dirt, debris, and ice. But at that moment, it seemed impossible that we had missed them. A malicious grin crawled across Karen's face as she looked up at me. Let's just go, Karen, I said. She cleared off the doors with her feet. Please, let's just go. What's down? She said, trailing off. We gotta go. Please. What's down there? No. What's down there? She repeated again, her gaze jumping between me and the door. What's down there? What's down there? Her voice was getting louder. Make something up, Hemingway! She was yelling. What do you call a writer that doesn't write, Jack? And my gut felt like it was bursting. I was frustrated and kind of drunk and stuck in a fog and thinking about the girl at the gas station and how Brian was being rude and Karen was trying to hurt me. She was just baiting me at that point. I bit hard. Fuck you. You made me do this. I never I never wanted to come back here. You made me come back, and now you're gonna chastise me because it doesn't live up to your expectations? I felt unexpected tears falling down my cheeks. It's just a fucking story, Karen. A horror story. Horror as in afraid, and a story as in you weren't fucking there, so you don't fucking know. You don't know what happened. I could have made it all up. I did. For you and every other girl I told it to. I felt angry. A ball of fear was growing inside of me. I wouldn't. You made me come here, and I would never make you go back to... I stopped myself. I felt guilty. I had drawn a line and crossed it within only half a slurred sentence. Karen's shoulders dropped and her gaze shifted to the dirt at her feet. She then walked forward, filling the gap between us, and in an instant, in one swift motion, she punched me in the face. I felt very little. Tell me what you're so afraid of, you lying cunt! She breathed through gritted teeth, staring a hole through my chest. I said nothing. It was my only course of action. Big bad hero in your stories, facing down anything that comes in your way. I'm standing right here, so tell me, what are you so afraid of that you'd blow us up to avoid it? I had nothing. I don't know, I uttered under my breath. I could feel myself beginning to wobble. It wasn't the booze. It felt like my body was confused, like my brain was playing catch-up and had left everything else on standby. It was the truth. I had no idea what was waiting for us in that tunnel. I couldn't muster a name or even a vague description because I couldn't remember. I'd spent so much time embellishing and lying about it to reach certain ends that I had never really processed what had happened to me there. I never thought about how it changed my perception of myself, let alone my perception of reality. I never had to think about it. I just turned it into a story, and I spread the story. I was doing the same thing Mr. Mays had done, just on a larger scale, lie. I distanced myself enough from the reality of the situation because it was easier to swallow, and most importantly, it was under control. But here I was now, being forced to face it again. I had no control. It's a dark, dirt fucking pit in the middle of fucking Nebraska, Jack, she taunted, taking a single step down into the darkness, swaying the whole time. I'm going in without you, fuck it. Please don't, I begged, screaming. I was lost in the depths of a panic attack at that point, but I couldn't figure out the exact reason why it was happening. It's like I knew the reality of what waited in the darkness, but wasn't able to articulate it clearly. What do you see, Jack? I remember the voice and the fear, but not the answer. Karen took a couple of steps down where darkness swallowed her up to her hips. Don't wait up, she smiled, mocking me, and disappeared into the cellar. She let the heavy door fall above her. It landed with a muted thud and a puff of dust. The clearing around me fell silent. I could hear bits of the frost-covered ground crackling quietly around me as my body heat escaped. I stood up and looked at my car's headlights, glowing bright in the distance. Ryan was likely passed out in the back seat by this point, wrapped in a sleeping bag. I couldn't bring him with me anyway. I don't think I was allowed. I stared at the cellar door. I could hear no sound coming from below. There was no pressing need to go down there at all. If I waited quietly right here, I had no doubt that Karen would emerge, no worse for wear. She would give me shit about being a coward. We would all sleep it off in the car, then drive off towards our regular life once more. Maybe this was close enough. I had come back to the showers once again despite my fears, and maybe now I could finally let it go. Karen had seen the birthplace of the story she obsessed over, and I had confronted whatever it was that I needed to confront there. Nothing more needed to be done. After all, the farmhouse was gone. The land had frozen over, and it seemed like the place had been completely abandoned. It would never take anyone again. It would never hurt anyone again. All I had to do was stay right there on the ground and wait. Within seconds, I was staring into the beckoning darkness of the cellar. The moonlight hardly seemed to pierce the black veil as I made one hesitant step downward, followed by another. The door was heavier than I remembered, but what did I know? My memory was terrible. I inched my way down the icy ramp. I watched my feet disappear beneath me, swallowed by the darkness. Took my legs next. I was helping it along. Even through thick pants and boots, the darkness felt a great deal colder than it should have. My legs felt like they had been submerged in ice water. I was up to my knees when I felt a familiar shooting pain in my right leg, one that I hadn't felt in years. I knew it was psychosomatic because it had to be, but it ran up my leg so quickly that I grabbed at it on reflex alone. I had shifted all of my weight onto my left leg, which had tried to root itself to a thin patch of ice. Of course it did. I tumbled downward into the abyss. The heavy cellar door fell behind me with a crash, and all traces of light from the outside had been snuffed out with that door. The fall All seemed to last longer than it should have, but maybe I was just panicked and unable to properly gauge the passage of time. I landed hard on my shoulder, which took most of the impact. My head was second place. My shoulder hit, my neck whipped, and my head bounced hard on the ground. I think I lost consciousness, but it was difficult to tell. My waking environment was already silent, pitch black and freezing cold, so there was little difference between consciousness and unconsciousness at that point. I don't know how long I laid there, but I know I wanted to stay put as I felt the pain shooting across my skull. I rolled onto my back, groaning loudly but unable to hear it well. It sure as hell sounded like I was underwater. I reached my bare hand into my pocket and grabbed my phone. Now, in hindsight, I don't know what I was doing trying to walk down there without a light. I hadn't been thinking clearly. I removed my phone from my pocket and pressed the home button to find a web of broken glass covering a picture of Karen and I, my phone's wallpaper. It was a selfie that she had taken of the two of us at what could have been any one of the numerous local breweries we frequented. Her eyes were closed and she was smirking while kissing me on the cheek. I was half smiling. My hair a greasy mess. My eyes were tinted red. I wasn't subtle. I didn't remember that night. The screen flashed a message about a corrupt SD card followed by one about low battery. I had done a number on it in the fall. I swiped my thumb across the screen to turn on the flashlight and I could find tiny pieces of fractured glass grinding against my thumb. "Just get me through this and I'll buy you a new screen," I whispered to my inanimate companion. I had to fill the silence with something. And still my own voice sounded distant and muted. I opened my jaw wide to alleviate the pain in my head. It cracked 4 times in rapid succession like bubble wrap, but the pain persisted. The light from my phone flickered to life, illuminating my surroundings. It wasn't as bright as I would have expected. Either my phone light was dying or those tunnels were eating the light, keeping it from showing me more than it wanted me to see, but I could see enough. The little details came rushing back to me instantaneously. Gaps in my memory were filling so quickly that it made me dizzy. They really gaps, though? No, they had just been pushed to the side, overlooked. My leg began to throb like it had when I fell through the floor of the now demolished farmhouse so many years ago. I wondered if the hole was still there, holding on to a piece of denim that it stole from my jeans. I heard feet shuffling behind me, in front of me, all around me. Every step I took was slow and careful and deliberate, but still, there was a brief delay and another step directly following my own. I told myself that it was just the echo. That place had an echo, but it shouldn't have. The familiar, putrid stench burned my nostrils. It burned my eyes. It made my now surely decaying stomach clench in an attempt to force me to vomit. Much to my dismay, I just gagged violently. It lit up parts of my memory that I couldn't properly verbalize, like the smell of a home-cooked meal or your childhood home. But instead of feeling comfort, I felt anger. I hadn't thought about that awful stench in years, but I couldn't grasp how I could have possibly forgotten. It had always been right there. Why would I let it get away from me? And then I saw her. The child in the stained robe with the black hair. She was twitching in the distance, just on the border of my peripheral vision. Her skin was pale. Her hair ran like veins down to her knees. Her gown was just as tattered as the last time we met. She was gone with a blink. I turned away. I had seen her. She had been in my nightmares waiting for me. It was coming back to me. I just wake up and I move on to my day afterwards. How could I? I turned back. She was directly in front of me. I could feel her breath warm against my face. Her breath, it smelled like death. Or did it? Her hair hung over my face. Only her eyes were visible as it reflected the light of my... There was no light. No girl. Couldn't be. It was pitch black. I felt for a wall and my hand brushed against cold metal sheets. The kind that might be used as the roofing on a barn. It was rusted and brittle. I grounded myself. The smell remained. All of my lies, all half-truths, made up details about this place, they were stripped away. There was no more hiding from it, no more deflecting the truth. I was back in the place I had sworn to never revisit, but was always heading back towards. And I had to laugh. It probably sounded like I was losing it. Years of sleeping on couches and subletting rooms that I had never gotten comfortable with any of them. But somehow in this godforsaken place, I found at the very least some familiarity. It's like a fucked up home because as much distance as I had put between us, it had stuck with me. It was part of me. That seemed about right. I was walking through a haunted house of my own making. In my delirium, I began to wonder if that place had really been around before me. Had I called it into existence? Was Mr. Mays just an old kook who had inadvertently put me on a path towards manifesting this place of filth and evil? Was this a prison that I had constructed for myself? The tomb that I was always meant to die in? I reeled myself back in. It's like the dark and silent void was calling out for me to fill it. So my mind was attempting to do just that by letting anything and everything fly forth. But it was too much space to fill. It would be way too easy to get lost there. That's how people lose their minds, isn't it? I told myself that I was going to get back on medication when I got out of there. And I need some Xanax at the very least. My light went out. I heard the familiar cry of an animal in the distance. It was coming from right in front of me. It was a voice. It was an animal again. A dying doe. It was wailing. So loud it was in pain. I was in pain. The wailing was coming from within my head. The light flickered back to life for a moment. I took in the nothing that stood before me. I needed the light. When I lost it, I immediately began to lose myself. I was likely to spread out across the place in an instant, and the light was the only thing that kept me there, confined but safe. I was in the realm of the known. Anything outside of that was where the real horror waited. A flash of bright red appeared in my peripheral vision. Of course. How could I have forgotten that? I turned to face the red door. It wouldn't have looked out of place in a model home in white suburbia, yet here it was, out of its element, just like me. The door faded and my light died once again. It was for good this time. I calmly told myself over and over again that when deprived of sight or sound, the brain will hallucinate, populating the glaring gaps with whatever it can. None of this was real. I was in a hole in the ground in the middle of Nebraska, and I was not going to lose myself there. I was wandering blindly through the darkness. I heard Mr. Mays' voice. It was not the joyful and calming one from his classroom, but the dejected and drunken one from the bar. That's a bad place, Jack. I could smell the liquor on his breath like he was sitting in front of me once again. Cops, drunk, taken by wildlife. I could hear him slurring his words. I punched the wall in front of me. I heard only a muffled thud where the brittle and rusted metal sidings that covered the interior of the tunnel fractured. It shaved the skin off my knuckles. I wish they'd have found the body, though. Then we could have shown them. I felt nothing but the warm blood running down my fingers. This place was taunting me, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure. I screamed out. I couldn't tell. I just needed a drink to rein my thoughts back into my own control. My memories were populating the seemingly infinite empty space around me, and the only thing I wanted was for them to quiet down so I could hear myself think. I fell to my knees, and this is what it wanted, this place, even though it couldn't want, no. I did this to myself. I wrote this ending for myself when I went chasing the infamous showers and posted about it on the internet. I built this extension of myself that was now eating me. It truly was just a hole in the ground in motherfucking Nebraska that I used to dump my own fears into. Nothing more. I was going to end up like Mr. Mays. Karen was right. The room began to quiet and I could feel it shrinking. It's fucking hell on earth, if you ask me. It was him again. But this time I was more acutely aware of the sadness, uncertainty, and fear in his voice. I closed my eyes. Not that it mattered much, I told myself the truth. Mr. Mays was just a tired old man. I couldn't tell if I was speaking out loud or not. He had a horrific experience in his younger years, and because of it, he lost a friend. The situation was as simple as that. Maybe they found his friend's body, and maybe they didn't. It didn't really matter. Mr. Mays just couldn't cope with emotional trauma so grandiose that he drank himself stupid to shrink it down into a manageable size, something small enough to hide away and check in on really bad nights every now and again. But it was always the driving force behind everything he did. I didn't realize what I was actually doing at the time, but if you just replace his name with mine, it might make some sense. I felt something creak from above me, and I felt a drop of something on my shoulder, but my attention was quickly stolen by something else. Jack? The voice cut through the silence with a knife, and I perked up. My heart was back to 100 beats per minute. My brain was on fire, so it took me a second to process what was happening. Karen is a person. Karen is my girlfriend. Karen went into the tunnel. I went after Karen. We were both in the tunnel now. Karen just spoke. Karen, come closer to me. Come out. You were talking to yourself, she said. Her voice was soft, and she sounded concerned. You were talking to yourself like you were sleeping just now. Why wouldn't you bring me here? This was the venue in which I finally had a real conversation with my girlfriend. A subground living nightmare in the pitch black, as a disembodied voice. I don't know, I replied. She was audibly upset. After everything I've given up for you, you're still gonna feed me that bullshit? I mean it, I don't know, I told her. I don't know what this place is or what happened to me here. I can't explain any of this. Can you? It was a beat. I was pleading with her, but didn't know what my goal was. I was just letting everything out. So I don't know what this place is or what it did to me, except that I wasn't the same after it. I'm just fucked up, and I don't know why. I can't do anything about it, and would never want to put you through this, ever. I was afraid. I mean, look at this place. I gestured to all around me. Neither of us saw it. I could have helped you. I noticed the past tense. I could hear her either moving towards me or resting against the wall. How? We could have shared it. I heard the tears in her voice. I didn't know what to say. Well, we are now. The walls were groaning around us. The noise concentrated above me. What is that? Asked Karen. It sounds like something's going to Ice-cold water rained down onto me from above, instantly soaking me from head to toe. I gasped hard, taking in a deep breath and some of the liquid along with it, while my every muscle tensed up from the shock and the cold. I could taste rust, maybe iron. Before I could think about it for too long, my body acted without me, coughing and sputtering to rid my lungs of the tainted water. I fell once again to my knees. I knew exactly what hung a couple of feet above my head, despite the complete lack of light, but I didn't care. I wanted nothing more than to be out of that place, but I didn't move from underneath the shower head. I looked up, and I let the freezing rain pour directly onto my face. I let it swallow me. If some cold water was all this place held for me, I really did have nothing much to fear. I heard a loud and deep rumble that seemed to emanate from within the walls around me, and Karen screamed. I heard water pour onto the ground from my left, then my right, then in front of me, then behind me. Still, I sat there with my hands pruned, feeling my breath turn into ice as it left my lungs. Despite the extremity of this situation, I began to feel a calm from within me and slowly spread my arms out at my sides. The showers rained down around me, a symphony of crystal clear noise from the creaking pipes to the dull spatter of each droplet of liquid as it hit the ground and fell over me. Every sound was clear and full now. The sound itself was so full that it almost illuminated the room, carving out every last nook. I took it all in. I accepted it. If this place wanted me, it could have me. I had made a pilgrimage to that place that birthed the subhuman thing that I had become over the last several years. They wanted me back. I wasn't going to put up a fight. I could hear Karen screaming my name and telling me that we needed to get the fuck out of here. The showers grew louder, drowning her out. This was more important. My body began to numb and my skin began to sting with every drop of water that hit me. A sense of instability, strangely like vertigo, began to overtake me. I opened my eyes, still seeing only darkness but feeling something else. I was Mr. Mays. Back in his classroom, my classroom, recounting the story of this place to my students. I was in the tunnels, carrying my friend Steve, the man who first ventured to this place with me years ago, away from an approaching darkness beyond us. He was bleeding from a head wound. I was reaching upward in bed, sweating, soaking my sheets, and crying. I was in a bar telling my Mr. Mays story, struggling to find the right words while I ordered another. A dull, wet thud rang out a few feet ahead to my left, snapping me back to my body. Karen had fallen and screamed my name, which now rang out loudly above the noise of the showers. "Jack, what's going on?" she screamed. As I heard what I could only assume to be her body drag across the muddy floor away from me, I could feel again. I was freezing cold. My injured hand could hardly move. I began to crawl forward as fast as I could towards the sound of her screams. They were going to find her body so that we could show them. No, I wasn't thinking straight. There wasn't going to be a body. We were going to get out of the darkness. No one was going to be lost here. I threw my body in the vague direction of her scream, reaching out as far as I could with my arm, despite being unable to feel much of it. Through some stroke of good fortune, my arm slapped against her shoulder. She immediately grabbed for me. I could close my hand as tightly as I could around part of her denim jacket, and I pulled her close and wrapped my legs around her. She wrapped her arms around me and buried her head in my chest. Her screams were only slightly muffled, and I let her have that. I didn't know what else to do. I just held her as tightly as I could and looked out into the darkness. I don't know what I was looking for. Her screams eventually turned into loud sobbing as the water pressure from the shower heads audibly died down, eventually stopping completely. We lay there together in the freezing mud for a few quiet minutes. Eventually, Karen's sobs quieted. We need to stand up, okay? He stuttered. Frozen. I loosened the vice grip I had on her and I stumbled to my feet. I didn't let myself lose contact with her for a moment. She rose to meet me and we as close together as possible. I certainly had no idea where we were in the relation to anything down there, and I'm sure she didn't either. We gotta find a wall. I locked my arms with hers and moved to my right, which was as good a place to start as any. After about 10 long shuffles, I bumped into a solid cement wall. I couldn't tell if it was covered in ice or if I was just so numb that I couldn't feel the coarse cement. It was likely a bit of both. Karen kept her head against my shoulder. I started to feel emotional, angry. She had forced me to come back to this place. The anger bled into sadness. She was going to have to carry this with her. I should have never let this happen. I should have stopped her or told her that I made it all up. I was muttering to myself under my breath. The rusty pipes creaked around us. With each noise, I felt my stomach heave. Despite the numbness, my jaw throbbed in pain. I wanted to give up. I was so tired and so afraid. I wasn't strong enough, and I knew it. I wasn't the person who was going to save his girlfriend and come out of this as a hero. I didn't even think we were going to get out of this at all. I was lost in thought, putting most of my weight against the wall as I moved us along. I wasn't expecting a sharp corner. I felt my shoulder push into sudden empty space, and I managed to get one hand onto the corner of the wall as I fell, but that did nothing when my feet gave way in the mud beneath me. It fell hard, my head bouncing off the ground with a thud. I was instantly sure I had broken some fingers on my right hand. The angles seemed completely wrong when I rubbed them against my cheek. I screamed, mostly out of frustration, which caused Karen, now alone somewhere in the darkness above me, to scream back. We were yelling at each other. After a time, we were too exhausted and out of breath to continue. I focused on my breathing, trying to bring myself back. I sat up, pushing my left hand through the icy mud to ease myself to my feet. I felt something on the ground. It was smooth, but not like cement, like metal. It was small. I gripped it in my hand as best as I could as I stood up. My legs weren't going to hold out for long. I was getting the spins, but I couldn't tell if it was from the booze, the possible concussion, or the disorienting darkness. Karen was quickly at my side. She grabbed my hands and pulled herself close to me. "I'm sorry. We shouldn't have come here. I didn't believe you," she cried in quick, successive breaths. I didn't care. I didn't want an apology. I wanted to scream at her and spoon her at the same time. I wanted to be fighting with her about something stupid in my apartment, the space above us filled with a mess of conflicting emotions. I felt us shrink. I was brought suddenly back when Karen broke the silence. "What do you have in your hand?" she asked. I had managed to hold on to the object. We both felt around it, desperately trying to get a sense of what it was. It could have been a piece of one of the shower heads, for all we knew, but for a second there was hope that it was our solution. It's kind of cylindrical. It was mostly metal. It had a little cap on it. I rolled it around in my hand, careful not to let it go. It had a button. I recognized it. It was a little flashlight, the kind hikers fasten to their backpacks. Flashlight, I stuttered. My fingers could feel the button, but couldn't quite press it hard enough. Help me push the switch. The light was hardly blinding. Both Karen and I prepared to shield our eyes, but were surprised by the weakness of the light. That outside of the main beam did little to help our situation. Once our eyes had adjusted slightly, we could see the shower heads surrounding us in a rundown and filthy room that seemed to have no exit. It looked and smelled like a pigsty. Mud and dirt covered the floor and walls. She wrapped her arms around me and I held her head against my chest. "Close your eyes. Just keep them closed," I told her. The loud wailing of a doe started on my left and quickly enveloped us like it was coming from surround sound speakers that we couldn't see. Karen covered her ears with her frozen hands. The tip of her fingers were bright red, maybe even purple. It was hard to tell from the weak light of the flashlight, but I kept the beam centered on us as much as I could. I didn't care that whatever was out there could see us. The light gave us some sort of warmth, or at the very least a sense of solidity. The noise began to die down until we were left once again in silence. "We have to move back to the tunnel. You have to help me find it," I said. Karen nodded, tearing her face away from my chest. Her tears had frozen her cheeks to my sweater. I could see a rim of ice around the red marks on her cheek. "Back that way, I think," she said, pointing to the left. The light didn't do much to penetrate the darkness, but I trusted her. So we began to shuffle through the mud, which was now the consistency of a slushy. It had seeped into my boots, but it didn't really matter. Every inch of me was covered in rusty water and frost, and a little more cold couldn't hurt. Every few steps, the flashlight would dim or flicker. I could feel Karen tense up every time I was forced to give it a shake, rolling the dice on how long it would continue to help us. At one point, it went out completely. She dug her fingers into my side. I shook it. Nothing happened. I hit it with the palm of my hand several times. Nothing happened. "Please, please," I muttered under my breath as I hit the switch off and on several times in rapid succession. I couldn't let it go. It was all we had down in those tunnels, the only thing keeping us, or maybe just me, from losing myself to the darkness. And after a few more attempts, it was light. The light was across the room. An exposed bulb, maybe 40 feet across from us, came to life. It was dim, but it was enough to light up a significant portion of space in front of us. About 10 feet in front of the bulb and 30 feet from us stood the unmistakable silhouette of a buck, head bent down towards the ground. It had a large set of antlers, 12 points if I had to guess. Unable to grasp what I was seeing, I let the dead flashlight fall from my hands to the ground. The metal slapped against the cement, and the small bit of glass cracked like a stick snapping under a boot in the forest. The buck tensed up and quickly rose to attention, his antlers scraping hard against the low ceiling. Some of the points were grinding against it, while others cracked and broke off. The animal didn't seem to notice. At the very least, didn't seem to care. As it turned its attention toward our general direction, Karen began to tug hard on my sweater. "We have to keep moving," she cried quietly. We continued down the path before us, while the stag began weakly bleeding. A jolt of pain shot through my temples. The noise went on continuously, one long whine that should have been interrupted by a breath at some point, but just kept going. There was an echo. I looked behind us as we shuffled through the dark, and I could see the glint of light reflecting off the eyes of the beast. It was looking at me. It was tracking me. I turned my head, and I heard several other bulbs come to life on the far side of the room, but I dared not look back. The door came into view in front of us. paint was stripped. The wood was aged and cracked from years of weathering. Even still, I was able to get a sense of the brilliant red that used to cover the door. The knocker was missing a screw, and it hung limply off-center. The knob still had some shine to it, and I could see the reflection of the light behind us in it. As we moved closer, I went to reach my hand to grasp the knob, but Karen had already beaten me to it. She grabbed it and twisted. The internal metal mechanism shifted loudly, quieting the bleeding of the buck in the distance. The door cracked and creaked, even as Karen peeled her hand from the icy cold metal. The wood began to split. The cracks moved rapidly outward from the knob, crawling across the wood until they reached the hinges. The door shifted and began to tip outward. It was going to fall on us if I didn't have the strength to stop it. It began to tilt, and I raised my hand up and I shielded Karen's head while trying to move us out of the way. Finally, the door caught on the old screws in the middle and lower hinges, and it swung around to the left right in front of us, and I felt the rush of cold air as it brushed within an inch of my face and slammed awkwardly into the wall. It fell onto the ground with a resounding crash. Through the doorway, I could make out familiar winding tunnels. The ceiling rose and sank like a roller coaster. This seemed to be a part of some twisted design. In some places you can find more than 3 feet of clearance from top to bottom. But right now there was none. The metal sheeting that held the earth at bay had given way. This couldn't be how we gotten in. It certainly wasn't how we were getting out. "Fuck!" I screamed, exhausted. My legs burned. My mind was still on fire. Every motion I made was out of instinct because I couldn't properly process what was happening around me. Neither of us turned around. We stood in front of the doorway, staring at the caved-in tunnel that seemed to seal our fate. Karen tried to cry, but had nothing left in her. Didn't blame her. I grabbed her hand and I held onto it tightly as more lights flickered to life behind us. Surely, if we turned around, we'd be able to at least see another exit, but the uncertainty of what else we might see stopped us. I heard the hard clapping of a set of hooves on the ground somewhere behind us, then another, and I saw shadows of what were unmistakably humans, growing smaller as they moved towards us. It was the children. I was sure of it. Even amidst the already overwhelming stench, I could smell them. Pennies and vinegar. Their robes dragged across the mud. Their hair covered them, having grown down past their knees, and Karen gripped my hand back. 2 shadows moved along the walls, then 5, 10, and I lost count. More bulbs came to life. The frost that had built up on the cement walls began to melt. Each new light source caused the shadows to fade more. They seemed to be antlers atop the heads of some of the children before they were drowned out completely by more light. The room was warming. One of them flickered just a couple of feet to my left. On my right, Karen's head turned upward. There, protruding several feet from the wall, was a shower head. It was old, rusty, caked with frost. It was fragile. With her free hand, she reached up, grabbed a hold of the pipe, and pulled downward, squeezing on my hand as if she was using me for leverage. It broke off with surprising ease, and Karen pulled back onto my shoulder as water sprayed into the room behind us. I could hear feet skittering through the mud and away from the jet of ice. Karen turned to face me, her eyes mostly closed, as she buried her face in my chest, and she offered me the shower head, the weapon. I took the rusted metal pipe in my hand. For the first time in ages, I felt like I had a little bit of control, a choice to make. The footsteps around us grew closer, picking up speed. "I fucking hate this place," I said as I swung the pipe through the air to my left. It smashed through the bulb with ease. Shattered glass ran into the mud. As to my surprise, the other lights in the room began to extinguish. One by one, the room fell back into darkness, and I didn't know if it was better to die in the light or in the dark, but at least I got to break something this way. I heard the familiar bleating once again alongside the dying cry of the doe. The footsteps were very, very close now, only feet away, and I hugged Karen as tightly as I could when the light bulb went out. There we stood, in the darkness once more, surrounded only by screams of creatures that we couldn't see, and I finally turned my head to face the room, still holding on to Karen. The bulbs had died, but the filaments still had a slight glow to them. It looked like the glow that followed a camera flash. As my eyes adjusted, I could still make out the silhouettes of children. Some of them were no more than an arm's length away. There was a familiar anger in the air around them. They hated me as much as I feared them, and maybe it was for the same reason. I couldn't even guess what was going to happen once they got a hold of us, but I hoped that I would, at the very least, not be afraid anymore. The filaments in the bulbs cooled completely, and the darkness settled. I closed my eyes. "I'm sorry," I spoke into the top of Karen's head. The children were right on us. I could feel a warm breath on the back of my neck, and I snapped my eyes shut. Without warning, it ceased. The moisture on my neck began to cool. Feet flew through the mud away from us. They were fleeing. The bleating and crying of the animals stopped abruptly, and in seconds, the room had settled into a deathly silence. I slowly opened one eye, and I looked upwards. About 10 feet in front of us was a ray of bright light. It was powerful. It was cutting through the dark and shining straight onto Karen and I. It made the frost on her bright red hair twinkle. I had no idea what I was looking at and briefly considered that I was wrong about religion before I heard that familiar growl of a car engine. My eyes adjusted and I could see that the light was coming from a hole in the ceiling where the wooden boards had collapsed long ago. And I couldn't fucking believe it. I didn't say a word as a car door slammed and Brian's voice echoed down into the hole. "Hey, down there!" His voice rang out, filling the room. Karen looked up and broke away from me. There was a sense of relief in her eyes that her face didn't show. She moved quickly. "Brian!" Her voice croaked. "Brian! You get us out of this fucking hole right now. I'll buy you a whole goddamn grow house." "You promise?" He laughed. I assumed they could see each other now. Karen was looking up at the hole with a glare. She was bathed in light, and I stood there, slowly began to move toward her. My knee popped, my joints ached. I was dizzy and I was confused, but this felt real, tangible. "Okay, but it's not going to be easy," yelled Brian. "This rope is kind of icy, but I don't really have another option. I'm still a little high, so I'm going to have to make it work. But how the hell did you guys get down there?" Karen didn't answer, as Brian dropped down an old purple climber's rope. She grabbed it and began to ascend like her life depended on it. Brian was grunting from above and jokingly commenting on how she'd gained weight. She was up and out of the hole within seconds, and I was left alone in the room. I looked around me. The space was smaller than it seemed just minutes ago. The walls were cracked. The mud had mostly frozen solid. The showers were empty. "Hey, you coming, Jack?" asked Brian as I finally made it under the hole. I grabbed the rope tightly and looked behind me towards the decrepit red door that now lay on the ground. In the tunnel behind it, I could make out the shape of a person, standing just beyond the reach of the light. I turned my back to them. With some help from Brian, I pulled myself out of the hole and onto the frozen ground outside. I breathed the fresh air into my lungs. I was free of the stench of that place, but my stomach was still in knots. The moon was reflecting off the snow and ice, lighting up the clearing around us, and I could see Karen pacing near the car. She was staying in front of the headlights. She stopped and fixed her vision on the edge of the trees. It began to sink in that she's now going to have to live with the same terror that I lived with for the rest of my life. It was always going to be my fault. I was on the verge of tears when Brian helped me to my feet. I still hadn't decompressed. My jaw was clenched shut, and I was sure that I had chipped a tooth. Every part of me was numb. My clothes were frozen to my skin. Karen began to scream. "It's there! It's right there!" She yelled and pointed towards the trees as Brian dropped me and ran to her. I slumped down and I stared at the ground. There was nothing to be done, and if there was, I didn't know what it was. I was as much of a mess as she was. Her cries started to blend into the background as my mind wandered back to Mr. Mays. I wondered what he would have done in this situation. But I remembered that he had been in this same kind of scenario, and his solution was to drink himself stupid. It didn't seem like a bad idea for the time being. I just needed a sip. I reached into my jacket pocket, I pulled out the flask, opened it, and took a sniff, and to my surprise, it burned my nostrils like gasoline. It made me nauseous. I closed it, and I looked back at the hole in the ground. I tossed the flask down into the dark. I didn't hear it hit the bottom. Cheers. I stood up and I walked towards Karen, whose cries were now sporadic. She was jumping at her own shadow as a confused and stoned Brian tried to help her. "Man, what's going on?" "I'll make sure the car's ready to go," I told him as I passed by without making eye contact. Karen saw me and froze. I took her hands and I held them in my own. Jack, how was it like that? How were they like that? Why was any of that? She rambled, unsure of what she'd seen and what she wanted to ask. Eventually, she broke down. This doesn't make any fucking sense. I didn't know. I didn't know. She bawled. And I just held her there. It was all I could do. She hit me out of frustration a few times, but still, I just let her go. I didn't know how to help her, but I could listen and be her punching bag. I eased her over to the car and sat her in the back seat, wrapping her in as many blankets as I could and buckling her in. And as I walked around to the other side of the car, I looked back at the hole in the ground one last time, and I heard voices. They're probably just in my head. Brian drove through the trees as quickly as he could. Several times he seemed to begin a question, but stopped himself. He told us how he'd been in the car when he saw a light coming out of the ground, but he thought was one of us waving him over. We didn't react. There was a weight hanging over Karen and I that he didn't want to disturb. Questions could wait. I don't even know if he ever got around to them. Karen wasn't asleep, but her eyes were closed tightly. I was buzzing as we drove away. It wasn't until we crossed the threshold of the tree line that I was able to loosen the vice grip that I held on the door handle. The electricity faded as the tops of the trees that surrounded the showers was taken over by stars. I felt my insides begin to relax. The dam that had been holding something inside me back finally burst. I asked Brian to pull over. He obliged almost immediately without a word. I stumbled out of the car and began throwing up on the side of the road. The only thing that poured out of me was a thick yellowish bile that hung in the back of my throat before slowly dripping down and out of my body. This was what I deserved. I gagged and felt my eyes bulge as I purged and clawed at my stomach. Sore from a continuous heaving, I clenched my fist and I hit the ground, causing the wounds in my knuckles to open. I only now had taken a look at my hand. My middle and ring finger were broken. Looked like someone had taken a bottle opener to my nail. My first knuckle. I shouldn't have left them that way. I didn't get much reprieve before I had to bow again. This was the tail end of an exorcism. It felt like years' worth of stress, lies, and fear violently erupting from within me until my lips numbed and my stomach slowly relaxed and my ears loudly popped, immediately relieving some of the pressure on the inside of my skull. I felt like I was floating. I was crying, and I knew why. But I couldn't quite isolate the thought. Everything was foreign. Everything in my brain was misfiring. I was rebooting. I had made it out. I sat in the dirt long enough that the vomit turned to slush on the ground in front of me. Brian stayed in the car and looked in the other direction. I think I even felt Karen's hand on my back at one point, but when I finished, she was in the car, staring anywhere else but me. I collapsed into the vehicle, shaking and soaking wet. Brian started to drive off before I even shut the door. I saw Karen's lips tremble several times, but she didn't say a word, and I didn't know how she managed that. I felt like I needed to talk about everything. I caught her looking at me once on the drive back as we passed by the exit for Broken Bow. We forgave each other for everything that happened, though neither of us actually said it out loud. We didn't talk about the showers much at all. We had filled that place with what we had brought there, pain and truth about ourselves that we were using each other to hide from. The horror that we experienced in that place was a dose of, as she would put it so many times before, perspective. It woke us up. We both realized, painfully sobering up over the next 6-hour car ride back home, that the two of us looking straight out the windshield without seeing, we were better off apart. Similar to the way that she had moved into my place, we never really discussed her moving out. The things just started disappearing. We repeated the old mantra about staying friends for the next week or so. We could practically hear it echo every time. With a soft kiss on my cheek on a Thursday afternoon, she was gone. Karen and I couldn't work because we fit too well together. We were two uniquely fucked up individuals with a penchant for flipping on a dime. It's easy to look back and long for those nights cuddling, watching movies together on the couch. It's a lot harder to remember reality. The night that we watched Llewyn Davis, and she convinced me to return to the showers, for example, was not as serene as I implied. I remember that I had gotten extremely irritated that she had picked out that movie because we watched it the month before. I felt a deep resentment toward her that almost pushed me to apathy. All this because of a fucking movie. Before that, Karen had called me a stupid fuckhead because I hadn't cleaned the cat's litter box. That was every night. A perfect couple and a perpetual potential domestic dispute rolled into one. Our solution was to rinse it all down and repeat. We were our own perfect enablers, and we were always heading towards the ending that we got. Broken Bow did nothing but illuminate what was already in front of us. I really hope she's doing better now. As for me, I couldn't continue to live how I lived after Nebraska. I was so covered in dirt and blood that I was able to have one of those hard look at yourselves in the mirror moments in front of an actual mirror and realize how far I had let myself spiral down. I wasn't just drunk or high, but I was both of those things because I was broken and needed something to fill the cracks. I couldn't use that place as an excuse anymore. I couldn't keep trying to change the story if that sounds like it came from the mouth of a quack therapist, because it did. I started going to therapy once every week, initially for the drinking, but eventually for everything else. I'm not a religious convert or a friend of Bill, but I respect the journey and anyone willing to take it, no matter the method needed to make it through. I wish Mr. Mays found a way to fight his demons before he left, because there are demons, really. I'll keep them for us both. I'm always going to carry the showers with me. They're part of who I am, but I don't have to let them kill me anymore. The most important concept that I have learned in these therapy sessions is that you can't get better if you keep covering up symptoms while ignoring the real source of your unhappiness. Blowing your brain out every night with substances just puts off the inevitable confrontation. You have to treat it like a wart. You have to cut it all the way down to the root and tear it out, get rid of it, to kill it. You have to get every last piece. That's why I came back here. This account, this story, so many others out there who listened to Mr. Mays' campfire story throughout the years and then moved on like normal people. I fixated and spread it because I just couldn't resist. I can't unwrite my original story. So my next play is to obfuscate. I fully understand that writing this defeats that purpose. Hopefully that won't matter, because there is a point to this. The story is yours now. I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. Take the showers, mold them to your needs, tell the story around a campfire, embellish what you'd like, put yourself in the story, or a friend of a friend, and then use it to get laid. Take your wildest theories about the place and create a story all your own, make a movie or a book of it, turn it into a local urban legend in your own town, drown my story with uncertainty. In fact, go there. Go find them. Ask every citizen in Broken Bow, Nebraska about them until they run you out of town. Get lost on a dirt road a few miles east of the city until you stumble upon a place resembling the one that I've described, and then tear it apart. Bring your friends, take pictures, explore the tunnels, light a bonfire, get drunk, and throw a party, and then post about it on the internet. Cover the walls in graffiti and the floors with cigarette butts, broken bottles, and condom wrappers. Tell everyone you know about it and smother it. Flood the internet with so much speculation and rampant bullshit about this place that no one will ever point back to Mr. Mays or to me as a source. Drown us in the noise and let us fade away in peace. Go there yourself and burn it all. Just don't forget to tell everyone you know about how you did it afterwards. Shit. Okay, I'm sorry I let this go on for so long. This wasn't my intention. Old habits and whatnot, and I've been pulling from a dusty flask of whiskey that was next to the laptop in the box, I guess. Counts as aged now. I'm not really on any wagon, and after the years of bullshit I put my body through, a few more nips aren't going to hurt a thing. It's just one more for the road. I'm gonna log out of this. I'm gonna post this, log out of my account, tear up the old sticky note I saved my password written on, shut down this laptop for what I hope to be the last time, and bury it back under all the junk in my closet alongside this flask. Tomorrow, I'm going to go into my classroom in the community college where I teach a creative writing course, and I'm going to tell my students one of the many versions of the showers that I have told over the years. And no, it's not Halloween. And maybe I'll dim the lights, light a candle or two for atmosphere. Mr. Mays would be proud. The story I tell them is not going to be my story anymore. No, I'm telling them the story of what happened to my best friend. My best friend's brother's ex-girlfriend in some ritual part of Pennsylvania a few years back. I swear it's the truth. I can't take back what I did when I posted the story for the world to see. It's my next best move. Take a page from my younger self, spread the story like I'm playing a massive game of telephone that I intentionally went to disrupt and distort. If I wasn't at the heart of it, this could even be fun. Maybe it still will be. I gave you a story in some dark night 5 years ago, and the only thing I'm asking in return is for you to take it from me. Make it into something scarier, more violent, more cerebral, more personal. Give it a twist ending. My hope is that one day someone will tell me a version of my story, having claimed it as their own, with new facts and faces, and I won't even recognize it until I hear the name that now haunts others instead of myself. The Showers.
he started begging me to keep hanging out with him because he was lonely. This immediately set me on high alert. It suddenly hit me that I'm in a man's car, someone that I don't know that well, who doesn't exercise proper behavior at work, which is the only context I know him. And now he's displaying really weird behavior outside of the guy. Happened after this encounter, and I'll try to make this. We ended up in the aforementioned Riverside. There are a lot of homeless drug addicts who I don't see anyone. There's no one there. As I'm saying this, though, Cav is pulling into the empty parking lot parallel to the dark stretch of road. He reaches.
So my parents divorced when I was 7 years old. I have an older brother who was 9 at the time of the divorce, and my mum got full custody of us, and we would only see our dad every other weekend. My mum was a waitress, so she didn't have a steady income, and we struggled a lot. And because of that, we moved around a lot, because we were constantly being evicted from our homes. When I was about 10 years old, we settled down in a home in a not-so-great part of town. Despite this was the biggest and nice house that we had ever had. It was also really cheap compared to the other places that we stayed in the years prior. But there were always creepy things that happened in this house. For instance, our TV in the living room would just turn on and off by itself. One night, in fact, my brother and I were laying on the couch in our living room just trying to go to sleep. This wasn't uncommon for us, as we slept in there many nights throughout our time there. And our TV came on as we were dozing off. Angrily, I got up and unplugged the TV from the wall and sleepily crawled back into our couch. A little while later, I could hear the faint static of the TV turning back on. I got up and went to unplug the TV, forgetting that I'd already done this previously, and when I realized, I freaked out and pressed the power button on the TV to get it to turn back off. And after that, I didn't sleep much that night. A few months passed by, and I'm laying in my bed this time. I'm not really trying to sleep, I'm just kind of laying there, and it was really quiet in my room when, out of nowhere, I heard a tap on my window. It was like a tap that you'd make with the pad of your finger, not your fingernail. I jumped off my bed and ran as fast as I could to my brother's room, which was right next to mine, and I turned on his bedroom light and was hysterically trying to explain to him what had happened in my bedroom seconds prior. I was begging him to let me sleep in the room with him because I was afraid to be alone at this point. He agreed, and I got into his bed, and after a few moments of laying there, we heard the same 2 taps on his window. Well, without saying a word, we both jumped out of bed and ran into our mum's room. We were crying and telling her what had just happened, and she had been asleep and was irritated that we woke her up. She groaned and told us that we were probably just hearing things and that we needed to go back to bed. But as soon as she finished her sentence, someone tapped on her window the exact same way that they had done to my brother and I. My mum obviously shot up at this and told us that we could sleep with her that night. Somehow, we all managed to get to sleep that night with no further disturbances, but it was creepy. Another thing that happened was during the summer when my brother and I were at school. My mum worked every day from around 8 to 3 p.m, so she would leave us at home with her boyfriend at the time. He was a nice guy, but he didn't really do much. He just stayed awake all night and slept all day long. It was early in the morning, and my brother and I were playing hide-and-seek tag. This is pretty much just hide and seek, but when you find the person, you have to tag them before it was their turn. We made sure to be as quiet as possible, so as we didn't wake my mum's boyfriend. I was the seeker, and I found my brother, but before I could tag him, he just jumped up and ran outside. I chased after him and shut the door behind me, and after a quick loop around the house, my brother went back inside. He stopped at the door, and I tagged him and laughed out, "You're it." He looked at me confused, and I asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at me and said, "The door's locked." I thought that he was crazy, and I went to open the door, and sure enough, it was locked. But it wasn't locked by the knob. The deadbolt was locked. Something that could only be done from the inside. We ran to my mum's bedroom and banged on the window trying to wake up her boyfriend. He was a heavy sleeper and actually never woke up to let us in. Hours pass and my mum comes home and lets us into the house. My mum had also told me that there were some nights that she was sleeping in bed, and she would hear my brother screaming his lungs out for her as he had just seen something terrifying. My mum would jump up and run into his room, only to realise that we were at our dad's house for the weekend. She said that this happened to her multiple times too. One night at around 3 a.m, we were all in our bedrooms just sleeping soundly, but were woken up by a loud crash in our storage room. We all slowly tiptoed out of our rooms to find all of our Christmas ornaments broken on the floor. We had been staying here for over 6 months by this point, and our storage tubs were stacked neatly in our storage room. We also didn't have a cat or any other animal that could have knocked them over. We also had carpet, not hard wood, so all of the ornaments being shattered seemed just really unusual. Well, we cleaned up the broken pieces and we just went back to bed. The last thing that happened in that house before we moved out was actually while we were on vacation. My mum had a friend who let us stay over while we were gone for a week. He didn't have a house of his own and he sort of just hopped from couch to couch, so this would only make sense for him to stay over. About halfway through the week, my mum received a text from him and it read, "I'm sorry, but I can't stay here anymore." My mum walked into another room and called him to ask what was going on. After their conversation, my mum explained to us that her friend was sitting on her bed in her bedroom with the door cracked open, and he said that he had heard a noise and looked through the crack of the door and saw a little girl looking back at him. He said that he got up to check it out thinking that he was seeing things, and he said that when he opened the door he saw the little girl running away from him. She was apparently wearing a white dress, and he said that she ran into the storage room, and he explained that she didn't look scared and more like she was laughing, and it looked almost as if she was trying to play hide and seek with him. But after that, he just packed his bag and left, and I just never saw him again after that. We moved out of that house and nothing has happened to us since then. But surprisingly enough though, we actually know the people who live in that house today. They have said that they've experienced some weird things, but they haven't really gone into detail about it. All I can say is that I'm just happy that I'm not living there anymore. My uncle had always told me about some strange things happening in my grandmother's house when he spent the night. But first, I'm going to talk about his experience and then mine. I'll try and keep this short. So, to give some backstory on how this house is so haunted, my grandmother has had 2 miscarriages, 1 boy, 1 girl, and her husband, aka my grandfather, passed around the time that this all started happening. My uncle would tell me of events of pots smashing together to wake them up in the middle of the night and seeing shadows and all sorts of stuff. But his most memorable experience was when he was making food around 10 p.m, when he asked my little cousin if she wanted any food. With the living room being right down the hall from the kitchen, he heard her reply yes. So he started making the food and asked if she wanted him to bring it over to her. Another faint yes was heard again, so he brings the plate down the hallway to the living room, only to find her dead asleep on the couch. He wakes her up asking if she had been talking to him the whole time, and she replied no, why? Still groggy from just being woken up. This, obviously, sent shivers down his spine. Now, my experience, my cousin and I had spent the night together at my grandmother's house to keep her company so that she wouldn't have to be alone there. But we went outside for a quick smoke and then went back in to finally get some sleep. He slept upstairs while I slept downstairs, and I turned the TV on for some background noise and passed out on the couch. It was around 2 a.m. when I was woken up to the sound of people whispering from the kitchen. Now, let me remind you that I was asleep on the couch in the living room, which is down the hall from the kitchen. So, me being the curious 17-year-old at the time that I was, I decided to see who was awake and what they were doing. The closer I got to the kitchen, the louder the whispers seemed to get too. And as I stepped into the kitchen, the whispers just stopped and
I was left alone with only the sound of my breath going on. I could have swore that I heard people talking in here, though, I thought to myself. I decided to look around the house a little more to make sure it wasn't coming from a different room, and after every room being empty, I just decided to brush it off and head back to the couch. I only made it halfway down the hallway, though, to the living room when I started hearing the whispers again. I couldn't make out any words, it just sounded kind of like a group of people talking together in a low voice. I decided to turn around one last time when again the whispers stopped and I was left in the kitchen by myself again. At this point, I was freaking out pretty bad, but decided to just sleep just to hurry up and get through the night. As I walked for the third time back to the living room, I started hearing the whispers again coming from behind me. I didn't even look back this time, though, and decided to just try my best to ignore it by turning up the volume on the TV. And after a little while, I ended up falling asleep till the next morning. When I woke up, I told everyone about what had happened, and to be honest, no one was surprised. My grandmother's house is pretty notorious for events such as this, and to this day, I still wonder where the whispers were coming from. I don't know what happened that night, but I can't help but think that it was spirits or something. When I was around 11, I had awful nightmares. Reoccurring nightmares, in fact, about a terrifying character, and they would always start the same. I would be doing something that brought me intense joy, though I can't really remember those parts, and at the height of that feeling, something would happen. Something out of a slasher film. I was absolutely terrified of anything bloody or insidious as a child. I remember my brother and sister actually sat me down to try and watch an episode of Family Guy to normalize that humor for me, but it was an episode where Peter and the chicken fought, and it was extremely bloody and violent, and I just lost my shit. I say this so that you know that I got disturbed very easily back then. But back to the dream for now. So, after something extremely satisfying would begin to conclude, a loud bass hum would fill the air and everyone around me would become instilled with what I can only describe as a primal fear. The looks on their faces would make me fall down and sob, and I would cover my eyes and I'd hear a slaughterhouse around me. There would be spilling of blood and the sharp pain from head-splitting shrieks and cries, and it was just honestly so fucked. And after a short moment of listening to my friends and family get murdered, the bass hum would stop and I'd hear someone run around quietly snickering to itself. It was as if a child was running around playing hide-and-go-seek or something. And then I'd hear complete silence as their feet would slowly form to the carpet or whatever surface it was. This dream usually took place in many different places, as they walked towards my backside. It would always stop at least 3 feet behind me, but I don't know why, and after some haunting silence, they'd speak, but it was always a different line, and here's a couple that I remember. There was, "I'm sorry, yeah, we've all heard it. I love my name, but let's just say it's Rob. Sorry, I'm busy." And this one, which the voice would say a lot, "So is it Sunday yet?" He would say something along with that sometimes, but I don't really remember now. His voice sounded like an older guy, deepening his voice, but also talking in a kind of kiddish tone, or just being a little goofy. It wasn't too deep, and it was also a little scratchy, and after that I'd wake up around 2 or 4 in the morning, unless I stayed up all night, which I'd wake up to be pretty late. So this all happened for a while, probably around 2 or 3 months, but when you're dealing with that stuff, it usually just feels longer, and it was also a long time ago, so it was probably shorter than that, but I'm not too sure. It didn't stop abruptly, though. I just had dreams less and less, and it really fucked me up as a kid, and it kind of changed me. It didn't turn me into a different person or anything. I just got much more serious and paranoid after that, which eventually went away. And now, I come to my actual experience. So, this was around 2 years ago, I think. I was living with my mum in an apartment, and I just went to the movies with 3 of my friends. We didn't really enjoy the movie or anything and left early to head to my place, and we arrived and all of us kind of slumped onto the furniture in the bedroom because we had walked back. So, as we sat down and I turned the TV on for my friends, I heard faint talking in the back, but my mum was home, so I didn't think much about it. We put on a Paranormal Activity show because we actually enjoyed that movie, but really we just sat and talked around and joked mostly. It was honestly a great night, and I had liked a girl that was there who was a friend of mine, and we were really hitting it off all night, but in the middle of us joking about the movie, I heard my mum call me. I hushed my friends and paused the movie and yelled, "What, Ma?" There was no answer, so I yelled louder, "Ma, what?" There was no answer again, so I got up and went to the entrance of the hallway, intent on going to my mother's room to express my annoyance for her having to get up and see her, but I stopped at the hallway because I heard a weird guttural sound from the back. The sound also echoed, so I knew it was from the bathroom. I yelled, "Mum, are you in the bathroom?" and my friends laughed at this. And then I recognized the voice. And then I remembered my mum was in Chico for the night, and I stopped, and I'm sure I had that same look as the ones I remembered in my dreams. My friends thought that I was just fucking around, like I just saw my mum come out of the shower or something. But then the voice spoke loud enough for them to hear, and I'll never forget what it said. It was kind of a jumbled mess, but the voice said, "Yeah, tonight I'll pick you up. Then I'll rip you in half. But how? How? Rob will know. But no. How? Forget." During that whole dialogue, I told my friends that we need to leave now, and I rushed outside as they looked dumbfounded and confused. That last word was the last thing that I heard as I slammed the door too, and I'm sure it would have continued. I ran to the street and called my mum, and she then told me to call the police, so I did. They showed up and did their usual thing and then just left, and obviously there wasn't anything in the house. They told us that it was late, but that doesn't mean it wasn't our neighbours, and I wanted to believe that too, but I swear that it sounded exactly what I heard when I was a kid. And I swear that it was definitely in my bathroom. Well, after that, my friends told me that it was fine, and they all went home, hiding how scared that they were, probably trying to make me feel better or something. I knew too, because my best friend was supposed to stay over, but all of a sudden, his mum needed him to do stuff at 12 at night. I began to have a dream that night again, and I forced myself awake just as I heard that bass hum. I ran for the lights, and I didn't sleep much for the next week and a half. But I haven't had that dream since. I know I might sound crazy, but I know that I heard that thing in my house, and I know for sure that my friends heard it too. So, I'll get started with a little bit about myself. I'm 19 years old and currently live in the UK. Previously, I was an extreme skeptic of all things supernatural. Ghosts and demons and all those stories just never fazed me, as I can normally convince myself of a rational explanation. However, lately I've had strange experiences that seem to have changed the way that I think. Not about ghosts or that sort of stuff, but about aliens. You see, I've always had an underlying fear of grey aliens. Not an extreme phobia or anything, such as arachnophobia, where the sufferers can't even look or hear about their feared creatures. In fact, I have an extreme interest in the concept of aliens and wish to believe that they're real and we're not alone in the universe. However, something about the idea of grey aliens just presents me with an intense feeling of dread and despair when I think about them in my own life. I can't sleep being able to see outside or facing anything with a corner that I cannot see around. I also find it difficult to sleep without any kind of sound to distract myself with and help me doze off without much thought. Now, approximately 3 months ago, I encountered my first ever night terror. These were common for my dad, who experienced them for years. His night terrors, however, were generally funny, him seeing weird things like my nan's eyes glowing neon that woke him up screaming. My only night terror to date was very different. I laid in bed with my girlfriend and fell asleep, and I remember each part of the dream like it was real. I awoke in the same clothes, with the same sleeping position, with my curtains in the same position and everything. The curtains were slightly open, so I did struggle to sleep, but I didn't want to make a fuss and look like an idiot in front of her or anything. A boyfriend who can't sleep because he's scared of the tiniest side of the outside? Get a grip, man. The only thing that happened in the dream, though, was that I could see a face, a dead center of the gap in the window. It didn't move and it didn't blink, it just sort of floated there looking at me. Whatever it was, though, it wasn't human. Its face was long, almost shaped like a slice of pizza or something, rounded at the top and thin down to the point at the bottom. It may have been that it was blocked by the curtains too, but this was all I could see, and as much as I wanted to see, to be honest. Its eyes were large, too large, black as night, no pupils, no movement, just there, but I could tell that it was looking at me too. I felt the same sense of dread that I do with the alien fear that I have, feelings of my heart sinking and an inability to move, and in fear of what might be waiting around each corner. I awoke hyperventilating, in fact the same hyperventilating I encountered at the end of my dream. My girlfriend woke me up in fear of what was going on with me, but I just shrugged it off as a nightmare. Ever since, though, strange things have been occurring in the house. My family had reported strange things happening before, but my lack of experience has led me to believe them to be explainable, weird things that just happened for a reason or something, such as a lack of balance or wind from outside, the usual. My mother claimed that she had seen a man look at her through the doorway of our living room, but disappear when she looked directly at the area. Her and my brother's girlfriend also experienced the same dream on the same night, talking to twin girls by each of their respective bedsides. My brother and sister claimed to see shadows run past doorways, and my father claimed curtains moved on their own with no windows open. I never truly believed these claims, until my experiences started. Since that night terror, weird things have been happening around the home which, to be honest, really terrify me. Items have flown from sides which we could not see but were impossible to fall. Entire books, which weighed upwards of 1 kilogram approximately, fell to the floor despite being completely on the side, with no parts over the edge. Loud bangs were heard at night from our downstairs that scared our animals and sounded like gunshots, but nothing moved upon investigation. As I live in the UK, it's also extremely difficult to get a hold of firearms, and nobody, as far as I know in our local area, has even held a rifle, let alone shot one in their house. Our cat continues to look at things too, which just aren't there, following them around rooms with their eyes, which dilate to their maximum level, looking at nothing. Knocking has been heard at our back door too, which is made entirely of glass, mind you, meaning that we would see anyone who would do it. Our technology constantly bugs out too, with lights flickering constantly, light bulbs lasting no longer than a few weeks at most, and Wi-Fi in our home being ineffective despite constant upgrades and extenders. It almost feels as if something is blocking electrical signals, especially in my room, as I plugged a cable straight into the router that connects to my Xbox 2 floors up, which one night was just pulled out from underneath my door, despite being so tightly wrapped anywhere besides just outside my room that pulling on it from anywhere other than there would conclude with failure. The weird experience, though, was straight after we heard the knocking on the back door. I retreated lazily up to my room to just play video games, and the top landing light was broken again, meaning that it was not on, and no other upstairs room lights were turned on, with my door being shut, and suddenly a bright blue flash occurred as if it originated from my room, almost as if someone had just used an extremely powerful torch that filled the entire floor for a second, despite my door being completely closed. I have no idea what these things mean, and I try to explain away, but I feel as though each event just keeps drawing me back to that one night terror with that face that scared me to death. Even as I write, I can feel that dread engulf me, I'm unable to stay calm and feeling as though around every corner something just continues to peer around and watch my every moment. I just want to know what's wrong, to be honest. If it is psychological, then what can I do to fix it? I don't know if it is aliens like I believe it might be, but that dread that I feel with the face, these events, and my previous feelings about aliens are one and the same, and I want to know what I can do to just make it stop. At the time this story took place, I was about 13 years old. My parents split when I was pretty young, and my mum had to provide for my sister and myself, and my mum is really honest and thorough with her work, so she found it rewarding to clean offices and houses for money. My sister and I often went with her to clean up too, and by the time that this story took place, we were pretty used to it. So, my mum had 3 buildings she cleaned regularly, which we came up with nicknames for. There was the main building, the red building, and the brick building. Brilliant, I know. We had to clean all 3 buildings that night, so we started with the red building. This, out of all the places that I've ever been to help my mum, was my least favourite. I hated going there. It looked normal from the outside, mind you, but every time I took a step inside, I felt depressed and uneasy. It was like all the purpose of life had just been sucked out of the world, and I just wanted to fall asleep. At this time, it had been a while since we had visited the red building, and there was this bathroom in the surveillance room that needed a clean badly. The surveillance room was usually locked, and I actually had never been in this room. The first thing my sister and I noticed was the wall of monitors, each displaying the feed of the security cameras that were everywhere in the building. We had some fun playing around with the monitors, making one of us stay in the surveillance room while the others make faces and stuff in the camera in another room. I would like to mention too that my sister and I have a close relationship, and we've always just been weird. We both laugh at jokes and stupid stuff, and we also like to scare each other. Anyway, our mum got on to us about goofing around and assigned us both some jobs. After about an hour and a half of scrubbing and vacuuming and whatnot, we were almost done, and my mum was in the break room kitchen and my sister was hovering somewhere nearby. I was extremely tired by this point, and I just wanted to lie down or do anything except work. I was watching my mum prepare the water to mop the kitchen with when she asked me if I would like to mop or go and turn off the lights upstairs. I was so exhausted that I was only thinking about not doing work, so I decided to turn off the lights and I headed up the narrow stairs into the kitchen. The layout of the upstairs was odd since it used to be an apartment building. There are 2 sets of staircases on opposite sides of the building, and I went up the ones in the kitchen. The other set was in the entryway of the front door. At the top of those stairs there was this hallway too that I always like to avoid. So I started turning off lights one by one, and I was thinking about how we still had 2 other buildings to clean, and I needed to pull myself together. I blocked out my surroundings and was effortlessly flipping switches. But the second that I walked into the hallway that I tried to avoid, I became a little more aware of what I was doing. Ever since I was little, I've been afraid of the dark, so I started turning off the lights in the offices that surrounded the hallway. I got carried away in shutting off the lights, to which, when I reached the point to turn off the hallway light, I jumped from a small step in an office doorway to the center of the hall. The hallway ceiling was really high, so the light switch was actually just a string that dangled from it. I wrapped my hand around the string and pulled, and as soon as the room went dark, I was filled with dread. And then I heard a very soft grunt coming from behind me. It sounded like when a person dies naturally and their body relaxes or something, so all the air in their lungs is just released. As soon as I heard it, my whole body stiffened with fear too, and adrenaline, and I started to sweat. It felt like if I turned around, I was going to die or something. Like whatever I saw, if I looked behind me, would consume me whole. I felt so powerless and terrified, and I didn't know what to think, and just that if I stayed there any longer, I was going to get hurt. My body took over my mind through adrenaline, and I ran down the stairs faster than I knew I could. I ran directly into the surveillance room, hoping that my sister was in there, and I called out her name. No response. I was so desperate and terrified that I ran over to the monitors and started scanning for anyone near me that I could run to. The first movement I saw was in the screen that showed the stairs that I had just run down, and I saw my sister walking down them with her coat and Boba Fett hat on with a mop in her hand. I took a deep breath and lied down on the couch that was in the surveillance room, and I was so relieved that it was my sister. I knew that she had just scared me and that she always did that, and it made perfect sense. I had thought that she mopped the kitchen and then followed me up the stairs and took the opportunity to scare me. After I calmed down, I walked into the kitchen where I saw my mum and my sister talking. I leaned on the island counter and told my sister that she scared me, and she looks at me and asks, "What?" I repeated myself, and she asks when she scared me. I told her that she came up behind me upstairs when I was turning off the lights, and I laughed and asked if I looked dumb running down the stairs. Both my mum and my sister weren't laughing though, but they were staring at me with confused faces, so I asked them what. My sister began to say that she was downstairs talking to her mum ever since I walked up to turn the lights off. I told her that I knew that she was lying because I saw her on the cameras walking down the stairs. I described that I saw her holding a mop and that she was wearing both her hat and coat. And then my mum chimes in that my sister wasn't lying and that they really were talking. I began to think at this point that my mum was in the joke too, so I told my sister to follow me to the surveillance room, and I pointed to the exact monitor I saw her walking down the stairs on. And that was when she told me that she took off her coat the second we walked into the building and hadn't put it back on since. She also only walked down those stairs once with the mop, but that was way earlier. I was confused and a little bit scared, and when we packed up our things and we got into the car, my sister told me what doppelgangers are. I never knew what they were before this, and I had never heard a story about them either, which only makes it more terrifying for me, to be honest. I thought of every way that I could rationalize this, but nothing just ever made sense. First, I thought maybe the footage wasn't live, but then remembered how my sister and I were playing with the cameras. Maybe I was just paranoid about the dark, but I do know for sure what I felt was real. I still don't fully understand what happened, and I wonder what would have happened if I had turned around instead of running. Anyway, I know some people are bound not to believe me, but I'm thankful for the people that don't think I'm crazy because they've experienced the same exact thing. So my father has had his fair share of strange and paranormal encounters in his lifetime so far. However, one experience that really stuck to him took place in 1982 when he was 13 and still living in the Philippines. He was attending school at Christ the King Missionary Seminary in Quezon City, a Roman Catholic institution that prepared students for priesthood. Obviously, my father never followed through with the program, thank goodness, as he admitted that he was never really serious about becoming a priest and that joining the seminary was really just a means for him to live more independently. And apparently, this story is partly responsible for changing his mind. So, my father and his friends, John, Rob, Richard, and Nick, all attended the seminary, but none of whom actually became priests either. Go figure. Everything stemmed from when Nick got sick with the flu one time. He was quarantined in the seminary infirmary so as to prevent other students from getting sick, as was standard procedure. And no one thought anything of it, to be honest. It was when he was released 2 days later, though, that things started getting weird. My dad explained that Nick came back acting abnormally reserved and just quiet. Instead of laughing and joking around in the mass hall, he would just stay silent, sometimes with his head down and sometimes just staring blankly at the window, never looking at or talking to anyone. One day, though, during lunch, my dad and the rest of the group noticed tears running down Nick's face as he just quietly cried at the table, head still down and still refusing to talk to anyone. Concerned, my dad and his friends notified one of the seminary regents, sort of like a cross between a youth leader and an RA, and Nick was summoned into the regent's office. The group approached the regent after the fact, asking what was up with Nick and if he was okay. The regent explained that after asking Nick what was wrong and if he was okay, Nick finally admitted that there's this man who's following me and I didn't want to say anything because I didn't think anyone would believe me. Nick was then asked to describe the man who was following him, and he explained that the man was wearing a pair of jeans but was shirtless and he apparently had no face. According to the regent, after Nick described what the man looked like, he completely snapped, panicking and sobbing, yelling things at the regent like, "I really don't want to see him anymore. Please, I don't want to see him. Just help me. Please help me." The regent, along with the prefect, who was sort of like a school principal, a priest, who were also present in the office, had to hold Nick down as he was just completely distraught. After praying for a bit, they were able to calm Nick down and assured him that they'd always be available if he ever needed anything before dismissing him from their office. Although disturbed by the incident, my father initially thought that maybe excessive stress might have been the cause of his friend's outburst or something. However, it should also be noted that the possibility of ghosts and demons and other malicious entities were no surprise to the seminarians, as new students were always initially warned that because the seminary was a house of reformation and that students were preparing themselves to carry out God's work, resistance coming from opposing entities who wanted to drive out students were common and to be expected. Either way, my dad and the rest of the group gave Nick his space for the next couple of days, assuming that he just wanted to be alone for a while until he felt more like himself. That is, until the night things came to a head. Now, everyone was in their dorm rooms, and Nick and my father and their friend Richard had their beds situated right next to each other. Everyone was setting up their mosquito nets and getting ready to sleep when a sudden shout from Nick just startled everyone. He began yelling, "Get away from me." According to my father, his outcry was followed by 2 aggressive swings as Nick tried to fight off some unseen assailant. And what happened next, my father still truly doesn't know what to believe. He apparently watched as Nick's head just whipped back as if he was struck by a blow to the jaw. And then his whole body was forcefully thrown into the air. My father, although somewhat religious, is still a fairly skeptical guy, and he claims that the way that Nick's body was shoved back just seemed genuine, with no bend to his knees to justify him simply just jumping back like that. If it was all just in his head, then my dad stated that Nick was a really good actor. But the night only got stranger from there. As soon as Nick was struck by this unseen force, he got knocked unconscious and the regent was called immediately, followed by the prefect and priest. Together, they carried Nick into the regent's office. As disturbed and afraid as my father was, he, John, and Rob ended up trailing behind them, partly out of concern, but mainly out of plain stupid curiosity. The doors of the regent's office were shut behind the group, and my father was immediately regretting being so nosy. The room was incredibly tense and thick with fear. It was evident on even the priest's face that he was wary and reluctant of having to deal with Nick and a possible demon. The regent, prefect, and priest all figured that my dad and the group would stick around to help with praying over him and help him regain consciousness, and they quickly do as instructed and start praying the rosary. As if the night wasn't already creepy enough, halfway through praying the Hail Mary, my father's friend John just starts to talk complete gibberish, and what my father could only explain as speaking in tongues. After this nonsensical outburst, John promptly collapses, and luckily the priest was quick enough to catch him and set him on the floor before he hit his head on anything. At this point, my father is just confused and terrified as all hell, wishing that he'd never decided to join the damn seminary in the first place, and that he could just be safe at home instead, watching episodes of Three's Company with his dad. Of course, there wasn't much else that they could do at that moment, other than continue to pray and hope things got better. John regained consciousness shortly after, almost as if nothing had happened, although noticeably confused. But my father actually asked him what the hell caused him to talk like he did, to which John replied with a repeated, "I don't know." They finished praying after a while, and Nick was still unconscious. Deciding that the group had done all that they could do to help, the regent, the prefect, and the priest all agreed that the boys should go back to their dorms and get some sleep, telling them that Nick would stay in the office with them overnight, presumably to continue watch and pray over him and perhaps call medical authorities. The group obeyed and returned to their dorm, rejoining the rest of the students who were just as unnerved and unable to sleep from the night's turn of events. My dad's friend, Reggie, whose bed was right next to his, meekly asked him if they could share a bed, as he was too afraid to be alone, to which my father agreed. My dad remembers that he and Reggie were shaking so violently from fear that he could hear the bed frame shake as well, something that he laughs about now, despite being so unsettled at the time. The next morning, Nick's parents picked him up from the seminary for a 2-week leave, and apparently when he came back 2 weeks later, Nick was just back to his normal self, and no one ever brought it up after that. A while after these events, long after my father and his friends had left the seminary, Nick had a falling out with the group over personal issues, and so my dad is just no longer in contact with them. John is still a close family friend though, and my father will sometimes bring this story back up with him, and he's considered extreme anxiety or paranoia and everything as possible explanations for what happened at the seminary. However, those are all just theories, and they really don't fit all that well. It remains something that my father just still cannot fully explain. I mean, the fact that he had a flu and everything could explain why maybe he was having some sort of hallucination. But the way my father describes that night when he was like punched and pushed and thrown into the air or whatever it was, he still wonders over that. I'm from Canada, Alberta, and that's all I can really say is I have to keep things as private as possible. I've worked at this nursing home for about 1.5 years as a cleaner and a food server now. I usually work the late cleaning shifts, and as of late I've had weird things happen. Things just keep progressing the longer I work here too. And things are especially strange in one area of the building particularly. I can assure you that this is all 100% true as well. I used to be skeptical about things like this until I started working here. So, here's when it all started. I went in to do my late shift as any other day, but please note that I'm also pregnant in these stories. So late shifts include cleaning the dining rooms and the kitchens and doing all the laundry from that day. But mind you, this is a really big old facility, and I'm working alone on late shifts. There's 2 dining rooms that can sit 70 people at least, and 1 kitchen and 1 laundry room that have those big industrial washers and dryers. So there is always lots of cleaning to be done. I was doing my usual routine, sweeping the floors of the first dining room before mopping it, when I suddenly smelled a really bad odor, and it made me sick to my stomach. I thought that maybe the cooks had left some rotten meat in the trash can, but to my surprise, all the garbages were cleaned out. I went back down to the dining room, though, to figure out where the smell was coming from, and I followed the smell down past the kitchens and into the hallway where the rooms are. This was the east wing of the building, and there's only 5 residents living in this area of the building, and it includes our laundry room area as well. This wing is the older wing that has yet to be renovated, so a lot of the rooms are empty. I followed the smell down the hall, all the way to the empty room at the end of the hallway, and I knew nobody lived in there. I knew all my residents well and where they all lived. This room is room 218, and you could just smell the foul odor emanating from the door. I assumed that the cleaning ladies from the morning had left a trash bag full of rotten food in there or something. They often leave things behind while cleaning, so
no harm done, I thought I'll just throw it out myself. But because of fire safety policies of our facility, I had a master key that unlocked all the rooms. I unlocked the door and opened to the room, and the smell just hit me and almost made me puke right there. Covering my nose, I proceeded to walk into the room as there was an immediate noticeable change in temperature. It was like the AC had been running in this room all day, and I just had a terrible uneasy feeling the whole time that I was in there, and I immediately wanted to leave. I searched the room quickly for anything that could be making the horrible smell, and I was confused when all there was an empty closet and bathroom. I just thought that maybe it could be a dead animal stuck in the wall and I'd have to leave a note to my manager. I unlocked the door and started down the hall, and then suddenly I heard a really loud knock against the door. A chill ran through my whole body as I turned around to face the door, and I was sure nobody was in there as I'd just been in there. And then I heard it again, but this time much louder, twice as hard on the door in fact, and I felt pale. Being the pregnant and cowardly girl that I was, I just began to run down the hall as fast as I could manage. I didn't know what or who or what the hell was going on with that room, but I felt that I had a reason to be afraid. I got back to the kitchen fast and dialed 911 on the phone, as I was sure that someone had broken in and was messing with me. I told the operator that it was a possible break-in, and they told me that there was a policeman on patrol 2 minutes away, and I sighed at my luck and waited at the front doors. When the policeman finally showed up, I explained everything as I showed him what room. He went down the hall and cleared the room, and he told me that nobody was found, and the room had still been locked. Even the windows were untouched, and he said that there was no smell. I was startled by this because only a few minutes ago, I could have sworn that I smelt rotting meat and heard the knocks. I ruled it out as my tiredness and my pregnancy brain at the time, and he took a report and went on his way. Mind you, I was still very uneasy as I finished up my shift, but this was the first time I've experienced anything paranormal. The second time, again, I was working the late shift one night, and I was in the laundry room just finishing up the last bit of my shift. I was folding the laundry and was just caught in my own thoughts. Now, this room has really large windows. Being late and dark, you can see your reflections in the surrounding room through the dark windows too. I looked down at the laundry and looked back up, and my heart stopped as I saw an old man with black dark eyes just staring back at me, smiling. I screamed and looked behind me, thinking that it was a resident messing with me, and to my horror, there was nobody there. I felt really uneasy as I looked around, and I looked out in the hall, but there was nobody there either. I said hello, but there was no answer, and after that, I felt sick. I finished what laundry I had left and locked up the laundry room, and as I was locking the door, I could see an elderly man standing at the end of the hallway in my peripheral. I turned to look, and it was the man who was just behind me a few minutes ago. He was smiling, eyes grey and black. I take note that he definitely isn't familiar, and he's a tall, heavier man wearing jeans and a white t-shirt that's tucked in. He was a bald man and clearly elderly, and he was just standing there, smiling at me. The smile sent shivers down my spine too, and I thought maybe that we got a new resident and my manager just forgot to mention it or something, and so I called out. Hello, sir? Do you need anything? I'm Belle, and I'm working on the night shift. It's nice to meet you. I managed under my intense anxiety. But he just stood there, smiling. If you need anything, feel free to call the staff phone, okay? I'll be over in no time. I was so very uneasy and just wanted to go back to the staff room, and he just stood there continuing to grin. I smiled back and waved nervously, and I said, have a good night, sir, and feel free to call me if you need anything, okay? I walked away in a hurry, and just as I got back to the staff room, the phone started blaring. I looked at the caller ID, and it's coming from 218.
I felt really uneasy, but it must have been just a new resident or something. So perhaps he was just too shy to talk to me. I didn't know. But I hesitated and finally answered. Hello, sir? How can I help you tonight? There was a deep, crisp growl from the other end of the phone, and it didn't sound at all human. It scared the shit out of me. And then the phone just went to static. Hello? Hello? I said, nervously. The phone went to dial tone, and I sat there for I don't know how long, and my heart was pounding in my throat. Due to safety protocols, I had to go check on the resident too. As much as my instincts told me to avoid him, I walked nervously down the east wing, my heart pounding in my ears. I came to room 218 and I knocked on the door and asked if the person was okay. But there was no answer. So I knocked again and still no answer. And I became concerned. What if my resident was attacked by something? That growl, it definitely wasn't human. But I was also pregnant and didn't want to storm in and be attacked by God knows what. So I turned around to get the phone from the staff room, and then I heard the door creak open very slowly behind me. I walked over to the door slowly, and before pushing it open, I said, hello? Sir, are you alright in there? I pushed the door open at this point. I was expecting something or someone to jump out at me, but when I opened the door, there was nothing. Nobody in the room and no belongings that would imply someone lived there. It was just completely empty, but I had a terrible feeling like I was just being watched, and I searched the room and that smell of rotten meat filled my nose again. And then I heard the most terrifying laugh, and it burst through my ears like knives. It was such a deep and low and just cackling laugh, and I literally shit myself as I ran out of the room so fast. I didn't even bother to shut the door, and as I was running, I was thinking to myself, am I going crazy? I could have sworn that there was no one in there. I mean, I didn't see anyone. What the hell's going on? That night, I finished my shift quickly, and I just walked the fuck out of there early. I didn't give a shit about spending one more minute there. But sadly, this is not where it ends. Due to being a soon-to-be single mum and pregnant, I had no other option but to stay here until I was on maternity leave, as my husband died a few months ago due to a drunk driver hitting him. He was supposed to come home that night to cook a meal and at my positive pregnancy test and all that, and he didn't even get to know that he was going to be a dad. Anyway, I was stuck there for a while, but that's where I'm going to leave it off for now. If you guys would like to hear more of my experiences, then please be sure to leave a comment below, as I definitely have more than a few to share. Thanks for listening. So I live in the UK and am a 21-year-old female. I run a B&B and am pretty used to having to make weirdos feel welcome. However, they are mostly harmless at the end of the day. But last week's experiences was by far the worst and most terrifying. It all started on the Monday night of last week. It was the end of summer break, so a lot of tourists were travelling around my area, so it was good business for the B&B. Staying in one of the 7 rooms, I had a foreign couple and their baby. In another room, 2 girls who had travelled from Australia, and in the attic room, I had a lone man who, to be honest, I got bad vibes from at the very beginning of meeting him. He was tall and had long greasy hair and dirty unkempt fingernails, and altogether he just looked very dishevelled. He didn't really talk too much either. He just asked what room he would be staying in and walked in there and shut the door behind him. Still, nothing too out of the ordinary in my opinion. Unfortunately though, it didn't stop there. Now, I spend most of my time in my personal hobby room. I mostly watch TV for a lot of the days and then just go upstairs to my bedroom to go to sleep. I climbed the tall staircase and went to my room, and I checked my alarm clock, and it was only 9:30 PM, so I thought I might just lie down and watch some videos on my computer.
Halfway through watching my favorite movie, I was interrupted by a loud knocking on my door. It wasn't an average knock, though. It was really aggressive. I looked through the peephole in the door and was surprised to see that it was the strange man who was staying in the attic bedroom. I opened the door and he started talking straight at me, not letting me get a word in, telling me that the water pipe in his room had burst and that there was water spurting everywhere and that he wanted me to fix it. I obviously apologized to him and, without questioning anything, let him lead me to his attic room. But the first red flag was the fact that he shut the door and locked it behind him. The next thing was that there was no water anywhere. And then I remembered that there were not actually any pipes anywhere in the attic. I don't know how I forgot, but I guess I was more worried about the guy asking for a refund than actually questioning whether he was being legitimate about the whole pipe burst thing. But now, I was stuck, and the only other people who were staying at the B&B were 2 floors below me, so they would never be able to hear me scream. I'm also a woman, so I had no chance of being able to fight off this guy. I looked at him and he shot me a yellow grin, and he lurched for me, but I leaped out of the way. I noticed something sticking out of his pocket jacket, and it was a knife handle. He pretty much ripped it out of his pocket and started swiping at the air with it. I bolted out of there and heard him running at top speed behind me until we got to the 2nd floor, where I heard him running back up to his room. I locked myself in my room and called the police immediately. I also called the other guests on their landlines and told them to lock their doors and stay in their rooms. When the police arrived, they found the man hiding in the wardrobe in his room. I guess that he freaked out when he heard the sirens and just hid in there. Apparently, he only had one backpack, and it contained a toothbrush, duct tape, a Stanley knife, a Phillips head screwdriver, and some intimate things which I can't even write down, but I'm sure you can guess what I'm talking about. They never found out for sure what he had planned on doing to me, but from the contents of his bag, we all had a pretty good idea. But they took him away in cuffs, and thankfully, I've never seen the guy again. I plan on moving away at some point soon because I just don't really feel comfortable with him knowing where I live. Also, every day I just see that grin that he gave me as he was taken away and his wild eyes. This is definitely the most scary experience that I've ever had. So this is a story that my mum told me from her childhood. I've put it in my own words, but have not changed any of the details of the events. So here it is. Memories are odd. Every time that you reflect on one, you skew it just a bit, and after years and years, your memories become a disfigured version of what actually happened. It's kind of like that grade school game, Telephone, where you whisper something to the person next to you, and then they whisper what they think you said to the person next to them, and so on, and by the time it gets back to you, the phrase being passed around is nothing like the original phrase. I've often wondered how different my childhood was compared to how I remember it. How many details I've changed, how many things I recall that may not have actually happened at all. I fully accept that not everything is as I think it was, and I'm fine with that. One memory, though, haunts me in vivid and precise brushstrokes. Funny how the ones you'd rather forget seem to be the ones that just refuse to relinquish their clarity. The memory I'm referring to takes place in October of 1986, just outside of Dallas, Texas. I still remember the dress I was wearing. It was yellow with white polka dots, long sleeves, and went all the way past my ankles as per my parents' religious requirements. I hated that dress, but at 11, my parents didn't yet think that I was capable of choosing appropriate attire for myself. I hated it because it was rather hard to move in, and my mum had made it herself, and it was pretty tight from mid-thigh down. Anyway, my sister, who was a bit older than me, had just gotten her driver's license, and she wanted to take the car out. My mum said that she could as long as she took me with her. She agreed, grabbed the keys, and off we went. We left around 6-ish, and it was already getting dark, but my sister, who was a little uncomfortable behind the wheel, wanted to drive in the evening so that she would have less traffic to deal with. Well, we also stuck to the side streets and back roads until we worked our way to a stretch of relatively desolate highway. So we'd been driving around just listening to the radio and embracing our first true taste of freedom for about an hour. We were just circling back and forth along some 10 or so miles of the USHW 80 between Mesquite and Forney, Texas, just outside of Dallas. It's a little busier there now, but back then it was just a 10-mile stretch of trees and railroad tracks. It was there that we heard the engine clunk, and my sister's novice driving skills became apparent as the car sputtered a few hundred yards before dying and rolling to a stop. We'd run out of gas, and the closest gas station was a few miles back. This was before cell phones, so the only thing that we could do was grab the gas can from the trunk and walk back to the station. Remember that poorly constructed polka dot dress? Well, this is where that comes into play. After about 100 yards, it was obvious that it would be more trouble than it was worth for me to hobble behind my sister for several miles, so she handed me the keys and told me to just wait in the car. I got back in the car and locked all the doors and just watched the rear window until my sister was out of view. I was a very meek and timid and easily frightened little girl at the time, and it didn't take long for the dark to infiltrate my psyche. But there were no street lights, and I hadn't seen another car since my sister left. But the only light was from the moon, which was full enough that I could see the thick tree line about 30 yards off the road. After what seemed like an eternity alone in the dark, my fear and nerves began to really fray. It was completely silent, and not even the crickets were chirping. I became acutely aware of just how unnervingly silent it was. I wanted it to end, but at the same time was afraid of what might end it. So I just sat petrified, almost anticipating to hear the boogeyman's whispers in the wind at just any moment. All I could think to do was to try and fall asleep, and hopefully by the time that I woke up, my sister would be back. I leaned the seat back and closed my eyes and tried my best to just block the boogeyman from my mind. Another 15 minutes or so passed while I turned this way and that way, just trying to find a halfway comfortable position. It was in the midst of the fidgeting that an eerie feeling just ran down my spine. A feeling that I just wasn't alone, and it was a feeling of unshakable dread that I was being watched. I was lying on my side facing the steering wheel, looking downward at the floorboard, my back to the passenger window, my eyes pressed tightly shut, and I was afraid to open them, afraid of what I couldn't see, of what I might, in fact. I took a deep breath and counted to 3 and opened my eyes, and there was nothing there. I took another deep breath and quickly shifted my gaze to the driver's side window, and I exhaled, seeing nothing there either. You're okay, I told myself. I sat there wide-eyed, just staring straight ahead, focusing on the steering wheel for another 10 minutes or so. And that's when all at once, and all of a sudden, I felt stricken with a paralyzing sense of terror, and the voice in my head just started repeating, "Don't turn around." My heart began racing faster in my chest, and my body stiffened and my limbs felt so heavy as an inner panic had started to take hold. I tried telling myself that it was all just in my head and there was nothing outside of my window, that I was just working myself up. But to my utter horror, however, a shadow shifted off the driver's side seat and then filled it back up again, followed by 3 taps on the glass behind me. That shadow had been covering that seat since before I had even opened my eyes, as I had hardly blinked since opening them. That means that whoever or whatever was outside the car had just been standing there, watching me. As this terrifying thought ran through my head, there were 3 more taps, louder this time, and I knew that I couldn't just ignore them anymore. I mustered up all the courage that I could and turned to meet the tapper. Hello? I nervously whispered as my eyes tried to focus on the figure outside the window. Aren't you a little young to be out here all alone, little lady? Where are your parents? His voice was deep and had an authoritative tinge to it. As he spoke, chills went down my spine. Suddenly, the air felt cold and the night felt sinister. The man was abnormally tall, the top of the window well below his chest line. His hands were extremely muscular, and his fingers long and needly. As my eye tried to focus, he bent his enormous slender frame over enough to peer in the window. He was clean-shaven, revealing extremely sunken cheeks and eye sockets too. His eyes themselves were bulging outward and seemed too large for his face, and while it could have just been the night, I swear that they were completely black. "Little girl," he repeated. "I asked where your parents are." I'm with my sister, we are..." He cut me off and pulled out a flashlight shining into the car. "I can't understand you. I'm gonna have to ask you to roll down the window. It's alright, I'm a cop." The ambient light from the flashlight allowed me to see that he was in fact in an officer's uniform, and for a brief moment, relief hit me. Rolling down the window, I spoke a little louder. "I'm with my sister, and we broke down, and she went to get some gas. I couldn't go with her because I can't walk in this dress." A slight grin came across his face. "Ah, I see. So you're not out here all alone then?" he said, almost gleefully. "Yes, sir. Just until my sister gets back." "And when will she be back then? The closest station is a few miles away. That could take a while, right?" My relief was starting to dissipate as the familiar feeling of looming dread returned. I don't know. She's been a couple of hours now, I guess." He said. "Tell you what, why don't you come with me and we can go and get your sister? You won't have to walk. How does that sound?" It hadn't dawned on me until then, but I suddenly realized that I hadn't seen any headlights in either direction for 20 minutes by this time. I turned to look out the rear window and started to tremble as I confirmed that there was in fact no car in any direction within any eyesight. "But where's your cop car?" I almost hesitantly asked. Right over there, just through the trees." He pointed to the tree line in the distance. "Haven't you ever wanted to ride in a cop car?" I think I should just wait here for my sister to get back."
back. She won't be much longer. Look, it's past curfew, and if you don't get home soon, I'll have to arrest you, okay? Your parents won't like it if you get arrested now, will they? Now, a new fear entered my 11-year-old brain. The fear that I could be arrested. But my instinct said to not get out. "I'm sorry, sir," I said, rolling up the window. "I really should wait for my sister." As the window was about an inch from closing, he stuck his fingers through trying to stop me, and I ended up smashing them between the door and the glass. He shrieked in pain, pulling his hand back. "Oh, you fucking little bitch! You smashed my fucking fingers!" "Oh, I'm sorry," I said through the now closed window, backing up in my seat as far from the door as I could. He started pulling on the door handle violently and shaking the car back and forth. "Open this fucking door, you little bitch! Do you know how long you'll go to jail for resisting arrest?" He pulled out something that looked like a nightstick and started banging on the roof of the car and the window. He smacked the window again, and a spider web of cracks erupted from where the club struck. Now, I knew that it was only a matter of time before he got in, and was afraid that he'd follow through on the promises of making things worse. I said okay through frantic sobs, not even realizing that I had started crying at this point. He suddenly got completely calm and said, "Well, all right then. Go ahead and step out of the vehicle and follow me to my car." Yes, sir." I rolled up the window and stepped out of the car. "This way," he said. Tremors ran through my body as I slowly began to follow the man. I knew that something wasn't right, and all I could think was that he was leading me into something unspeakable behind those trees. I wanted to run, but with my dress, I wouldn't make it far before he caught me, and where would I go even if I could? We were about halfway to the tree line, 40 feet away, when headlights lit up the field that we were standing in. "Come on," he snarled, grabbing my arm and pulling me along at a hastened pace. We were 10, maybe 15 feet from the trees when the shouts started. The headlights were now beaming directly on us like spotlights from heaven when several voices, all female, started yelling in our direction. They started yelling, "Get away from that man, little girl. That man's not a police officer. He's a bad man. Let it go, you demon. God is watching you. Little girl, come here to us and get away from the bad man." They just sent a barrage of shouts until the man let go of me and ran into the trees. They yelled to me to run to them as fast as I could, and so I did, as hard as I could, ripping my dress in the process. Two women in thigh-length dresses stood outside the open side doors of an old white church van. They urged me to get in, and I jumped inside into the arms of another woman and heard the door slam behind me. There were 6 ladies altogether inside the van, all older, larger women. "It's all right, sweetie. You're safe now. We won't let the bad man hurt you, okay?" One of them reassured me. I said through tears that I have to wait for my sister, and they reassured me that they'll wait here and keep the bad man away. Every so often, they would start yelling for me to not look out the window and pulled me into their chest to shield my eyes. But curiosity got the better of me, and I peered out against my better judgment, prying my eyes sideways away from the woman who was holding me. And what I saw still haunts my nightmares. It was the man, now completely nude, running down on all fours in and out of the tree line, and through the field between us too. I don't know what he was doing, but he was moving quickly and kind of in an unnatural way. Sometimes he'd come as close as a few feet from the van and just make the most disturbing guttural grunts and growls that I've ever heard. The ladies tried to distract me by singing nursery rhymes and gospel hymns, and anytime he got too close, they would roll down the windows and shout him back. He would disappear and reappear like clockwork until finally my sister appeared, gas can in hand and on the road behind us. I told my sister what had happened, and she said that the worst feeling had come over her and she was running the whole way back. The ladies surrounded us, forming a big circle around the car as my sister filled it with gas. The man was now standing 10 feet outside of the tree line, his clothes back on, watching us the whole time, and he looked and just never spoke as They told him to just leave us alone and not get any closer. When the car finally started, the lady said that they'd follow us to make sure that we'd make it home. We went up about half a mile and made a U-turn to head back, and as we crossed past the place that we'd been stranded, the man was on all fours again, completely nude, sniffing at the pavement where we'd been stranded. The old church van was behind us almost the whole way home, and I never took my eyes off of it. I was afraid that somehow the bad man would get us if they weren't there, but as we turned on our street, I lost sight of them, and they didn't turn in behind us, nor did I see a single vehicle pass on the cross street. Maybe they just turned around and just left, I thought at the time. My mother was waiting out of the front porch for us as we pulled up, and it was obvious that she'd been crying. She said that she'd gotten an awful feeling that something bad had happened and we'd been gone a long time. I told her everything that happened, and she called the police, who came to the house to take a statement. I thought that was the last time that I'd ever hear about that bad man, but unfortunately, a couple of months later, I saw a news story about a girl that had gone missing from a park close to the area where a car had broken down, and witnesses said that the last they saw of her, she was talking to a tall, lanky man in an officer's uniform. Sometimes I think back on that night, and I shiver when I think of that bad man. Other times, though, I think of the ladies in the van and how they showed up just in time and how they just vanished without a trace. I wondered then, and I still wonder now, if maybe I was being protected. I'm not too sure, and I know that whole thing just sounds a little bit crazy, but man, what a weird night. The following account happened several years ago in Nepal. I travelled there with my sister Em and two of her friends from high school, V and A. We'd hoped to escape the hustle and bustle of the city life and immerse ourselves in the mystical mountain paradise, to enjoy its culture as well as trek along one of the many Himalayan trails. However, limiting circumstances forced us to go during monsoon season, a combination of increasing heat and humidity that results in almost incessant rains. So, as you can imagine, there was scarcely a tourist to be found, especially on the hiking trek. Dense sopping clouds had snuffed out any meagre light, and milky fog obscured the view more often than not as we trudged along the circuit, but we had a blast nonetheless. The trek itself warrants a telling of its own, albeit a far less serious one, what with V falling victim to a battalion of bloodthirsty leeches lured out by rain, and A getting entangled in escapades, nearly getting knocked out cold from flirting with a farmer's wife. Though battered and bruised, we emerged from the trail victorious, though, and returned to the capital. Our flight back home was due the very next morning, which meant that we only had one day to explore Kathmandu. Kathmandu is quite a polarizing place, with labyrinthian streets and alleyways riddled with kitschy aesthetics and stimuli that push one's senses to their limits. Navigating Kathmandu by yourself, especially at night, is next to impossible, in fact. The heavily polluted air and suffocating traffic doesn't help either, and really, the only one among us who took a liking to the city was V, but she was always big on everything South Asian and was smitten by the various temples, which is why, with strain leaking from our muscles, our limbs jittering from our 2-week-long odyssey, we were dragged along and subjected to her ministrations on spiritualism and greater meaning and whatnot. By the time that we staggered out of our final sightseeing destination, the Monkey Temple, it was almost dark. We kept casting apprehensive looks backwards, prepared to fend off the prowling gangs of thieving monkeys skittering in our wake, looking for any opportunity to dispose us of food or the next best thing. One of the little buggers actually took off with my glasses, in fact. As we were descending into the city, having left the temple grounds, our luck got cursedly worse. We heard thunder echoing back on itself in the distance. Clouds, feathery and alive, billowed up at an alarming rate, their colour morphing from shades of purple to jet black, flecked with lightning. It started raining too, and heavy rain that pummeled us as we sought shelter.
We splashed through ditches already knee-deep with rainwater and hurtled down alleyways where we hid under a tin roof at the side of the road, our drenched clothing clinging to our skin. Just as we were catching our breaths, a flurry of wet motion appeared in the corner of my eyes. My sister, Em, had darted onto the road and swung her hands upwards. She was always spontaneous and decisive, explosively so in fact, and when she spotted distant white headlights, barely discernible through the downpour, she gambled on it being a taxi, and it paid off. We clambered into the Suzuki with a collective sigh of relief, the prospect of immediate shelter overshadowing the struggle to create space for our bags within the tiny vehicle. It was an impossibly tight fit, but we somehow managed. The scruffy-headed driver, whose calm and deliberate tone of speaking weirded us out a bit, turned around in the near-pitch blackness of the taxi and asked us with a toothy grin where to. We looked at each other in momentary confusion before realizing that we hadn't accommodated this final day spent in Kathmandu into our plan, and because of our unfamiliarity with the city, had no idea what to say. The driver seemed to pick up on this, though, and didn't hesitate to suggest taking us to the Cousins Hostel, an excellent establishment if he were to be believed. Out of options and utterly exhausted, we just meekly consented. With thinly masked glee in his face, he told us that we'd love it there and that the first round of drinks was on him. Careening through the streets, we tried to respond to the driver's prying small talk, but the hypnotic ding of rainfall on the roof was all it took. As I watched the blur of passing objects and people through the rain-speckled window, like wavy apparitions, I plunged into sleep. When I woke up, we were still in the car and everybody else was asleep, and in spite of the piss-poor visibility and my grogginess, it was evident that we were in a completely different part of the city now. But there was little to no street lighting, and all I could make out were jagged outlines of poles and looming concrete walls and structures. But no people were to be seen, and unease crept up on me. How long had we been driving for? Where exactly was this person taking us? What quelled my suspicion, and what made us go along with such a shady plan to begin with was the perceived nature of the people of Nepal. Every single Nepali that we came across was welcoming and kind to a T, which, along with the supposed safety of the country, had lulled us into a false sense of security. It hadn't occurred to us that this fickle trust could be easily exploited. The driver had noticed that I was awake and flashed that toothy grin at me, telling me that it was good timing and to wake the others. When I stepped out of the car onto the muddy, deserted street, I couldn't help but feel the sense of unease sliding through me again. It was a sentiment, too, that was beginning to be shared with the others as we took in this Cousins Hostel. We were taken aback, though. Mold-flecked walls with degraded and worn renderings surrounded a house that, despite being camouflaged by the darkness and rain, was unmistakably dilapidated. Granted, it was only marginally worse than the rest of Kathmandu's post-earthquake infrastructure, but it gave off a disconcerting air of ruin. In other words, no way in hell were we about to stay here. At least one of us was preparing to voice disapproval of the entire situation when the driver started bounding around and, in a very animated manner, attempted to usher us through the opened rusted gate into the awaiting yard. We complied, but only to get out of the rain, as it was now flooding over the alleyways created by the narrow lanes of houses and carrying with it its swirling refuse. When we stepped inside, we were met with a carnival of just disgusting imagery, illuminated by a single dim light bulb suspended from tarp that covered most of the yard. Revulsion and dread supplanted whatever unease that we might have harbored, because it was just beyond repulsive. What I can only describe as a sickening miasma covered everything, and it just reeked of foul odor that made my eyes water. The concrete ground was littered with waste, and the walls smudged with caked dirt. The single plastic table was just smeared with who knows what, and I shit you not, there were needles just scattered everywhere. We immediately knew that we needed to get the hell out of there, but it was only when we turned around and looked at the driver under the light that the seriousness of our predicament fully dawned on us.
This man looked like diseased roadkill. Sunken, bloodshot eyes stared at us from a face that was just covered with livid sores and scratches. His toothy grin now revealed decayed and cracked teeth, and we were definitely in a drug addict's den. Holy shit, V, I thought. How did you not notice? I mean, you were sitting right next to him. I wasn't sure how to react at this point. He was just standing there, blocking the gate, staring us down. He obviously didn't pose much of a threat. I mean, there were 4 of us against one frail drug addict meth head. Well, 3 of us at least. V's always scared easily, and as I glanced at her, I noticed that she was visibly shaking. She'd be useless should things escalate into a confrontation, verbal or otherwise. A, too, for all his loud bravado, he was the first to peel when shit hit the fan. I was starting to get really nervous at this point. I mean, what if he had a weapon on him? A used syringe which he'd lash out at us or something? The last thing I wanted was for one of us to contract something. My mind was racing. How were we going to leave? I was certain that there wasn't a taxi within miles of this deserted hellhole, that's for sure. And where were we to begin with? Our phones were useless without local numbers. I cursed myself for being this obliviously careless. As I was being dissolved by the acids of anxiety, M spoke up. Honestly, she was everything one could possibly want in a leader. Level-headed and perceptive, and she managed to bolster our confidence by taking control. She calmly addressed the driver, trying to explain to him that we'd forgotten to take care of something and that we'd need to rush back to town. We'd pay him double the fare for the trouble, but he wasn't having any of it. With wild gesticulations and an irritated tone, he started speaking rapidly. We barely comprehended him in his frantic state. He was saying that it would be impossible to drive back under these conditions and that our best bet was to just wait it out at the bar. He stressed multiple times that the first round was on him, as if that would entice us. He pointed towards the house, and it's then that we noticed the interior of the house was completely dark. The wide doorless entrance like an ominous invitation into nothingness that lay beyond, threatening to swallow whoever dared to approach. He told us to follow him inside for the drinks and started waving his hand as if time was of the essence. He was starting to rile me up, and I felt like giving him a verbal beatdown, but as if sensing that, Em reacted. She realized how important it was to keep level-headed and told him coolly that we simply had no time, and if he wasn't capable of driving, then he would help us contact another taxi or something. He either didn't understand or willfully ignored her and kept urging us to come inside with him, though. It got to the point that he just kept repeating the same thing over and over, eyes dimmed to a sickly grey and flesh sunk at the side of his mouth. He kept insisting. And if this wasn't all enough, there was a very hostile air about him too. He looked like he was making a concerted effort not to lunge at us, fidgeting with shaking hands. If necessary, I wouldn't have felt bad for a second to topple him like a sack of laundry if he so much as tried anything. V spurted out, very unspiritual-like, "Fuck this, let's just leave." At this, he surprisingly went quiet, as if unsure what to do faced with our departure. He turned around and stared at the house and then back at us. He hissed, "Okay, I get phone." With surprising agility, he scurried off towards the entrance too and disappeared into the darkness. We looked at each other and there was a momentary silence, the only sound that of the rain beating against the tarp and lightning booming in the distance. V again says, "Fuck this," traces of panic in her voice this time. She says, "This isn't normal, we need to leave now." I said, "And go where? You saw for yourself that there's not a soul out there and it's raining cats and dogs." Despite trying to be the voice of reason, I knew M felt the same thing all of us did, a lingering sense of dread that something was just horribly wrong. A was fidgeting too now. Fear had obviously burrowed into his heart, and I too felt afraid. That's when we heard it though, faint rustling coming from inside the house, crackling followed by the unmistakable sound of whispering. My heart was now beating like a drum. I felt jelly-legged and none of us moved a muscle. We were all petrified. The whisperings continued too, and they were just barely discernible through the rain, but loud enough to be picked up. With my eyes trained on the blackness of the entrance, I slowly started inching backwards, and the others followed suit. Just as we were turning around, it happened. The sound of heavy footsteps rushing us, a stampede emanating from within. We bolted, dashing through the gate into the street, and from the corner of my eye, I saw 4 of them mere steps behind us, with another bounding through the house entrance. They started shouting and shrieking at us as we hurtled down the street, sprinting desperately before turning to a side road. One of them threw something at us, in fact, and it fell short and landed with a sickening thud behind me. We ran blindly and turned corner after corner, knowing that a single misstep would kill any of us. V was falling behind us, though, panting like a horse pushed far beyond its limits. Thankfully, the shouting was becoming fainter and fainter, though. We kept running, not daring to catch our breaths or reorientate ourselves, simply following M's lead through roads and alleyways. At one point, I thought my heart would burst, and just when I was ready to give up, V almost out of sight too, we finally spotted headlights. We must have seemed like lunatics, surrounding the car left and right and center, banging on the windows, screaming for help. It was a miracle the driver, an elderly man, decided to help us at all, in fact. We clambered inside, gasping and heaving, and we wasted no time telling him to hightail it out of there. It took us the better part of an hour to calm down, and V was just hysterical. A's entire frame was trembling, but once this experience infiltrated our minds, we just never felt safe, even when stepping onto the aeroplane out of Nepal the next morning. We decided against going to the police in the end. I mean, we had no evidence, and even if we did, we had no way of finding that house again. Our backpacks were lost, of course. Mam's forethought of keeping our passports in her waistpack spared us much suffering, luckily. To this day, I'm still filled with dread at the thought of that entrance into darkness, with murderers lying in ambush. It was 2004 and I was 19, and my friend, B, was renting the upstairs bedroom of a house that everyone knew as the murder house. You see, in 1987, a man was shot in this house. He ran outside and banged on the neighbor's door, leaving a blood smear on the door and a trail of blood from the house. No one answered, and he was dragged back into the house by 2 men and brought to the basement, where he was shot in the head and subsequently dismembered. And the men took his remains and dumped them in a reservoir. So yeah, this was our little town's dark secret. B had been living there for a few months, and I would come over most nights after I finished work. I was delivering pizzas, so I always had cash from tips, and we'd do what 19-year-olds do, try and get some beer or whatever. Funny enough, we'd usually just hang out with whatever was around and put some music and play rummy. I know, hard partying, right? But he never felt uneasy in the house. He never bought into the whole haunted house aspect. Despite that, though, he just never went into the basement. No one, except the owner, in fact, went into the basement. It wasn't a rule or anything. We could do whatever we wanted there, really, but the basement was just no. So one summer night in June, we're all at our friend Todd's house. He was older, but a cool guy, and he didn't mind a bunch of teenagers hanging out. He liked the party scene, I guess, and so we were there. It was me, B, a girl named AJ, and C. We were all broke at the time, and Todd had some other friends over, more his age, that we just didn't feel like hanging out with, so B says that we should just go to his place and figure out what we're going to do for the night. AJ and C take her car, and I take B in my shitty old Toyota pickup that forever smelled like Pizza Hut. B's house was only a couple of blocks away, and we get there and head upstairs to his room. This being 2004, not everyone had cell phones yet,
Only AJ had one, so we were all trying to think of who to call to salvage the night and whatnot. There was no luck, so I put in a CD and we just proceeded to go to the old reliable boring deck of cards. It was just the four of us in the house. The owner of the home had his dog in the room right next to us. He was rarely home at night though, and his room had a window that overlooked the front yard and the street. We barely got the first round started when we began to hear footsteps on the stairs. Must be Frank coming home, B said. We didn't think too much of it until we heard the front door open and close and then more steps on the stairs. We all looked at each other and checked the window, and we didn't see anything suspicious, but we also didn't see Frank's car. We heard footsteps coming up a third time, and B and I had had enough, and we were going to confront whoever was trespassing. We were both 19, and I had been a football player in high school and was still in pretty good shape. B had never played sports, but was in a similar condition as me. Basically, we could have held our own in a fistfight if need be, but usually we could just intimidate people into backing off. So, it's about midnight and we head down the stairs. AJ and C stay up in the room. We were both pumped up, ready to go kick out any drunk or meth head that happened to just wander in. We don't see anyone and nothing looks out of place though. We go outside and sit on the porch and nothing seems odd. There's regular traffic on the semi-busy street, but I start to get the feeling that just something's wrong. Something feels off. I see things in the front yard that look like they're moving, like shadows darting around. I kind of dismiss it as me being tired and my eyes just playing tricks on me. That is, until B asks me if I'm seeing the shadows moving. I ask him, "Yeah, you're seeing this too, huh?" I go into the yard at this point and look up into Frank's bedroom window. There's a lamp on, giving off just enough light to see the bedroom door and the dresser. I look at it for a minute when I see something. I say to B, "Dude, there's something in the bedroom." He replies with, "It's just the dog." "No, it's not. That's not a dog. It's kind of black," and the black creature comes into full view of the window at this point. It looked like it was just made out of oil. Not quite solid, but not translucent either. It moved from the window to the dresser to the door and then just disappeared. "What the fuck are you talking about?" B asks, still on the porch. I don't know, man. I don't know what it was, but I don't even know if I saw anything. It may have just been my eyes fucking with me." I walked back up the steps onto the porch and noticed an old mirror that had been left by the door. I remembered hearing stories about people using mirrors to see ghosts, so I figured why not. B had gone into the yard to try and see what was in the bedroom at this point too. I stare into the mirror for a few minutes when I see a black oily ball floating down one of the pillars behind me. Dude, there's something floating. It looks like a little ball of," I said. The ball disappeared out of view of the mirror and reappeared behind me, huge this time and black, a translucent black oil behind my reflection. I couldn't see the yard anymore and I couldn't see B, and for a moment, all I could see was me, the porch, and this thing coming behind me. And then I felt it. Fingers made of ice entered into my shoulders and pulled me backwards. It's an impossible feeling to describe, but every time I think about it, I can kind of feel it. I bolt away from the mirror and I say something just went through me. Something, that black thing, it grabbed me and it pulled me backwards. I was done at this point and B was freaked too. So we hustled over to the gas station down the street to call AJ from the payphone and have her and C get my keys and shit and just get the hell out of that house. AJ asks us, "Where are you guys? And we heard you guys walk up the stairs, but you never came in." I say, "I'll explain later, just grab my keys and CDs and meet us outside." Back at the cars, I told them what happened and what I saw, and I don't know if they believed me or not, but all I knew is that I was terrified. After that incident too, I never went back to that house, and B moved out a short time later. Oh, and if you're interested, you can do a YouTube search for the Boyce Murder House, and you can find news stories about the place there. Thanks for listening. So, to start, my boyfriend and I had just bought a house together. It's a lovely two-story home with an attic, a basement, and a two-door garage as well, and we got it for a steal. But with that, we have no seller's agreement. But the owner has never seen the home, probably inherited it, to be honest. Either way, we were in a pinch, having been evicted from our apartment and taking care of foster pets. It narrowed our options, as many renters around here don't allow pets. So, before I get to the main story, some backstory on us. I'm a 20-year-old female and my boyfriend is a 30-year-old male. I'm pretty skeptical about things like this too, but that doesn't mean I haven't seen some things personally that really do make me wonder. Those are stories for another day, but what I'm about to tell you is about something that I had always thought was an old wives' tale, but now I don't know anymore. Anyway, I'll call my boyfriend P for now. We also moved in with a good friend of mine and her boyfriend. They rent a room from us and it helps with the mortgage for sure. But they're 3 and 4 years younger than me, and I'll call the girl M and her boyfriend E. Now, E and I had set up a man cave of sorts in the basement. We game and drink and basically just sort of do our nightly routines of getting some distance from our partners down there. Meanwhile, P and M set up workstations in the attic. More of a refined space for them for writing and tinkering with old typewriters and whatnot. We've been settling into the new house for a couple of months now, getting used to its pops and creaks, and it's an older house built in the 1920s, and my neighbours sort of have mice on their side of the attic, so you can hear them skittering about and above your head. In this time, I've been noticing some small things that seem odd though. The upstairs bathroom kind of gurgles, if that's the right way to say it, but only I've ever heard it. When I asked P, M, and E, none of them had heard the same noise. It was weird, but whatever. Downstairs, we also have another bathroom almost directly under the upstairs bathroom, just past the kitchen. Now, my cat follows me everywhere in the house, squeaking at me to hold him and just generally being a cute cat, but he won't follow me into the bathroom without being coerced. He'll just sit there and kind of manically squeak at me until I usher him in. When he does finally decide to follow me in, he locks eyes with a portion of the hallway and won't break eye contact with it. And then he'll run to me while staying low to the ground. I know that this is a sign of fear, but he has no reason for it, and I just can't explain it. And aside from that, he's recently started going into the bathroom by himself and just howling at the wall. It's weird, but cats, right? Now, E and I have our setup in the basement, which gives me the creeps, to be honest. I wouldn't spend much time in it at all until I put a huge sheet of fabric along the walls that looks like a vertical striped wallpaper. Now, when I put this up, I made sure to cover a doorway that leads to a small room under my front porch. Something about that room just bothers me, and it feels like it's watching you. In between the matches of the game that I play, a sudden realization that I have that feeling again always comes upon me too. And every time, it's always that same room. It has no door, and I occasionally still feel it despite covering it. My cat avoids it too. But just last week, he told me about an event that he went through while I was sitting right next to him. We had both been gaming and had some time between matches and decided to shoot the shit and complain about shitty teammates. The usual MOBA player bullshit, right? Anyway, he tells me later that during our chat, he had hallucinated his girlfriend M walking downstairs and into the basement with us, but when he turned to talk to her, she just wasn't there. I just kind of laughed it off, as he spends a lot of time smoking, and maybe he was just confused. But earlier tonight, while I was in the basement alone, I heard someone open the basement door and heard and saw Em walk down the stairs and behind me towards a chair or a cigarette or something. But when I turned to her to talk to her, there was no one there. I immediately looked behind me, but there was no one in the room. I looked in the entire basement and even called for her, but nothing. Once I realized she wasn't there, my cat howled and just booked it right up the stairs. I sat confused for a few minutes and told my buddies that I'd been gaming with that I'd be AFK for a bit. I felt almost lost, to be honest. I decided to text Em, though, from the basement, but sure enough, she hadn't come down the stairs at all. She'd been up in her workroom for hours, which means that whole time she was 2 full stories above me. So then, what did I just see? Or better yet, who did I just see? My father died in 2008 when I had just completed my high schooling and we were in enormous amounts of debt. I still am in poverty, but that story can be told another day. So, to continue my studies, I needed to find work, and for 3 years I sold picados on the street and taught little children maths. In 2012, I was recruited into an ISP in our small town to work the night shift. During the interview, I was particularly asked if I would feel scared to stay alone at night in the 3rd story of the enormous building with one security guard in the ground floor. I was never comfortable, but I needed the job. Plus, being at a night shift, I could attend my college during the day and all that. So, I worked in that office between February of 2012 to August of 2013, and during this time, I never got curious to ask anyone why no one wanted to work at night. I heard, before me, that someone used to work at night, but he just left abruptly. My work was to pick calls from clients who would have problems with their internet connection and provide simple solutions. Anything complex, and I had to note down their names and address and pass the list to my senior via email, and technicians would take care of them during the next day. It was a simple job, and I wouldn't receive many calls, and so, by 11, I would just spread out a thick blanket on the floor and fall asleep with the receivers beside my head in case somebody phoned. June 2013, though, was the month that I found out why no one was ready to work at night. That night, the security guard with whom I had developed a very close friendship came to the 3rd floor and asked me if he could sleep in my room as there were too many mosquitoes in the ground floor. I understand that he was supposed to stay awake, but he used to take advantage of my altitude and sleep every night, and the whole building had no security camera. Anyway, we were both sleeping in the same room. The 2 receivers were on either sides of my head, and the lights were turned off. I had locked the door loosely, keeping the lights on in the corridor. And at 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound as if someone was walking with his feet dragging to the floor. It was a really strange sound, and really loud too. I was facing the door and could see the light on the other side of the door through the thin gap between the floor and the door. I stayed down, staring directly at the gap, trying to understand what or who it was, and as I waited, the sound got louder and louder, and soon I saw feet of someone crossing my door. My heartbeat got faster, but I thought that it must have been the security guard, but when I looked behind me, he was fast asleep. My blood froze at this, and the sound started to get louder again, and soon the feet appeared near my door. This time, instead of just crossing my door, it stopped there too and didn't move. I waited for whoever it was to move away, but he wouldn't. And then I did the stupidest thing. I thought it could be an intruder, and instead of waking up the security guard quickly, I tiptoed to the door while the thing still stood there and pulled it open suddenly. And there was no one, but a gust of wind hit my face, causing me to get goosebumps all over. I woke up the guard now and explained to him everything. He took out his torch and turned on all the lights and searched the whole building, but couldn't find anyone. Finally, he
he came to me and said that it could be a demon. Well, after that, I couldn't sleep again. I dropped messages to those who worked during the day explaining this shit too, and I reached the office the next day a little early to catch the others. This was when the story started to emerge too. One explained to me that he had the night shift a few days and he would always hear someone climbing up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. Another said that he saw a chair being moved around from one corner of the terrace to another by something that wasn't visible. And that was apparently why no one would like to work at night and stayed there for more than a year. I left the company in August after they gave me an increment of $3 after working for more than 1 year. They used to pay me $54 a month, and yes, I know, the salary is scarier than the story, but I needed to grasp anything that I could find to complete my bachelor's degree. I used to attend college in the morning and teach from afternoon to twilight and then go to the office. The cost of education and staying alive plunged me into further debt from which I'm yet to recover completely. But they install cameras in the office these days, and I sometimes wonder if they've been able to capture anything. I have plans to upload my personal paranormal stories, including this one, to my newly opened channel, Many Realities, someday, where I share strange but real stories of people around the world that defy explanation. I'd love to see you there, but that was my story, and man, it was weird. So my parents divorced when I was really young. I do remember after the divorce that they both lived in apartments in the middle of Tennessee. Well, not long before I was to start kindergarten, my mum remarried to my stepdad and we moved to a small house in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, about 30 miles outside of Birmingham. It was in a good school district and near my stepdad's family, who would be helping with my brand new little sister. This was actually a really exciting time for my other little sister and me, and we finally had cousins, aunts and uncles and grandparents that we would get to see all the time instead of traveling for the holidays to New England or Florida only once or twice a year. We didn't even care that they were all step-family, we were just happy to be around other people. The cousins that we saw most were Brady and Micah. Their mum and our mum worked odd jobs to make ends meet and helped each other out with childcare, while my stepdad worked as a truck driver and Uncle Randy worked as an EMT ambulance driver. So our house was an odd setup. We lived in a little 2-room house that actually sat almost right behind a large old farmhouse that no one lived in. Whenever Brady and Micah would come and visit, we would always end up going through the house and always wondered why it was still set up like a house since no one lived there. The beds in the bedrooms were made, there were a couple of plates in the sink in the kitchen for the last few years. It was like someone just left for work one day and never came home. So after a day of playing in the house, I found a plate in the kitchen that I thought was very pretty. I knew that we were about to go visit my grandparents in Florida for the summer and thought that it would be a perfect gift for my Southern Belle plate-collecting grandmother. I took it back home, and my mum helped me clean it and get it ready that evening before sending me off to bed. After my mum sent me to bed, she followed her nightly routine of smoking a cigarette, dumping the ashtray, sweeping off the porch before locking it, and then watching the nightly news before going to bed herself. While she was in bed, she kept smelling a burning cigarette, though. She couldn't figure out why, though, and even got up to check the garbage to make sure that her last one was not still lit. And it wasn't. So she went back to bed. She's almost asleep, convinced that the smell is just stuck in her nose, when all the lights in her room turn on. She turns to get out of bed and comes face to face with me, standing next to her bed, clutching my blanket and crying. She asks me why I turned on all the lights, and I just break down crying and barely get the words out. I say that I didn't turn on any lights, not even the ones in our room or in the living room. Carolyn did it. I told her to stop and turn the lights back off, but she just laughed at me. My mum was really confused and asked who Carolyn was. I explained that Carolyn is my friend that I made. Normally she just turns on some lights at night, and she didn't have lights in her house next door until she was 6 like me and likes to play with them. but when I tell her to stop and go home to sleep, she turns off the lights and walks away. But tonight, she turned on all the lights, and when I told her to stop, she laughed at me and walked into our closet instead of going home. And now, she doesn't want to leave, even though I want her to, and she made fun of me. My mum got out of bed and picked me up, and as she was carrying me back to my room, she quickly discovered that every light, every lamp, every ceiling light, even the pull chain lamp under the kitchen counter, they were all on. She took me to my room and laid me in bed and checked the closet just to make sure that Carolyn wasn't in there, and turned off the bedroom light so that my sisters wouldn't wake up. She went out into the hall and reached for the light switch, but before she could even touch it, every light in the house just went off. Mum was convinced that we had lost power, so she hit the light switch to check, and the whole light came back on like normal. As odd as it was, she just put it down to faulty electrics and went back to bed. As she laid in bed, the cigarette smell came back though, and she sat up trying to remember if she smelled it while dealing with me, or if she was just too preoccupied and freaked out to notice. While she was trying to remember, she heard the screen door to the back porch open and slam shut again. Of course, she knew that she had locked it before going to bed, so she wasted no more time and picked up the phone and called Uncle Randy, since this was before the prevalence of cell phones, and it wasn't like my stepdad would be able to make it from Arkansas back to Alabama in any time quick enough for the circumstances anyway. So, for 12 minutes, my mum just sat frozen in her bed, scared to move, listening for any other sign of an intruder or that of any of the three of us had woken up. Then she heard a car pull up into the driveway, followed by Randy banging on the screen door and yelling her name. She ran to the kitchen and threw open the back door, turned on the back porch light, and immediately saw it. Between her and Randy were about 20 burnt cigarette butts and cigarette ashes just strewn across the floor that she had just cleaned an hour before, and a locked screen door. So, to start, I need to give some background. I'm a male who lives in a relatively nice neighborhood. It's your average small-town run-of-the-mill suburbs area with a lot of people there. I'm a college kid who's home on break while my parents have gone away, which doesn't help at all. I also have a 2-story house, and I don't have a gun, or nor do I have any real weapons other than kitchen knives. I'm not on any medication, and I have no record of schizophrenia or any other mental illness. I barely have any relationships with my neighbors, most of whom are elderly, and the rest I have minimal contact with. I don't have any people in my neighborhood that I know of anyway who have any reason to attack or harm me too. So, let's get into what's happening. About 2 nights ago, I woke up very late in
the night and I went to the bathroom to go and take a dump. Now, my second-story bathroom has a window that can see the entirety of my backyard. Directly behind it is a cul-de-sac which you can see directly into. There's a group of trees and a pile of rocks and mulch that divides it. Usually I can see everything in my back room without turning anything on because lights from my neighbour's house dimly light the room. And as I'm using the toilet, I look outside and I notice there's a car parked directly facing my house in the cul-de-sac. Now, if you've ever seen a cul-de-sac before, you would know that when you park, you always either park next to the curves or the sides of the street. This car was directly facing the curve behind my house, though. I thought that this was pretty strange, considering whoever parked must have been there to visit someone. But if that were the case, then why would they not have parked in one of the driveways? The people who lived behind me were both elderly too, so they probably didn't have some big block party I didn't know about or anything, and even then, only an idiot would park like that. As I stared into the car, I could distinguish a figure in the driver's seat, just sitting there. Since the lights were not on in my bathroom, whoever was in the car probably couldn't see me through that window. At this point, I was determined to see who the fuck was in there, so I went downstairs and got my binoculars from my dad's closet and went back to my bathroom to see who was there. Keep in mind that this is 3 in the fucking morning, and I mean, what person would be in their car just sitting there in the middle of the winter? Anyway, as I go into my bathroom, I looked outside to find nothing. The car had just since left. I thought it was a relief, seeing as I probably was just freaking out over nothing, and the person was just leaving whoever they were visiting or something. But then again, what are the odds that the moment that I notice the car, that's the moment that the person leaves? Either way, I finally calmed myself down and just went back to sleep. The next day, a mix of boredom and paranoia got the better of me, and I decided it was time for some investigation. I go to my backyard cul-de-sac to see if there was any trace of the person who was there last night, and there was nothing. I go to my neighbours to see if they had anybody over the other night. Maybe it would just clarify why the fuck somebody would be parked there in the first place. I asked both the owners of the 2 houses on the curves of the cul-de-sac, all of whom said that they didn't have any visitors, and I asked for the numbers and I left. This is when my paranoia really started to kick in a bit. This was a little messed up. I had no clue whether the person was coming back later, and I can't call the police as they won't respond to a complaint that isn't even valid. So I decided to wait until later to see if the person came back. I spent that night just talking with my college friends about it over a video chat, all of whom thought I was either making it up or just freaking out over nothing. I sign off and watch Netflix until it's pretty late. The entire time, I just kept thinking about looking at my window to check, but since my friends had told me that I was worrying about nothing, and also since I'm a bit of a coward, I must admit, I just never checked. Finally, the clock ticked 3:24 a.m., the exact time I woke up the night before, and I thought, fuck it, might as well check to be sure. And this is where I absolutely shit myself. The same exact car was parked, and there was a man in a black hoodie and a ski mask standing right next to it, just staring at my house. I immediately ran to get my phone and dialed my neighbors, none of which answered, mind you. I ran back to the window, only to see that he was now standing in my fucking backyard. This was no longer a burglary attempt, because if it was, he would be looking through my lower house windows trying to break in or something. This had to be some sort of stalker, I thought at this point. I decided fuck this and opened up my window and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Who the fuck are you?" There was no response, so I yelled, "I'm going to call the fucking police, get off my property." And finally, the man spoke. He said, "Have a nice day," in like a cheery way that a cashier at the store would say when you're leaving. The man waltzed, and I mean literally waltzed like a happy cartoon character,
back to his car, and then just left. Well, obviously, I called the police department immediately. They asked me if I had any friends who were trying to play a prank on me, and I said no. And like I said, though, this town is relatively small, and the police did jack shit. They told me that if it happens again, to call them immediately. So, I'm shitting myself right now. It's currently 11 PM, and God knows if he'll be back tonight. I'm going to be looking out my window all night, just waiting for him, and I'll keep you all in touch if anything happens. Wish me luck. Edit, 12:24 AM. So, I'm currently staring outside looking out my window, just waiting for the man to come, and I've informed my neighbours about his arrival, and they told me that they're also on the lookout. I must admit that I feel pretty nervous, but at least I have my neighbours helping me out too, right? I just want this to be over, to be honest. 1:24 AM. Nothing has shown up yet. I got a call from my mum about a half an hour ago, in fact. I haven't told them about any of the shit happening. I just told her that I loved her and hung up on the phone. My friends have been Snapchatting me, though, asking me about this shit, and I said that I'll try to get a picture if I can. If I do, I'll make sure that I send it to you guys too. 1:34 AM. So, the neighbours said that they see a car parked up the street from them. One of my neighbours, who's in his mid-40s, says that he's going to go check it out. My foot is tapping the floor like crazy now. 1:37 AM. False alarm. Turns out it was just the car of a family who just got home. Fuck me, though. This suspense is making me feel ill. 1:48 AM. One of the neighbours says that he's going to sleep for the night. That's not good, but I just hope the rest of them hold out for me until the rest of the night. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fall asleep at all tonight. I mean, I've already chugged 2 cups of coffee and I'm as alert as possible. 2:11 AM. Hey, I was looking at my window when I heard something in the bushes of my backyard. I couldn't tell whether it was the guy, the wind, or just some stupid animal, so I shined and turned on the light in my backyard and saw nothing. I think this paranoia is starting to get to me. 2:17 AM. Alright, it's official. I'm losing my shit here. I heard something crash in my kitchen and I ran down to see what was happening. Some pan had fallen off over from the shelf. Nothing notable, but it scared the absolute shit out of me. I went back upstairs to start looking out the window again at one of the streets right off my backyard, which is about 200 yards away, I'd say. Through the trees, I also saw a car at the corner flashing its brights repeatedly and then making a right, driving away from the street leading to my house. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but is this guy taunting me? 2:40 AM. Hey, so I'm currently at my neighbor's house just staring into my backyard, the cul-de-sac. I walked out my back door and just sprinted and rang the doorbell as fast as possible. They saw me and opened the door immediately, luckily. It was honestly the scariest shit that I've ever done. I was worried that he was going to pull up any second, in fact. But now I just wait and hope for the best, I guess. 2:51 AM. So, nothing out of the ordinary has happened, but I am dreading what will happen at 3:24, though. I saw 2 cars pass by my house, though. I couldn't tell if they were the same car as the one the stalker was using, though. Also, I couldn't tell if it was the same car just passing by both ways. Is this guy playing tricks on my mind? I'm ready to dial 911 at any second. I called my parents too and told them what was happening, and they said that they'll be on their way home tomorrow. 3:01 AM. Yeah, guys, this guy's definitely coming. A car came up the street on the cul-de-sac and started flashing its high beams again and left. He's definitely trying to fuck with my mind. Thank God I left the house, though, because the direction he's going is definitely coming back around to my house. Honestly, I'm pretty scared, and I'm not even in the house anymore. At the moment I even see him outside his car, I'm definitely calling the police. 3:11 a.m. So, my neighbour and I both agreed that we're going to leave the house and drive to the police station as soon as we see him park near my house. My heart is racing, and I can't believe that I had just waited in my house alone for the past couple of hours. What the hell was I thinking? So, it's 3:20 a.m. now, and still nothing yet. Even if he doesn't come, though, I sure as hell am not going back. I'm not even sure if I'll stay here, too. This is the scariest shit that's ever happened to me. 3:25 a.m. Guys, someone is parked in my fucking driveway. I'm getting the fuck out of here right now. I'll try to update you guys on my mobile, or later when they arrest this guy, but I'm leaving now. 1:15 p.m. For those of you who are concerned, I'm alive. I went to the police station and I've been questioned, and they're working on finding the guy. They haven't found him yet, unfortunately, and I went to a hotel and got some sleep, and I just woke up. I'll share more with you guys soon, but right now I'm just taking some time to get this sorted out. Oh, and thanks for the support, everyone. Hey everyone. So, for anyone who's been keeping up with all of this, I'm alive and well, but far from safe. As my neighbour and I were waiting for the coast to be clear, I saw my garage door open at approximately 3:27 a.m, and right then, my neighbour and I just booked it to his car. As we were leaving too, I saw the light turn on in my bathroom, and I nearly threw up realizing how easily he got in and how I'd just been a sitting duck an hour prior. I've been fantasizing over and over of how if I'd stayed in there, my neighbours would have called me telling me that he was in my driveway, and I would have heard my garage door opening, and the dread just knowing that I was absolutely fucked. Once we were in the car, we sped off to the police station, and the police gave me the usual rundown of questions in this type of situation, like whether I knew this man, when and where my first encounter with him was, and whether I could identify his car, or if I managed to write down his license plate. I told them that he had only come 2 times prior, and that both times it was too dark to tell even with the streetlights. But when the man had parked in my driveway, one of my neighbours who had still been on the lookout said that she saw the car was a grey Volkswagen with no license plate. She went on to say, though, that she saw the man type in the code of my garage, go inside and turn on each of my lights, as though he was checking the whole house. The man had stayed there for 5 minutes, according to her, and proceeded to get back into his car without taking anything and just sped off down my street. She notified the police immediately, and they've been searching for him since then. Nothing has come up, and we returned to find that my house had been left relatively unscathed. Oddly enough, though, the police, they didn't even find a trace of DNA. Whoever this man was, he was meticulous as hell, and somehow had gained the knowledge of what my garage code was. It makes me shiver to think that he may have been watching me even as I typed it in earlier in the week, and God only knows what other knowledge he has to track me down. My parents have yet to still return home from their trip as their plane was delayed, so as of right now, I'm alone and still at the hotel with only a bottle of Jack Daniels to console me. A couple of police cars have been stationed around the area of my house looking for the guy, and they're all waiting upon his arrival. I'm not leaving this hotel until this fucker is caught, I'll tell you that much. And I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. I'm hoping, though, that this is the night that he finally can't track me. The police have advised me to stop using any form of social media to be indicative of where I am. That means no Snapchat, no Instagram, no Facebook, pretty much nothing. They told me that I can use my laptop as long as I remain as low profile as possible. This means that
All I can do is wait for the police to call me and tell me that the stalker has been caught. For now, I'm just going to try and figure out who this guy is and why he might be trying to stalk me. I have a few theories as to who it could be. My first is my 9th grade Italian teacher. So, I went to a private school, and this teacher had basically been one of the biggest lunatics that I had ever met in a schooling system. He was very outspoken in the way that he described politics and very mean-spirited during his time teaching. He would always make fun of students, had sometimes fallen asleep in class, and would always make perverted comments towards girls I knew. So, one day I decided to write an email to the dean asking him to please fire the man from his teaching position and explaining the unacceptable behavior he had while working, that is. It worked, and I never saw the man again. Now, the reason that I think it could be a possibility is because he never particularly liked me in the first place. In fact, I feel as though he kind of singled me out in a lot of instances and picked on me. I don't know if he ever found out that I sent the email, but if he did, I'm extremely worried. I can't tell if it was him or not when he spoke in my backyard, though, as I was in full adrenaline mode while I was screaming at him. I would say, though, that this is not a likely suspect, but I'm just not sure. My second theory is my Christian deacon from back in the 2nd grade. I used to be a part of his church program a while back when I was in elementary school. Out of all the head figures there, one that always stood out to me was Deacon Anthony. He was a middle-aged man, very soft-spoken, and he had always been very particularly nice to me and my friend Kevin too. He would often bring us candy, talk to us about our home life, and treated us more fairly than the rest of the kids. One day my friend Kevin had told me that Deacon Anthony had asked Kevin if he wanted to go home with him to hang out. Kevin said no to him and told me, and I told my parents about this, and they had immediately contacted the church and told them about it too. And after that, I never saw Deacon Anthony again. My parents told me later that they had contacted the board and he was removed from the church, in fact. If this is the guy, though, he must have had a massive personality shift after that incident, because the way the man happily told me to have a nice day did not match up with the one that he had when I was younger. Theory 3 is my classmate Derek from 8th grade. Derek was one of those insecure types who would always get off to making other people feel small. He was your standard 8th grade middle school shit-eater who deserved nothing but a good ass-whooping, which unfortunately never came. However, what did happen was I had started a rumor about him that I wish I didn't bring up, but it pretty much ruined his reputation and made him a laughingstock. He never found out that it was me, as far as I could tell, but from what I heard from my hometown while I went off to public school is that at our local high school, the rumor hadn't stopped, and he turned into one of those quiet kids who just never talked. Keep in mind, this kid literally had told my whole friend group to stop hanging out with me. So, as far as I can tell, this revenge was extremely justified in my mind. This may in fact be the prime suspect, as he would most likely know where I live too. I tried finding any sort of social media about him, but nothing came up. This guy is pretty much a ghost, and I have no idea what he's been up to all these years. Theory 4 is some complete stranger who I have no association with. Maybe this is just a genuine old-school stalker who takes pride in picking out their prey from a random crowd. No one I have seen in this town for the past week has seemed particularly odd, though. The only one that comes to mind, though, was this weird cashier at a 7-Eleven who seemed particularly in love with his job. He may have some form of Asperger's syndrome, or just maybe he just takes pride in being a cashier, but he was always very polite with his customers, and when he'd been interacting with me at least. I'd gone in to get a soda from the fountain, and as the store was empty, he asked me, "Hey, is that all you're getting?" And I said, "Yeah, this is all," and he continued with, "Oh, well, congratulations, it's free."
I thought, well, sweet, a free soda. This guy's the shit, and I thanked him a ton as he was smoking a cigarette outside and said, "Have a good one," and left. Now, I know what all of you must be thinking. This is definitely the guy. He's a fucking cashier, for crying out loud. Well, I'm just not sure. This guy was probably in his 30s, seemed extremely grateful for his low-end job, and just seemed content with what he had. He didn't strike me as a stalker, but then again, I haven't been back to the store since, so he may still be there, or he may not be there at all. I guess time will tell. I might stop by there tomorrow and do a little more investigating. As we speak, it's 11 p.m. again, and I'm staring at my hotel window, just scrolling through Reddit. I'm still dreading the moment that I see the car with the flashing high beams pulling into the parking lot, so I'll probably just be looking out my window all night again. I'll post more updates if necessary, and I appreciate you guys, but bye for now. So, I've been reading through all your comments, guys, and just so you guys know, I can't get a hold of a gun as easily as most of you think. I live in a state where that shit just doesn't fly, and the best that I have right now is pepper spray and a baseball bat. 1:37 a.m. Call me a lunatic, but I left my room to get some fresh air, and I just couldn't stand being in this small-ass hotel room one more second. I was bugging out like crazy, though, and every person I saw seemed like a threat to me, and I started talking with this one guy in the hotel lobby. Says he's been traveling from state to state on some sort of a self-indulged journey across the country or something. I asked him if he has any experiences with stalkers, and he told me that he'd been receiving anonymous calls a couple of years back from some guy. I asked if he had ever encountered one in his backyard or anything, and he just kind of looked at me funny. I explained to him the situation, and he wished me the best of luck, and it was nothing out of the ordinary, but it was nice to have some real human interaction while I'm losing my fucking mind. 1:46 a.m. Alright, one of the janitors must be fucking with me because I spent the last minute searching for my phone and asked someone outside my room to call it for me, and I listened for the ringing, and it's in the fucking safe. And the password is not the one that they gave me. What the fuck? This is fucking weird, man, but whoever's doing this is going to get torn a new one, I'll tell you that much. I'm going to the manager right now, and I've got to get this sorted. 2:08 a.m. So, I'm demanding a different room, guys. I'm not staying in that same fucking room one more second. The whole staff is in there now trying to figure out the safe password. Meanwhile, the manager is looking for the janitors who have been in my room to ask what the fuck they were thinking. Fuck this, though. I'm tired and I'm worried, and now I just lost my fucking phone. Fuck. 2:24 a.m. No, guys, it's not the garage code, guys. I checked that. Even if it was, I mean, why would it be? And how would the fucking stalker even get into my hotel room, let alone rewire my safe? But guys, I'm not leaving the hotel, okay? I already paid the money to stay here, and I don't have any other place to go that's not 100 miles away. I have no car, and I got here in an Uber car, and at least here there's over 100 people staying here, so that's good. I mean, the stalker's not going to come into a hotel full of people, right? 2:40 a.m. I'm sitting in my hotel room all alone with no phone, no way to call an Uber, no way to call the police, and I'm starting to think that one of the janitors got bribed to do this or something. I now not only have no way of driving away from here, but I have no way of contacting any family or anyone for that matter of getting me away from the hotel. I'm going to wait for another 45 minutes, and if they don't open the safe, I'm demanding that they call an Uber for me, and I'm just driving the hell out of here. 2:53 a.m. Someone just knocked on the door saying the safe is open, and I told them alright, and then they asked me to come and get it. I asked him if he could slip it under the door, but he said that I need to go and get it myself. I told him that I would in a couple of minutes and that he'd be waiting, but I'm starting to get a little bit paranoid here, guys. 3:10 a.m. So the man said that my phone is in the main lobby if I want it, and I'm on my laptop next to my window, and I could have sworn out of the corner of my eye that I saw a car flashing its high beams again. I don't know if I should hold out till morning or get my phone and just leave. What do you guys think? 3:14 a.m. Guys, I'm not waiting until 3:24 for this guy to fucking come into my room and jump me. I'm packing and I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here. I'll keep you guys posted on mobile when I get my phone back. 3:16 p.m. Alright guys, I'm staying at a friend's place for right now. Just to clarify, when I said not a trace of DNA was found too, I meant that there was nothing that was found to trace this guy back. Like a glove or fingerprints on the garage keypad or anything. The police did not do a full investigation, obviously. The guy still hasn't been found too, and my neighbours have told me that no one's been back to my house, and my parents are currently staying at my aunt's down south. I got my phone back too, and there was a missed call from some guy named Nick Sullivan. What's strange is his name was never put into my contacts though. I've never met anybody named Nick Sullivan in my life, and I don't know how it's in there. I tried calling back and it just went to voicemail. Creepy shit nonetheless, but maybe I'm just being a bit paranoid. I don't know. I'll see if I can make another update tonight, but I gotta go for now. I'll talk to you soon. 4:35 p.m. So the guy who called my phone wasn't the same guy as Nick Sullivan that I'd missed a call from. I don't know what the hell is going on, but this is weird, man. Hey again, guys. So, as I got in the Uber, the driver had been waiting for me to come out, and I got in his car. I nearly shit myself as he turned on his car to find that the car, the one directly across from it, in the parking lot, was a grey Volkswagen. I couldn't tell if this was the same one from the night before because, well, A, this one had a license plate, and B, I never had gotten a good look at it up close before, so it could just be another person's car. As we were leaving, though, I looked up to the hotel, and in one of the rooms there was clearly a figure looking out the window. I'm not jumping to any conclusions right now as to whether it was him. I'm not sure if it was even the same room as mine. I just keep questioning myself at this point as to whether all of this shit is real or just paranoia. But maybe the guy actually did find me and I was about to be slaughtered, maimed, or worse. Or maybe this just is a classic case of schizophrenia or something, and I'm just finding ways to freak myself out. One thing that is for sure, though, is that the guy is definitely still hunting me. I got a text from Mr. Sullivan, or Nick, or whatever the fuck he wants to call himself, and I'm still petrified after seeing it. At exactly 8:34 p.m. today, he sent me a video, and the only other thing that he said in the text was, "I see you." And the video, I'm positively sure, is my house. And now I want to know when the video was taken. It probably was not taken last night, as police were all watching my house. So that means that he either took it the first 2 nights or as recent as today, and I'm really hoping that it's the latter. If he took it today, that means that he probably still thinks that I'm staying there. Unfortunately, though, this guy seems far from stupid, and if he has stalked me enough to know my garage code, he most certainly must have noticed that I'm no longer coming back there. Either way, he's trying to terrorize me, and he's probably trying to get me to flee my house for his perfect moment to strike. In some twisted way, I expected worse, I guess. I don't know what makes this psychopath tick. Maybe dead animals, maybe dead people, or just seeing his victims crumble under all the stress that he's inflicted on them. What I am dreading, though, is if he actually manages to find me at my friend's place. This guy, Tom, took up the mantle of protecting me, and if this guy manages to find me, I'll never forgive myself for putting this on him. I offered him money, but he refused. So, for the past 2 hours, we've just been doing nothing but drinking beer and playing video games to calm my nerves. Tom is a bit of a hick, I would say. He loves dipping, sitting on his front porch drinking beer, and he has a pretty large collection of guns. Probably the best friend to have in a situation like this, if I'm being honest. Just as you guys have been nagging me to get a hold of, too. So, all in all right now, I'm feeling the most secure I've felt out of all the days since this shit started. I've informed the police about my situation too in the video, and they told me that they hadn't seen a car parked near my house at all in the past day. I gave them the number, and they told me that they'll do their best to try and triangulate its position. So, it's getting late now too, and my friend and I have decided that we need to start securing the place in case of intruders. His house has security alarms, and he lives on a relatively busy street, so no one can just park near the house without parking in the driveway, and he's been staying off of official media as I've asked him to for my own safety. The anxiety hasn't stopped, mind you, but this is the first time I've had a friend by my side to help me with this situation, so I must admit that I feel better. He gave me one of his pistols too, and we started shooting in the range in his backyard despite having never shot a gun before. We're currently on his porch, just talking as I share this. I'm really grateful for all of your support, and updates will come, as always, for everybody. I hope you guys have a good night, and hopefully nothing notable will happen for once. And now, I guess we wait. Hey guys, so at approximately 3 in the morning last night, my friend woke me up telling me that I needed to check something out. I immediately grabbed the revolver I'd left on the table next to the couch, and we went to the front porch. In the distance, we could see a car parked all the way down the road. I'd say it was about 300 yards and still visible because of a streetlight. The following was the conversation that I can best remember from me talking to Tom. Yeah, you see that car down there? I was dozing off, and the moment I snapped out of it, the thing just showed up out of nowhere, and it was just sitting there. How long do you think it's been there for? I'm not sure. I saw it there and stared at it for a good 2 minutes. After that, I took my flashlight and started flashing it on and off. After the car shot off, and some guy got out and waved and walked into the woods. There's a wooded area near my buddy's house that if you walk through it, you can go walk into a large open field in his backyard. There's a fence dividing the field from the backyard, but it can be easily hopped. Well, do you think we should go and check it out? Nah, this guy could be going into the woods and coming back around towards my back door. You have to stay here and I'll go check it out, okay? Alright, but if it's a grey Volkswagen, we need to leave, okay? I want you to record the license plate too, and look inside for anything notable. Look for things like ropes and knives and duct tape, anything sketchy that we need to get out of here, okay? Yeah, okay, well, just wait inside and defend the house or something, alright? Make sure no one gets inside, okay? I went back into the house and stared out the window as Tom approached the vehicle with his 12 gauge. I went to the back of his house and stared out his backyard window, and I saw some figure start walking across the field. This was particularly strange, as there were no houses visible in this field, and he just seemed like he was walking towards nowhere. He climbed over a hill, and he was no longer in view from the window. I went back to the front window to look at the car, and Tom was checking it out. I felt relieved for the slightest moment, as I felt like maybe, just maybe, I was overreacting. And then his home phone rang. I looked at it and saw the caller ID, and it was my area code, not Tom's. At this point, I had my phone still on airplane mode, so I assumed it was someone from my neighborhood or family trying to contact me. I felt almost intrusive seeing that I was answering a call to a home that was not even mine, but
now was not a time to take chances, so I answered. Hello? Excuse me, who's this? Oh, excuse me, sir. My apologies. Is this the owner of the household? No, I'm just a friend of the owner. He's currently outside. Who's this? At this point, I just felt that feeling you get in the pit of your stomach when you realized that you fucked up. I just revealed that I'm here alone, and whoever is calling just realized that too. Hello? Who else are you with, sir? Is it just you? At this point, I was shaking and I could barely speak without stumbling my words. I decided the best thing to do was lie like no tomorrow. No, we're having a party and there's a couple of other people here. Who's calling? Are you sure about that? I was just walking by and saw that there were only 2 cars in his driveway. At this point, I completely lose my shit. Listen, man, just fucking tell me who you are and why the fuck you're calling this house so late. Hello? Can you please just fucking tell me? I apologize, sir. I may have the wrong number. Tell whoever owns this house to call back. Thank you. And then he hung up. Tom had come back and said that the car was not a Volkswagen and had a license plate. He said that the windows were tinted and the doors were locked, so there was really nothing that he could make out. I told him about the caller, and he said that he had no idea whose number that was. He called back, and no one answered. He also called from a restricted number, but there was no answer there either. An hour passed by as we were sitting on the porch, and we heard an audible slam from his back door. We both looked at each other, and he motioned to follow him around back. We saw nothing out of the ordinary, and we looked around everywhere for footprints, but still nothing. But when we had gone back to the front